Lord and Saviour, Othmar Garithos Si. Chapter 1. Ever since the plague had taken hold of Lord Aaron, seldom are the times when Christoph, one of the chief advisors to Grand Marshal Garithos, is not busy. Every day new problems arise, and every day new plans need to be made. Most of the time, Christoph found himself at the side of the Grand Marshal. As chief supply officer, it is his duty to advise the Grand Marshal the best he possibly could. As such, the only times he is not near Grand Marshal Garithos is when the Grand Marshal marches at the head of the army, in defense of their kingdom. It is tiring work. Christoph had been a mere clerk, once. He had been content to serve in one of the many regiments of Lord Aaron's army as a simple supply officer. That was before the plague. That was before Lord Aaron's crown prince had slain his own father. The Grand Marshal said that Christoph has talent. That he has a mind for logistics and warfare unlike any other he had seen. Christoph had been unable to refuse the Grand Marshal's plea for his aid, as desperate as it had been. Christoph could not say that he was wholly qualified for the position he now occupied. But the Grand Marshal had seen fit to grant it to him nonetheless, and he will do his duty. Privately, to himself, he would say that he had done well in his new position, despite the many challenges presented before him. All of that is to say, as one of the Grand Marshal's chief advisors, Christoph believes that he has grown to somewhat understand what to expect from the man. Some amongst their forces, a small and insignificant minority, consider the Grand Marshal's policies far too harsh and unrelenting. They believe that the Grand Marshal's leadership is unfit for leading their forces. Christoph would disagree with that minority. Heavily so. Othmar Garithos is a good man, one that is doing his utmost to restore order to their home despite finding himself in circumstances that no one could have expected. In the chaos following the king's death and the capital's fall, it was the Grand Marshal who had gathered what remained of the royal army and maintained some semblance of resistance against the undead hordes. None can doubt the Grand Marshal's abilities. It is thanks to him that something resembling Lord Aaron still exists. Thus, when the Grand Marshal summoned all of his advisors early in the morning, Christoph had immediately noticed that he appeared to be acting strangely. The Grand Marshal's eyes are sunken, as though he had struggled to find sleep this night. His beautiful mustache, normally well cared for, was slightly uneven and had plenty of stray hairs. A travesty that the Grand Marshal would not normally have allowed to occur. Ever. As he and his fellow advisors and officers took their seat within the war room, Christoph could tell that something had changed. Good, you're all here. The Grand Marshal's eyes surveyed the room, traveling across each one of those present. Then there is no need to delay matters any further. I have decided that our plans shall change. Christoph could feel some of the men in the room shifting in their seats, but all remained silent, either out of respect or fear. After a moment, the Grand Marshal continued. Two forces approach us from the west and east, and Dalaran is sure to be besieged if they continue their march unopposed. That cannot be allowed to happen. Dalaran is all that stands against the undead's advance into the Hillsbrad foothills. If Dalaran falls, so will South Shore. Something they all knew well. Their army is the largest within Lord Aaron that they know of, and the only one with a realistic chance of reclaiming the land from the hands of the dead. To their army, South Shore is of paramount importance. It is used to receive supplies and whatever little aid they could get from the rest of the eastern kingdoms. If it falls, their circumstances would worsen significantly. Our course of action is clear, then. One of the officers saw fit to comment. Once the elves led by Prince Garithos arrive at Dalaran and bolster our forces, we will march out and meet the undead coming from within Silver Pine Forest. Is that not the case, Grand Marshal? It was the plan they had agreed upon the previous day, after some debate. A debate that, Christoph noted, some were willing to continue even today. Grand Marshal, are you sure we can trust the elves? I must, once again, advise caution. One of the advisors, seeing an opportunity, was swift to put forward his own feelings. The elves of Kulthalas abandoned us in our time of need. Trusting them now would be inviting betrayal once more. Despite the daring words, Christoph noticed little reaction arising from the Grand Marshal. Another strange occurrence. Normally, the Grand Marshal would have agreed with the officer, as Othmar Garithos knows well of the elves' treacherous nature. It was due to them that his home of Blackwood was burnt down during the Second War. But when the Grand Marshal answered the advisor, it was without any apparent anger at the elves and their actions. I am not so foolish as to completely trust the elves, Captain Auren. But their offer of aid cannot be ignored. Prince Garithos is a powerful mage, and his elves would be of use in our reclamation of Lord Aaron. Unless you are saying that you wish to put your pride before your homeland. Silence fell across the tent. As the words of the Grand Marshal rang out, the captain turned pale. No. I would never dare, Grand Marshal. Please, forgive my words. The man bowed his head. I will do as you command. Light willing, we will end this plague. Good. The Grand Marshal said, and that was that. Now, on to the matter I wish to discuss. The Grand Marshal paused for a moment, as though considering his words carefully. We will no longer attempt to march upon the capital. Perhaps, if any of the men within the tent were less dignified, they would have erupted into shouts and bellows, and begun to accuse the Grand Marshal of cowardice. The Grand Marshal certainly seemed to expect it, as his eyes roamed the room. But when none spoke, he continued speaking. Our position is unenviable. We must hold Dalaran at all costs, that is not in doubt. But although more survivors rally to our banner with each passing day, that is not enough to stop the undead. I have decided that we shall march upon Gilneas. This, on the other hand, did provoke a reaction. A man stood from his seat, and his voice was almost desperate. Truly. Kristoff immediately recognized him as a minor noble from Gilneas. The man's family ruled over the village of Ambermill, and he had chosen to stay outside of the walls of Gilneas. Lord Bennett is his name. He had brought some 100 or so Gilnean warriors with him, and had thus been afforded a seat at this table. Grand Marshal, I promise it will not be in vain. Many in Gilneas wish to fight thee against the undead, we merely need to convince King Jen, and... The Grand Marshal interrupted the man's words. I will not be dealing with King Jen Greymane. All at once, the words upon Lord Bennett's tongue seemed to have fled. Confusion was evident in the nobleman's face. He has proven himself a coward, and unwilling to cooperate. I will speak directly with the people of Gilneas, and only them. Lord Bennett, what can you tell me about Lord Darius Crowley? Some vigor seemed to reappear on Lord Bennett's face, and he began to inform them of the noble Darius Crowley, a powerful lord who had opposed King Jen's decision to build the wall which split Gilneas into two. Many in Gilneas had sided with him, though none had dared to openly defy King Jen Greymane as he had done. As the conversation continued, and the Grand Marshal made further inquiries and comments, Kristoff began to understand the Grand Marshal's plan. And was rather surprised at the ingenuity of it. Some men may have called what they are planning treason, and King Jen Greymane would certainly be one of those men. But Kristoff couldn't find it in himself to care. Let the old king boil with anger in the safety of his palace. Cowardly as he is, and safely behind his pitiful wall, it is unlikely he would do much more than yell and scream in frustration. I will do my best to contact Lord Crowley, Lord Bennett promised the Grand Marshal, as he stood from his seat and shook the man's hand. Their meeting had finally concluded after half an hour of discussions. I have met him before, and I'm sure he will remember me. May the light be with you, Grand Marshal. The advisors and officers began to depart from the tent. Most of them had likely been swayed to their new course of action, and the rest would obey regardless of their personal beliefs. Kristoff would have departed as well, if not for the Grand Marshal calling out to him just before he left the tent. Kristoff, the Grand Marshal said, stay for a moment longer. And so Kristoff remained, as all others departed. Perhaps there was an issue with supplies the Grand Marshal wished to more thoroughly discuss? It would certainly not be the first time. Once again, Kristoff took a seat. The Grand Marshal appeared to be lost in thought, his brow furrowed. After a moment, his eyes rose and met with Kristoff's. Can I trust you? He questioned, and Kristoff felt some unease. Of course, Grand Marshal. Kristoff promised. The Grand Marshal stared into his eyes for a moment longer, but, then, he bowed his head. You have my thanks, Kristoff. Without you, we would have undoubtedly suffered severely. You have done well. The Grand Marshal's words were kind. He had never spoken in such a way before. To Kristoff, they almost felt like a punch in the gut. All air left his lungs, and he was left breathless. This was the first time his efforts had been recognized. It felt wonderful, if Kristoff were to be honest. Grand Marshal, I am merely doing my duty. Please, raise your head. There is no need to thank me. Any other man in my place would have done the same. The Grand Marshal sighed, and he suddenly appeared exhausted. If only that were true, Kristoff, if only that were true. None of this would have happened if all men thought as you do. Which is why I must burden you with another task. You are the only one I can trust. Here, the Grand Marshal's voice grew firmer. I have been informed that Princess Kaliamenethil has managed to escape her brother's treachery. As chaos erupted in the capital, she managed to survive. I am giving you the duty of bringing her to safety. Look along the roads leading to South Shore, it is more than likely that she will be heading there. Can I burden you with this, my friend? I doubt I have to explain how important this is, to us and to all of Lord Aaron. For a moment, Kristoff was speechless. What, exactly, could he say to these words? But after another moment, he managed to compose himself enough to answer. Grand Marshal, you have my word that I will bring the princess to safety, Kristoff promised. If she is still alive, I will find her. Good. The Grand Marshal nodded. There is something else. At South Shore, there should be a man. A soldier, or a former soldier, who has a daughter. I am not certain of the details. I want you to. A year ago, Kristoff had been a mere logistics officer. A clerk. Today, Christoph found himself tasked by Grand Marshal Othmar Garithos with finding a missing princess that may be the last surviving member of House Manethil. Despite all that has happened in such a short time, Christoph could not say that he regretted the fate he had been dealt. Lord and Savior, Othmar Garithos Si. Chapter 2. As he and his warriors passed through the gates and entered the city of Dalaran, Garithos reminded himself once more that the feelings of the humans are not wholly unjustified. The elves had withdrawn from the alliance. No matter how justified his father believed his actions to be at the time, it is doubtless that they had proven costly. It is only now, after the undead had come to Kulthalas, that Garithos realized his people's folly. Together, humans and elves had stood strong. Separately, Lord Aaron and Kulthalas had found themselves falling to the same, shared enemy. As they walked through the wide streets of the ravaged city he had once called home, most of the humans who they passed gazed at them with open distrust. Distrust is something Garithos could tolerate, and even understand. The humans are looking for someone to blame for their terrible circumstances, and many elves in Kulthalas had done so as well. In time, Garithos firmly believes that he could regain their trust. Some amongst the humans, however, looked at them with pity. And that, more than anything else, infuriated him. How low had the once proud elves fallen that they were now pitted and looked upon with sadness. As the anger in his chest brewed and simmered, he found that he was not angry at the humans, but at himself. If only he had been in Kulthalas. If only he had stayed with his people. If only he had done his duty as prince. If only. But it is too late now. Now, the high elves are gone. Now, they are blood elves. And what has been done cannot be undone. Prince Garithos, the Grand Marshal Garithos greeted them as they finally reached him. Sat astride his powerful steed, and clad in the plate armor of Lord Aaron, he certainly made for an impressive figure. You are late. There was no anger in the words of the Grand Marshal. It was simply a statement. One that Garithos was unable to refute. But one that he still attempted to excuse. Elves, after all, pride themselves on their punctuality. It could not be helped, Lord Garithos, the situation had swiftly developed outside of his control. That they were days late was no fault of his own, or of his warriors. We ran into a group of night elves from across the sea, and... The Grand Marshal listened to his explanation with a stony expression. Garithos could not tell what he was thinking in the slightest. From what he had come to know of the man during their previous meetings, he would have expected to be the target of some anger, at the very least. But that did not turn out to be the case. As Garithos concluded his explanation, the Grand Marshal spoke to him in a calm tone. That is certainly an intriguing tale, Prince Garithos. It seems that your late arrival was not of your own volition. Garithos was surprised at the words, and felt a small amount of relief. Unfortunately, we do not have much time to properly converse. An army of undead is approaching Dalaran through the Silver Pine Forest. I must march out at once and meet them in battle. You must be tired after your march, but I must request your assistance once more. You know your own forces best, Prince Garithos. Will you join us in battle against the undead, or would you prefer to stay and garrison the city of Dalaran? Garithos did not hesitate with his answer. My men are ready to fight, my lord. Allow us to join you. We are warriors, and we have come here to fight. I am sure we will be of use to you. So be it. The Grand Marshal said. And elves and humans marched as one. As they marched west, Magister Ramoth approached him. Prince Garithos. The Magister greeted, bowing his head. Magister Ramoth. Garithos responded in turn, please, raise your head. Is there something you require of me? No, my prince. I merely thought to bring you information that I believe is important. I have overheard several humans speaking ill of Garithos recently. An oddity, as I believed him to be well respected. The Magister's tone was cold, but Garithos knows well that beneath that demeanor lies a heart hurting for his people. Magister Ramoth had been present during the invasion of Kulthalas. Could Kale say the same? It appears as though the Grand Marshal has made deals with the Naga of Lordamir Lake. The officers attempted to keep it secret, but it has reached the ears of the common footmen nonetheless. It seems to have stirred some unease amongst them. Many believe it a sin to consort with such vile beings. A deal with the Naga? Garithos could not imagine the Grand Marshal Garithos that he knew ever doing such a thing. He had discovered that the man's demeanor had changed ever since Garithos had returned. Not as prone to making rude comments, or of giving unreasonable orders. Sometimes, the man even seemed to be acting in a friendly manner towards the elves. Could this be the reason for such a change? Perhaps this is a deal made out of desperation. The Grand Marshal certainly looked more exhausted than the last time he had met the man. No matter the case, it was not the right of Garithos to meddle with the Grand Marshal's affairs. I see. Thank you for the information, Ramoth. Speak to me again if you find something else of importance. I am at your service, my prince. The Magister answered, and withdrew as silently as he had arrived. It is a thrilling feeling, that of victory. Garithos stood in the middle of the battlefield, the corpses of countless undead all around him. How many had he slain? More than a dozen, certainly. Perhaps even more than 100. Most corpses near him had been burned until nothing but ashes remained, their filth cleansed by his fire. Well fought, Prince Garithos. Lord Garithos said, as the man walked up to him. I see that your prowess with magic was not exaggerated in the slightest. And your people's, as well. Your magisters have proven invaluable in this battle. While Garithos had not been touched a single time during the conflict, and his appearance reflected such, the Grand Marshal's armor was covered in blood from head to toe. It came as a surprise to Garithos that the man preferred to lead from the front. It is certainly a bold decision, especially considering his importance to Lord Aaron, but Garithos could not blame him for his confidence. He had seen the Grand Marshal's large axe cut through an abomination as though it was carving through butter. Countless other undead, who mindlessly charged at the man time and again, met a similar fate. It made Garithos respect him. Fighting side by side with the Grand Marshal made him understand how this man had rallied together the remnants of Lord Aaron. While others might tremble at the approach of undead hordes, Othmar Garithos would likely charge at them in order to fight them sooner. You as well, Lord Garithos. Garithos surveyed the battlefield once more. How many corpses had it been that they fought? And to think that, once, they had all been citizens of Lord Aaron. It filled him with sorrow. And anger. How many of his own people had been raised into undeath? What is to be our next move? We are returning to Dalaran at once. This was but one of two armies. While this one came from the west, through the Silver Pine Forest, the other will be coming to Dalaran through the east, across the Alterac Mountains. Once that is concluded, I will tell you more of our plans. The Grand Marshal answered. Then, his expression hardened. I must tell you something. Garithos gazed at the Grand Marshal, and the Grand Marshal gazed back at him. For a moment, silence reigned on the once chaotic battlefield. I know of the suffering of your people, Garithos. I know that you now feel a hunger within you. Garithos did not answer with words, or even show an outward reaction, but he felt his blood turn to ice. The Blood Elves had just barely started to understand this new feeling, and yet this man knew of it. How is such a thing possible? You must know that you are now addicted to the arcane. I know it is due to the corruption of the sun well. And I know it will worsen with the passing of time. Garithos felt his mouth grow dry. Quickly, he questioned the Grand Marshal. Then, do you know of a way to? Yes. The man interrupted, I know how to treat your affliction. Despite all that had happened, the words filled Garithos with hope. At that moment, he did not even care to learn how the man possessed such knowledge. Please, Garithos begged, uncaring of proper decorum or fanciful words, tell me. The Grand Marshal sighed. Therein lies the issue. There is a way I know for certain will help you, but it would make us enemies. Garithos felt his heart sink. Of course, there had to be a catch. There are several other ways which could help you, but I cannot guarantee their complete and assured success. Garithos did not know what to say. If you choose the first path, I will tell you how to help your people here and now, and you can do whatever you desire with that information once we return to Dalaran. I will allow you and your warriors to go unharmed, as I cannot afford the losses that would come from a conflict with you. The next time we meet, we will be enemies. And I will show you no mercy. The Grand Marshal's expression was blank, but his eyes were a raging inferno. Or, place your faith in me, and we can attempt to piece together the fragments of our two races. We will remain allies, and I would be happy to welcome you and your people into the alliance once more. And, no matter what may come, I will stand beside your people. Garithos was silent for minutes. Men began to approach the Grand Marshal, and the Grand Marshal began ordering them to prepare to resume marching. Through it all, Garithos remained silent. As a soldier brought a horse towards the Grand Marshal, and the man prepared himself to ride, Garithos finally found his tongue. And his heart. Grand Marshal Othmar Garithos, Garithos heard himself speak, and the man's gaze turned towards him. I will trust you. The Blood Elves stand with the Alliance. Tell me how to save my people. For the first time since he met the man, Garithos saw the Grand Marshal smile. Chapter 3. Kalia had survived. Somehow. Against all odds. Despite the death of countless. She had fled. As soon as the massacre had begun, the royal guards had attempted to take her away from the city. Dozens of guards had escorted her. But by the time they had fought through the undead and reached the tall walls of the capital, only 3 of them had remained. Her brother murdered their father. She didn't want to believe it, but it was what everyone said. Her brother, who had been so kind and brave. Who had danced with her in every ball and feast. Her brother, who was destined to be king. They say her father had died with his name upon his lips, though none who witnessed the deed had survived. Arthas had killed everyone who had been in the throne room. Her mother did not manage to escape, as she had. The last of the 3 royal guards gave away his life in exchange for her own. They had barely escaped the city with their lives. In his last moments, he had pushed her into a dirty, muddy ditch, as he fought off a pack of ghouls. She had stayed in that ditch for 2 days, as she heard footsteps scraping the dirt above her, and as she smelled the stench of the undead's rotten flesh. She had been so terrified at the time that she had been unable to move in the slightest. Many survived the fall of the capital. Few survived the hunt that took place soon after. Undead roamed the forests, the fields, the roads, looking for any who had managed to escape. She heard from other survivors that her brother began to carve a bloody path east. At the head of a great host, he burned down village after village, until he met Uther the Lightbringer at the city of Andorhil. And Uther died. She managed to join a group of survivors. She did not tell them who she was. At the time, she had been sure that Arthas would come to kill her if he learned that she still lived. Their group had intended to go through the Chillwind Pass. They said that after crossing the mountains of Alterac, they could head for South Shore, or even for the kingdom of Stromgard. They believed that they would find safety there. They grew in numbers day by day as they traveled, and even some soldiers joined them as escorts. She had believed they would be able to escape. Until, one day, the undead came for them. Kalia was one of the few who managed to escape the massacre that took place that day. She heard that Culthalas fell. The noble elves died in droves, and their forests were dyed red with blood. King Anastarian's son Strider was the second king to die by Arthas' hands. Once he had crushed the elves, Dalaran had followed. The mages put up a brave fight, but they died all the same. Kalia remembered how sweet Jaina and Arthas had been to one another. She wondered what Jaina thought of her brother now. Arthas brought ruin to all that Kalia had ever known. And then he crowned himself king of the ashes that remained. After escaping, she wandered through the mountains of Alterac. It was by sheer luck that she came upon the ruins of the former kingdom. She hid in the ruins of Alterac for a month. The undead hordes had yet to reach the tall, snowy peaks. It was no surprise that, despite their attitude towards the rest of the human kingdoms, the so-called syndicate was as terrified of the undead as they all were. They welcomed any refugees they could. Her brother probably never realized how close he had passed by her, as he marched towards Dalaran. It felt like a nightmare. She wanted to wake up. She wanted to forget all of this. All that kept her going was her daughter. She heard that there were remnants of the royal army that still fought against the undead. Kalia did not know how they maintained their sanity in the face of such horrors. She heard that they had managed to secure the Hillsbrad foothills against the advance of the undead, and secured the roads leading south. And so, she bid farewell to the syndicate, and finally resumed her journey towards South Shore. It was there she would find her family. Her husband. Her daughter. Her mother had sent them away a year prior, and they would surely be safe. They had to be there. She did not know what she would do if they were not. She joined another group. Other survivors who had languished in Alterac, under the protection of the syndicate. Around 50 men, women, and children. There was safety in numbers, Kalia had learned. South Shore was but a week away by now. She struggled to find sleep at times, restless and impatient to finally reunite with what remained of her loved ones. Only. Hail. One knight said, as he came to a stop in front of their weary group. He was accompanied by 5 others. Their sight brought her some comfort. But their words did not. We are looking for someone, and hope to find her amongst your group. Would you all mind removing your hoods? And Kalia felt her heart sink. She was brought before the Grand Marshal himself. Once, she had been a princess. Now, the Grand Marshal was clearly the more regal of the two of them. Kalia was covered in filth, and she did not even remember the last time she had bathed. In contrast, Othmar Garithos was wearing a white tunic that was unblemished by a single stain. But the man did not seem to care about such things. As she was brought to his tent, he immediately dropped to a knee and took her hand into his own. His warm lips met her cold hand, dirted with mud. Princess Kalia, he said. I am at your service. She wanted to scream at him. She wanted to say that she did not want to be a princess, and that she did not want to have anyone's service. Grand Marshal Garithos, she heard her own voice. It sounded pitifully weak, so unlike what she remembered. If the man in front of her noticed it, he made no comment. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. May I ask why I have been brought before you? It was so easy to fall back into the decorum that she had been taught, despite her wearing a rotten leather tunic instead of a radiant silk dress. It was so easy to say what was expected of her, and what the Grand Marshal no doubt wanted to hear. You are the princess of Lord Aaron, and I serve at the royal family's pleasure. He said, and it was exactly what she had expected him to say. But you are undoubtedly tired after such a long journey, your highness. I have had a suitable house prepared for you, here in Dalaran, and my men will assure your safety. But I suppose that is not what you want to hear. I have heard that you have a husband, and a daughter. She felt her heartbeat quicken. Why yes. She heard her voice quiver. My daughter, Lian. Named after my mother. Did you find her? My husband. I am sorry, your highness. My men have discovered that your husband was killed in battle against the undead. He died defending Lord Aaron. Kalia felt her heart shatter. She weakly dropped to her knees, unable to maintain this farce any longer. She felt tears begin to fall, and she wailed and wailed, uncaring if anyone heard. Uncaring if the Grand Marshal would think less of her for it. It was just too much. Why? Why had this happened to her? How had the light allowed this to come to pass? Her father died. Her mother died. Her husband died. Was this punishment? Had she committed some sin she was unaware of? She wanted to die. She felt the dagger at her waist. She had never used a weapon before all of this. But she had learned quickly. It would be so easy. She could simply reach out for the dagger, and... She stopped. The Grand Marshal continued his words. But your daughter was found safe and unharmed, your highness. I can take you to her now, if you wish. She had assumed the worst. Her husband would have never abandoned their daughter. Amidst the darkness which clouded her mind, the words were a ray of light. Hope. Kalia stared up at the man, her eyes filled with tears. Her hands reached out of her own volition, and she grasped hold of the Grand Marshal's arms. Take me to her, she begged. Please. Kalia had been washed, clothed, and fed. It had been a week since she had arrived at Dalaran. And she had spent every moment of the last week with her daughter. Lian had grown so big in the past year. It filled her with sadness that she had been unable to watch her grow. She could even crawl, now. The maid said it would not be long before she began to take her first steps. The Grand Marshal had not visited. She had questioned it, and was told that he had marched east in order to fight against the undead. No doubt that, once he returned, he would begin to demand things of her. But that was fine. She would do anything as long as her daughter was kept safe. The Grand Marshal was wounded. His neck bore a nasty mark, black and vile. A dread lord, he said, when he noticed her gaze. One of the demons which leads the undead. I met him in battle, and slayed him. It will heal in a day or two, you need not worry. She took a seat in front of him. A meal had been prepared and placed on the table, but she did not feel inclined to eat. The Grand Marshal seemed to feel the same. I hope you have had no issues with your stay in Dalaran. He said. She hadn't. In fact, it had been the most pleasant week she had in the last few months. And I apologize for keeping your presence hidden from the rest of the army and not allowing you to wander. I wished to discuss with you first, and to settle important matters. I do not mind, truly. She said, I thank you for reuniting me with my daughter. I had never expected you to know of her. Her words were a statement, but also a question. Your mother confided in some of the royal guards, as a precaution. The Grand Marshal answered, after the fall of the capital, most amongst them who remained rallied to my banner. They were understandably eager to see your family brought to safety. Many of them feel that they have failed House Manethel. They had not failed her. They were the only reason she still lived. She wished to give her thanks to them. It was the least she could do. I see. She spoke. In the past week, her voice had regained some strength. The Grand Marshal had been quick to provide her with whatever she needed, including healers. What am I to do now? The Grand Marshal did not hesitate with his words. I wish to crown you as Queen of Lord Aaron. As she had expected. And feared. With the death of your father, you are the rightful heir. A coronation will be held, where all will all swear their fealty to you once more. You will be a symbol to rally around, and serve to legitimize our cause in the eyes of the rest of the Eastern kingdoms. She pursued her lips. A symbol. A thing to be used. Once, she had despised her father for seeing her as an object. She still remembered the nobleman de Valprester, who had attempted to convince her father to give him her hand in marriage. Her father had not hesitated once he saw the benefits, no matter what her personal feelings were. She had hated her father, back then. And what if I do not wish to be queen? She questioned the man in front of her, and she felt her voice tremble. What will you do then? What if I merely wish to flee alongside my daughter, and leave Lord Aaron to its fate? The man's eyes were steel, and his voice did not quiver or shake, as hers did. His words were not warm, but they were firm. Then I will allow you. The Grand Marshal said, and for whatever reason, she believed his words. You have suffered much. I do not begrudge you wanting peace. But know that you will be leaving your kingdom behind, and that your people will suffer from your absence. I swear to you that, should you be crowned queen, I will see Lord Aaron restored. I ask that you trust in me. I ask that you trust in your people, who even now fight in the name of Lord Aaron, against all manner of monsters and beasts. Men who even now hold faith in you and what Lord Aaron stands for. What could she say to that? Kalia wanted to be selfish. She wanted to deny him and flee. She wanted to hide. She wanted to be safe. But she could not do so if that safety was gained at the cost of her own people. Never. She took a deep breath, and, when she answered, it was not as the frightened woman she had become. She answered his request as Kalia Manethil, Princess of Lord Aaron. Then I shall be queen. Chapter 4. Some men would think that, with the construction of the Grey Main Wall, Gilneas had found itself completely cut off from the outside world. That could not be farther from the truth. How, exactly, is one supposed to isolate a kingdom as large as Gilneas? A griffin rider could simply fly above the wall, or around it. An experienced sailor could sail through Baradan Bay or the Great Sea, and land upon Gilneas' shores. As such, in one way or another, news from the outside world inevitably reached Gilneas and its citizens. It was impossible for Gilneas to not be aware of the undead plague, considering the countless refugees that had begun to gather at its closed gates. Many of the refugees are Gilneans, men and women who had remained in their villages following King Gen's decree of isolation. At the time, they had felt no need to leave their homes behind. That is why Darius Crowley had long since felt shame at his inaction. His own lands had been cut in half by King Gen's actions. His people had been thrown into danger. And he had done nothing. Despite the differences between Lord Aaron and Gilneas, all of humanity should have banded together against the undead. But King Gen had refused to act, no matter how much Darius attempted to sway him with his words. Lord Aaron should not have fallen. It is a sin that Gilneas will never be able to wash away. While countless struggle, King Gen sees fit to feast and dine within the safety of his wall. Safety earned with Lorduranian blood. Darius had done his best to aid the alliance, in whatever covert way he could. A year ago, he had sent a brigade to the young Jaina Proudmoore, to escort the countless refugees she had gathered beneath her banner. King Gen had ordered that no troops were to aid Lord Aaron, but he had never spoken of them going beyond the sea. His actions had been largely forgiven, though King Gen had swiftly ordered that no other expeditions were to be sent. Darius' actions had been closely watched for a time. Since he was unable to send soldiers, he had gathered fellow like-minded nobles, and began to send as many supplies as could be spared to the harbour of South Shore. His efforts were barely worth anything. His supplies were likely not enough. But it is the most he could do, lest he invite King Gen's wrath. The man had grown paranoid and easy to anger, seeing daggers in every shadow. The man knew well that many were furious at his inaction, but he did not do anything to quell that fury. In the darkest corners of his mind, Darius had even begun to consider rebellion. It would be so easy to gather his fellow Gilneans to his banner. But he did not wish to throw his kingdom into a civil war with the enemy at their gates. He would weaken his people moments before battle. He did not wish to be the cause for Gilneas' fall. But with each passing day, he became ever more certain that it was the only path that he could take. Rebellion would be the only way to break free of Gen Greyman's tyranny. Or, at least, that was what he believed, until one day Darius Crowley found himself being contacted by a fellow nobleman who endured outside of the wall. The nobleman, Lord Bennett, had seen fit to send him a message on behalf of the Grand Marshal Garithos. Darius knew well of Othmar Garithos. He was a man who had rallied together the remnants of Lord Aaron's army. Some in Gilneas disparagingly called him a warlord, but Darius had been unable to see nothing but a general who fought day after day for the sake of his people. After reading the letter sent by that man, Darius had been intrigued, to say the least. Darius Crowley had, occasionally, enjoyed gambling. There was something charming to simply rolling dice and allowing fate to decide how they would fall. But he had never truly staked anything important on his gambling. At times he had lost some coin, but as a nobleman, he was not exactly lacking in such. Never before had he gambled with a life. Or with the lives of so many. "Open the gates," he bellowed, staring challengingly at the guardsman. "Or I will force you to do so." It had been the work of a month. A month in order to gather, arm, and move an army without catching the attention of King Gen. If they had been discovered, Darius knew that execution would have been likely, and almost certain. His actions were a complete disregard of King Gen's commands, and tantamount to treason. But he couldn't care any longer. Not for a man too scared to act. Darius Crowley had, occasionally, enjoyed gambling. But he swore that, once this was done with, he would never again touch a pair of dice. Swaying others to his cause had proven as easy as he had expected. Even easier, truth be told. The grudges against King Greymane were many more than he had known. Dozens of nobles had pledged their support, and dozens more had decided to personally join his forces alongside their own men. Now, they found themselves at the wall of Gilneas. The last hurdle to their plan. Darius would have preferred to have placed some of his own men at the walls, to ease their passage, but King Gen personally oversaw the wall. And the king had ensured that all the guards were picked from amongst his best and most loyal troops. As it turns out, a man's loyalty is able to swiftly change when he is faced with his imminent death. The guardsmen had surrendered remarkably swiftly. It had been much easier than Darius had thought it would be, but perhaps they had simply not expected betrayal from within. He made sure he did not harm the men. They were simply doing their duties, and fellow Gilneans. As Darius ordered his men to open the gates, the large iron doors began to creak open. It was the first he recalled them ever doing so, ever since King Gen had ordered them closed. Gilneas had fallen into isolation. But, starting with this day, Darius would once again show his people that they did not need to fear the world outside of the wall. Darius rode forth, his men behind him. There were horsemen, infantry, artillery, and many supply wagons in their forces. Despite that, their march was an orderly one, something Darius took pride in, though he knew well that fighting would be far more challenging than taking a couple of steps. Some of the men that had joined him had barely any training, and the ones that had were mostly the personal forces of noblemen of Gilneas, ones who were more used to fighting as a small force than as a combined army. There is much he would have to do to turn them into an efficient fighting force. But, at the very least, they are united in human spirit and single purpose, if nothing else. Beyond the gates, he could see the refugees. They had taken to sleeping beneath the shadow of the wall, finding safety and comfort in it. An illusion of safety, but one that Darius hoped would never be dispelled. The undead had been stopped at the Silver Pine Forest, at least for now. And, light be willing, he would keep it that way. Forwards, men! Lord Darius Crowley shouted, we march until dusk. Darius had been to the Silver Lane Keep before. The Baron liked to host extravagant feasts fairly often. As Silver Lane was one of Darius' most important vassals, he had considered it ill-mannered to deny his invitations too frequently. In truth, he could not say it pained him to join the man's feasts. Pyrewood is a wealthy port city, and as its lord, Baron Silver Lane enjoyed its bounty. With the coming of the undead, a shadow seemed to have settled over the once bright and peaceful land. Darius was not entirely sure of their numbers, considering how rushed their departure had been. It had been necessary to sacrifice some aspects so as to avoid King Gen's discovery and wrath. But their host is significant. Considering their size, it was not long before they were approached by riders. Lord Darius! One rider shouted, and Darius was able to recognize his face. Commander Springvale, the man who led Baron Silver Lane's troops. It is a pleasure to see you once again. I had feared we might never come to meet again. Darius smiled. How long has it been? At least a year, and likely more than that. The days had blurred together ever since the wall had closed. It felt good to meet a familiar face. Commander Springvale. I'm glad to see you in good health. His eyes surveyed the men behind him, and he was able to instantly spot the tabard of Lord Aaron. I see that Grand Marshal Garithos has arrived. I shall not keep him waiting. Would you lead me into the keep? Certainly. His men had not all fit inside of the keep. Most of them had been forced to camp outside of its walls. As Darius discovered, another sizable force already occupied most of the free space. He saw many men of Lord Aaron as he walked through the courtyard. More than enough soldiers to be a match for his forces. He did not see weary faces upon them, or eyes that spoke of exhaustion. All of them were well rested and prepared, eager as could be. It assuaged some of his worries regarding the risks he had taken. Darius had kept to his side of the bargain, but he had sometimes feared that the Grand Marshal would not keep to his. It appeared that Othmar Garithos is a man of his word. He was guided into the keep by the commander, though he did not need it. He had visited often enough that he was familiar with its hallways and rooms. They found Baron Silverlane and the Grand Marshal at the main hall, engaged in discussion. As he entered, they turned to him. Lord Darius. The Baron was swift to greet, a smile upon his face. We meet once again. I had feared you would stay behind the wall of Gilneas until you grew grey and old. It was meant as a joke, he knew. But the words filled him with shame. Why had he waited so long to act? I am glad I am here at last, my friend. Darius said, and his eyes were quick to turn to the other man within the large hall. And I presume you to be the Grand Marshal. It is a pleasure to finally place a face to the name. He extended a hand. Garithos took it upon his own, and firmly shook it. I am indeed. I thank you for your trust, Lord Darius. Lesser men would not have accepted my request for aid, especially before even meeting me eye to eye. I assume there were no complications with your departure. None worth mentioning, Darius said, we are all part of the alliance. It may not be written in a parchment signed by the hand of kings, but it is in our hearts and souls. Once, we swore to aid one another. And I would have it be so once again. Your letter granted me the motivation I needed to finally ignore King Gen's orders. The Grand Marshal nodded. I would like to discuss further with you, but I suppose we must deal with the more urgent matters. You have brought your men, and I have brought mine. As I have informed you, I intend to strike against the undead of the Silver Pine Forest as soon as possible with our combined forces. And that was why Darius had risked it all. Ambermill and Pyrewood fought against the undead each and every day, struggling desperately to remain alive. In time, perhaps, they would be swallowed whole. Countless innocent would have perished. How could he possibly allow that? We will march tomorrow, once your men have rested. Our target is a graveyard deep in the woods. My scouts report that it has been turned into a den of undead, and it is from there that hordes arise daily. If we destroy it, Silver Pine should be safe for some time. At least until the enemy deems fit to gather their forces here for another assault. By the light. Darius knew well of the grave the Grand Marshal spoke of, how could he not? He remembered how, long ago, a dear friend of his had been buried there. He had died hunting, a terrible accident. To this day, he clearly remembered attending the man's funeral. And, now, it was more than possible that his friend walked amongst the dead, bereft of an eternal rest. It made his stomach churn. How vile is the enemy that such actions are commonplace. To think that so many had turned to the cult of the damned. It is despicable. Vile. Utterly unforgivable. I see. I will inform my officers to prepare accordingly. Darius said, swallowing down the bile which rose in his throat. If you are attempting to secure the west against enemy invasion, I assume that you intend to strike in the east. The Grand Marshal's lips curled into something that Darius would have dared to call a smile. We had long been powerless to act. Our forces had to remain in Dalaran in order to be ready for any attempts at invading the Hillsbrad foothills. With your aid, we no longer have to fear acting. Once this matter is dealt with, and Silver Pine secure, I intend to march for Stromgard. King Thoras and I have spoken, and he has agreed that it would be foolish to not aid each other. He is unable to aid us fully due to his own issues, which I intend to assist him with. It was a bold plan. Darius had heard of the plight of Stromgard. After the Second War, the once mighty kingdom struggled. It is said that the trolls and ogres had grown bolder in recent times, and the king of Stromgard had been busy putting down raid after raid into his lands. Darius opened his mouth, wishing to continue their plans, only to be interrupted by the doors of the hall slamming open. Some guards marched inside, their tabards a mix of the colors of Gilneas and Lord Aaron. A man was being dragged by them, struggling as he was pushed forward into the hall. Darius gazed at him and he paled. Oh, by the light, what the hell was he doing here? Prince Liam. He heard himself bellow, how, what? The words clogged his throat. This severely changed things. He had hoped that, if he proved victorious in his efforts against the undead, Jen Greymane would have been unable to touch him for fear of a massive rebellion. He would have returned a hero, and the king of Gilneas would have had to admit that staying behind the wall had been cowardice. But with his son seemingly taken away, Jen would have to act. There was no other possible choice he could take. It was too large of a challenge against his authority. The soldiers released the man. No, the boy. That's what Liam is. Lord Darius, one amongst their guards said, we found Prince Liam hidden in one of the supply wagons. It appears he sneaked on board before we departed from Gilneas. Darius heard laughter. He turned his head, and found Othmar Garithos's chest shaking, his laughter ringing through the hall. Ha! It seems Jen's son has more guts than he does. Is that the case, boy? Have you come to join our forces in order to fight against the undead? Darius felt his back stiffen. The Grand Marshal couldn't possibly be implying that. Yes, he heard a voice say. It was strong, resolute. He turned, and saw the young prince adjusting his disheveled clothes and hair. I will not leave my people to fight without me. I wish to aid you. Please. I left a letter to my father, I'm sure he is aware by now. I will cause you no issue. Allow me to fight for my people. The Grand Marshal turned to him, his eyes shining. What say you, Lord Darius? Will you allow the Crown Prince of Gilneas to join our cause? There was but one answer that Lord Darius Crowley could give. Chapter 5. Princess Kalia Manethil still lived. No. It is Queen Kalia now, Alexandros reminded himself once more. He pitied the poor girl. He could only imagine how much she had suffered during these past months. But she still lived. Lordaeron's royal line had not ended. Once, long ago, he had been present for Arthas Manethil's induction into the Silver Hand, in the Cathedral of Stormwind. He remembered that he had felt some pride at welcoming a new member to their order. Arthas was the first prince that had joined their order. How foolish they had all been. Arthas had proven himself to be a monster. We must not be far now, High Lord. Fairbanks rode at his side, and countless others rode behind them. Dalaran will soon be in sight. With King Terenaz dead, Kalia had been crowned queen. Alexanders had heard it was a rushed affair, but many prominent members of the Kirin Tor, the Church of the Holy Light, and whatever remains of Lordaeron's nobility had been present. As her first decree as queen, Kalia Manethil had named the Grand Marshal Othmar Garithos supreme commander of the alliance. A position not filled ever since the death of Anduin Lothar, and the noble sacrifice of Turalion, many years ago by now. As her second decree as queen, Kalia Manethil had ordered the Knights of the Silver Hand reformed, and word had been sent out throughout the eastern kingdoms that all paladins still worthy of that name were to gather underneath her banner. It had come as a shock to many, including Alexanders, that the queen still lived. Her decree, however, was even more shocking. He had been holding the Ashbringer in his hands when he heard the news. He and his companions had been preparing to set out from South Shore in order to finally begin their fight against the undead, only for the decree to halt their actions. Alexandros desperately wished to find his children. He had to find them. But as a paladin, he could not deny the call to arms that he had heard. He could not be so selfish. How many others had been separated from their children? The Knights of the Silver Hand had discussed for an entire night at the inn where they rested. Argued, even. But, in the end, they had decided to heed the Queen's calling. I dislike that we are being placed under the Grand Marshal's command. The man is racist, and only came by his position through happenstance. He heard Fairbanks complain. Despite being a priest of the Holy Light, he had never kept his words sacred. It is one of the reasons Alexandros valued his advice so highly. You would make for a better commander. I hope we can convince the Queen to see such. Othmar Garithos rallied the remnants of the royal army, Alexandros told the man, as he had so many times before. He has been a competent leader so far, and he even managed to rescue the Queen. You are free to think as you please, but you should hold your tongue once we arrive in Dalaran. We are to make allies, not enemies. They continued writing. The city was in better condition than he had expected. Dalaran had been besieged many times by now, Alexandros knew. But it appeared the mages were quick to repair damages that it suffered. Even now, he could see and hear the magic at work, as the Kirin Tor repaired walls and rebuilt buildings. It was only a small part of the city that had been restored. Elsewhere, even from a distance, he could see that damage remained. But perhaps, in time, and with dedication, little trace would remain of the undead's actions. He could only hope it would be so. Gilneas. He heard Fairbanks mutter as they neared. Amidst the flags waving proudly above the walls, it was hard to miss the black banner of the isolated kingdom. I had not heard of such a thing. Has King Jen finally grown some balls? Alexandros would have chastised him, but, as their party neared, they were swiftly approached by a party of riders. Hail! A woman at the head of the riders said. Alexandros immediately recognized her. And so did she recognize him. Hi Lord Alexandros? Is that you? Lady Blaumu, Alexandros greeted. He felt a smile rise upon his face. It is good to see that you are still alive. It gladdens me to see so many of my comrades still standing and fighting against the undead. You have joined Queen Kalia, then? The lady nodded. I thought that I might find others like me here, and it seems I was right. I had been fighting in the East Weald, rescuing whoever I could, but I came to Dalaran as soon as I heard the news. Come, let me lead you to the Lord Garithos. I'm sure he will be pleased that you have arrived. Alexandros followed. He heard the voices as he approached. We've managed to hold them at the Arivas. The undead nearby are scattered and wander aimlessly, though I cannot see the reason for such. It puts me at unease, but I will immediately notice if they begin to gather into a sizable fighting force. Based on what I know, I don't foresee us struggling to maintain our ground for at least 2 months. That is how much time I can give you, Garithos. After that time, my men will have to either march forward towards the capital, or retreat back to Ambermill. The first voice was strong, yet untouched by the ravages of age. It was not familiar in the slightest to Alexandros. That is enough. A second voice spoke. As the Lady Blauma marched into the tent, Alexandros followed, Fairbanks at his side. The first thing he saw as he entered was a tall man, a mustache upon his lips, and confidence in his words. He leaned upon a table that he scanned with tired eyes. Give me 2 months, and I will gather an army strong enough to face the undead. For now, we will. The man stopped. As he entered, Alexandros felt all within the tent turn towards him. Supreme Commander Garithos, Blaumua said, I present High Lord Alexandros Morgraine, current acting commander of the Knights of the Silver Hand. He had not requested the title he had been given. But the duty had been placed upon his shoulders nonetheless. Isolene, Abbe and Dis, Doan, and Fairbanks. One and all, they had told him that he was the one who should lead them against the undead. They said that they needed a figure to rally around. Alexanders firmly believed that there are men more apt than him to lead the Silver Hand. Unfortunately, his fellow paladins had disagreed. And he was unable to deny them. Not when they continued to insist upon it. If only Uther still lived. Greetings. He greeted, the Knights of the Silver Hand have heard the call of Queen Kalia. We have come to serve Lord Aaron, as we had before. I would place myself under your command, Supreme Commander Garithos. It was uncomfortable for him to call the man such. The title of Supreme Commander had been reserved for great men, men such as Anduin Lothar and Turalion. From what he had heard of him, Othmar Garithos was not a man of their same making. It was why he had been reluctant to join his forces, and had intended to act independently. But perhaps he was mistaken. He had heard rumors, but rumors were often unreliable. There must be a reason as to why Queen Kalia had seen fit to grant him such a position. High Lord. Garithos spoke at last, I had been expecting your arrival for days now. I am glad to see that you have finally joined us. Lord Aaron and Queen Kalia can certainly use your might and wisdom in these dangerous times. The words were spoken in a friendly tone, but Alexandros could hear the warning within. His presence at South Shore had not gone unnoticed. He bowed his head. I apologize, Supreme Commander Garithos. I was attempting to reorganize the remnants of the Silver Hand. I am happy to say that what remains of our forces are now at your command. Excellent. Garithos did not miss a beat in answering him, and his words seemed to gain some genuine warmth. I know exactly where you and your paladins could be of use. You are familiar with Andorhal and its surroundings, correct? I believe you once lived near the city. If we intend to take back the capital from the hands of the undead, we must secure a path towards it. I want you to head for the Chillwind Pass. You are to clear the surroundings of Andorhal and Caerdero from the undead, and to establish a forward camp. Alexandros felt a weight lifting from his chest. When he gazed at him, Garithos' eyes were knowing. Alexandros silently thanked him. The man surely knew of his fears. If he were to head to Andorhal, it would be a simple matter to search his home. His house is less than a day's ride from the ruined city. Searching it could even be considered as doing his assigned duty. Understood, Supreme Commander. There is something else. Garithos' gaze turned back towards the table. Spread across it was a map, and it was upon this map that one of his fingers fell. He tapped down upon a city, once, twice. Here, in the city of Hearthglen. Some of our scouts have reported that a large number of survivors have been able to keep the undead away. They are led by Knights of the Silver Hand, though I do not know who their leader is. If you are able to contact them, do so. They could prove invaluable when the time comes to take Andorhal. And, no doubt, his children could be amongst those who had gathered there. Garithos did not say the words, but Alexandros heard him nonetheless. It filled him with pride that his fellow paladins still fought on, protecting the innocent as much as they could. Alexandros looked at the map, drawn by the Supreme Commander's gesture, and he saw the notes that had been written upon its margins. The plans that had been drawn. And, he swiftly realized Garithos' intentions. You intend to cut Lord Aaron into two. It was with some disbelief that Alexandros spoke. Should they manage to take Andorhal and connect with Hearthglen, it would be a simple matter to secure the bridges across the Thondroil River. Garithos made a noise of agreement. Into east and west, yes. Much of the bulk of the undead remain in the Eastweald still. If we build defenses at the river before they are able to react, we will manage to halt the passing of any large gathering of undead. Garithos' plan was pure madness. The undead outnumber them severely. It would be a hard-fought victory. And a hard-fought defense against any assault. But, if they were to succeed. My apologies. I was so eager to discuss our plans that I seem to have forgotten to introduce you to our other commanders. This is Lord Darius Crowley, of the Kingdom of Gilneas. He has brought a significant force to. Garithos spoke, and Alexandros attempted to listen to his words. But he found himself somewhat distracted. For the first time since the plague had begun, Alexandros felt some hope at reclaiming Lord Aaron. Chapter 6. Vashoy felt conflicted. I know of your master, Naga. She had not expected events to develop in this manner. I know of his goals and wants. Of what he most desires. All of her life, she had served. First, she served Asherah. Her beautiful queen, wise and powerful. It was Asherah that had built the greatest empire the world had ever seen. And I know what he has commanded you to do. Now, she serves Illidan. A man shackled by his past actions and deeds, no matter how much he refused to accept the guilt and anger he feels. But, I wonder. Do you know that your master has been captured? It is a pity. Mayev Shadowsong chased him across worlds, and will imprison him once more. This time, perhaps, until eternity's end. She had been ordered to gather allies to aid her master. He had said he needed strong soldiers and generals in order to see his plans come to fruition. She had deemed the Blood Elves to be suitable. She had intended to use them to bolster Illidan's might. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be. Let us make a deal, you and I. Your master's goals are not so misaligned with my own that I cannot see reason. We shall aid one another. Carefully listen to what I am about to say, Naga. All of her plans had been shattered by the visit of one man. He had stood before her, unafraid, and began to speak of things that he had no right knowing. That he should never have possibly been able to know. Go to Outland. Go to your master. Go, and do as I have told you to do. Farewell, Vashoy. I hope you prove wise enough to listen. She had walked through the portal in Dalaran, feeling her spine tingle with unease. Othmar Garithos is not as simple a man as he pretended to be. Outland is a world torn apart by the Burning Legion. Vashoi would never have come here willingly, if duty did not demand it of her. This land would one day turn into nothing but rocks drifting aimlessly through the twisting nether. She doubted there was anything valuable to be found here. The human, Garithos, had been right. As soon as she had crossed the portal, she had found herself in a land that burned red. The Hellfire Peninsula, he had called it. With every day that passed, the wisdom of his words proved invaluable. This land is inhospitable, and Vashoi and her Naga were quick to discover that danger laid in every single corner. Eventually, they found the road of bones and skulls, as he had said they would. It was hard to miss. At the end of that road, they found the towering citadel of the orcs. As he had said he would. How did he know all of this? The question tore at her. She thought of it day after day, and was unable to find an answer. What she did find was that she had no choice but to trust his words. His information had proven invaluable. Her master would be pleased. Even if the price she had sworn to pay would be costly. She found her allies exactly where he had promised they would be. She observed them from afar, from atop the peak of a mountain. They are strong. Incredibly so. Vashoi firmly believed she would stand no chance, were they to battle one another. But Garithos had said they would be willing to assist her, no matter what Vashoi personally thought. She would have to risk her own life. Await my return here, she spoke to those who had followed her to this dreary place. If I do not return after a day, you are to depart and search for Lord Illidan. Rescue him at all costs. Then, she slithered forward, her bow at her side. As she approached the structure of stone and steel, she made certain that she was in sight of their watchers. She could have avoided their gaze, perhaps. But why would she? Perhaps her feigned confidence made them hesitate, for they did not attack her. The few orcs and demons that had dared to approach the structure had been blown to smithereens or pierced through by arrows before they were able to come close to it. Thankfully, she did not suffer such a fate. Vashoi stopped before the wide and strong gates of the fortress. And she spoke as the human had told her to. Sons of Lothar, she greeted the humans, elves, dwarves, and gnomes. I have come to bargain with you. She waited for a moment. Nothing happened. The watchers upon the walls of the fortress did not answer. She opened her mouth once more, and it happened in the blink of an eye. She heard the roar of thunder. She felt a warm and gentle breeze wash over her face. Involuntarily, she flinched back. In front of her, a man stood. His hair was white, and his face was aged. He carried a staff upon one of his hands, and his eyes stared down at her sternly. Vashoi felt it as soon as she had gazed at him. If she challenged this man, she would die. She held no doubts about it. If this man wished to kill her, there was nothing she could do. Who are you? The man demanded. No, do not answer. First, let us go inside. The others should be present for this. Know that my name is Kadger. As long as you do not attempt any nefarious deeds, I will assure your safety within our halls. Behind the man, the gates of what Othmar Garithos had called honor hold slowly began to creak open. It had taken a full day to finally sway the sons of Lothar to her side. Most of that time had been spent answering questions, and quelling their doubts. Garithos' words were used frequently during this time. She told them all that she knew, and they had eagerly listened to her every word. Much had changed since these warriors had last been to their home world, and they seemed desperate for information. Vashoi watched as their faces filled with disbelief when she explained how Lord Aaron fell. She saw how they trembled in anger when she mentioned the Burning Legion had invaded once more, regardless of their sacrifice. And she smiled when their eyes filled with resolve. I have no choice but to believe your words, said Danath Trollbane, who she had learned was the leader of this expedition. He had been most eager to learn about the human kingdom of Stromgard, and had been extremely pleased to learn it still stood. I have no doubts that you have come here for a reason. Speak it, then. Our goals are the same. She answered, we both wish for the destruction of the Burning Legion. I have a master. His name is Illidan Stormrage, and he has been attempting to destroy the Burning Legion since before you and your men were born. He has been captured and imprisoned by his enemies. I would like your assistance in rescuing him. The man did not react overtly to her words, which she assumed to be a good sign. And, in return, you would lead us back towards our world. Kadger spoke out his thoughts, one of his hands rubbing at his chin. That would be a fair bargain. But I can sense there are things you're not telling us. She hesitated. Eventually, she decided that their aid was more valuable than whatever doubts she held. My master is not yet aware of my actions. He could accept your help, or he could deny it. I am not entirely certain. There are also other deals I wish to make with you, but I must discuss them with my master first. There was silence. She feared they would not accept. Then, Danath Trollbane and Kadger exchanged glances for a brief moment. Very well. We shall set out at once, said Danath Trollbane. The sons of Lothar shall aid you in this. But know that if you betray us, we will stop at nothing to bring you the end you deserve. She felt the tension drain out of her, replaced by relief. Everything was going as Garithos had said it would. It terrified Vashoy. She wanted to question how, and she wanted to know why. Perhaps, one day, she would learn. For now, she consoled herself by feeling a burden lift from her shoulders. As I told you before, I have my own forces nearby. I must inform them of our alliance. Does one amongst you wish to accompany me? Kadger answered confidently, and without fear. Chapter 7. The army of Stromgard gathered beneath the shadow of Thoradin's wall. All the men who were not necessary for the defense of the capital, or of other important locations, had been gathered into a single force. It was the bulk of Stromgard's warriors, a display of might and power to all who bore witness to it. It is a pitiful display, Galen thought to himself. If he were feeling charitable, he would have said that this army contained Stromgard's finest. But he was not feeling particularly kind today. The army that his father had managed to scramble together was nothing compared to what Stromgard had once been. Before the Second War, they had been mighty. Before the arrival of the orcs, their strength had been unquestionable. Each and every one of the eastern kingdoms had feared their warriors. Even Lord Aaron. Now, they are nothing. Mere remnants of the glorious sight they had once been. Galen knew it was intentional. It had to be. Lord Aaron had used them against the orcs, eager to see Stromgard's edge blunted. His father deluded himself by thinking otherwise. They had set camp for 2 days when the scouts finally reported that their guests were approaching. Galen watched from above Thoradin's masterwork as countless banners waved proudly in the wind, as steel plates reflected the sun's rays and blinded all who gazed upon their approach. He was not sure of how many he saw coming from beyond the horizon. Thousands. Perhaps tens of thousands. He had thought Lord Aaron was lying in ruins, broken and shattered beyond repair by the undead plague. Perhaps Galen had been wrong. Greetings, King Thoras. The man at their very front said, as he jumped down from his steed. Galen was immediately able to recognize who he was due to the distinct mustache the man wore upon his face. I apologize for the delay. I had to make a short visit to South Shore to settle some important affairs. Lord Garithos. His father's voice was devoid of any warmth, but Galen was able to notice the grudging respect in his tone. Respect that his father showed to few men. I welcome you to Stromgard. Despite our differences, I am glad to see that we still stand united against our enemies. Galen gritted his teeth until his jaw began to hurt. He watched and listened as the so-called Supreme Commander and his father began to converse, uncaring of those around them. He had been so close. So close. He had already managed to sway some of the nobility to his side, and all else would have soon fallen into place. Why did they have to come now? A month? Maybe 2 months. That would have been enough. If he had been given just that bit more time, he would have been king in his father's place. Stromgard would finally have the ruler it deserved. It infuriated him. It was maddening beyond reason to see his plans being torn to shreds right before he succeeded. It had taken so much effort to motivate the ogres and trolls into working together. Now, it had all been for nothing. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. He shouldn't be losing his calm like this. It had not been for nothing. He could still salvage the situation. He must. And this is Galen Trollbane, my son. He is not much of a warrior, unfortunately, but he has proven himself skilled in other matters. His father's voice pulled him out of his thoughts, and Galen noticed that the 2 men had turned their attention towards him. Othmar Garithos' blue eyes stared at him, his face looking as though it had been carved from stone. But, deep within his gaze, Galen could see a sliver of contempt arising. Galen immediately hated the bastard. They were all the same. Simply because he had not been gifted with strength of arms, they belliked and laughed at him at every turn. No matter how smart he proved himself, or how much he attempted to be useful, they refused to accept him. In Stromgard, success is deeply tied to one's martial prowess. All else is useless. No matter how much Galen wished it were not so. It is a pleasure to meet you, Prince Galen. Garithos extended a hand forward, and Galen was swift to take it. He had to maintain appearances. He forced a smile to rise to his lips. I hope we can work together for the betterment of humanity. Of course. If you have anything you need, please, do tell me. I will do my best to assist you in any way I can. He made sure that his voice appeared confident and friendly enough. This arrangement would be temporary, he swore that to himself. He merely needed to wait until they departed. When that happened, he could resume his actions. I thank you for coming to our assistance. Since the introductions are done, let us proceed to what truly matters. His father's tone was strong. Proud. Even in the circumstances Galen had placed him in, he refused to bow or beg for aid. Fool! It would be the death of him. You have sworn to give your assistance to us, and I have taken it into consideration. My men are already prepared for a long march. How quickly can you prepare for combat? We are already prepared. My men are well rested and ready to march. What do you propose? When Othmar Garithos' eyes were finally torn away from Galen to answer his father, he felt his shoulders relax. It made him grit his teeth once more, until he could hear them grinding against one another. He had been tense. For what reason? He had no need to fear the man. Very well. I will trust you know your own men's limits. To the north of here, a few hours away, there is an ogre encampment. I have been intending to strike at it for weeks now, but I was always drawn away by other matters. We will use it as a whetstone to test our forces, and see how well we work together. The sun still hangs high in the sky, Garithos noted, let us march. We can speak more on the way. Galen is not a warrior. He had never been one, and he never would be, no matter how much his father attempted to force him. The Trollbane royal family had long been renowned for their strength and prowess. King after king of Stromgard had been blessed with their ancestors' flowing red locks and green eyes, as well as his talents for warfare. For generation after generation it had been so. The blood of Igneous ran strong in their veins, and they had grown to be deeply respected by the people of Stromgard. Galen is not a warrior. The first of his lines in recent memory to not choose that path. That fact could not be overstated enough. To his father, he is a disappointment. To his people, he is a sign of Stromgard's failing strength and dwindling prestige. Was it any wonder that he wanted to see his father dead and his people forced to beg for forgiveness after such a mistreatment? For all of his life, he had endured. But there are limits to a man's endurance. His plan had been simple. Through subterfuge, he had managed to draw the ire of their ancient enemies, the trolls, and their most recent problem, the ogres. He had attempted to drag the syndicate into the fight as well, but so far they had proven reluctant. A pity. Once he had assembled their enemies, Galen would let his father deal with the brunt of their advance. To Galen's chagrin, despite his father's simple mind, there was no denying that Thora's Trollbane is gifted in matters of war. He was a necessary part of Stromgard, at least for now. But, once their enemies had dwindled in number, Galen would have killed his father, taken the throne, and finished what he had started. He would be seen as the king who had brought peace to Stromgard. It would have been so simple to take all the glory to himself, and see his people hail as a savior. It would be so simple to finally be respected and loved, as he had desired for so long. Hold the line. One officer bellowed, and Galen desperately raised his shield, unable to care about how tired his arms felt. Come now, men, you are facing ogres, not dragons. Stand strong. He did not know why he had been placed upon the front lines, but he had a few suspicions. His father likely wanted him to prove himself to their new allies. What a fool his father is. Galen felt anger brew inside his chest. If Galen died, it wouldn't matter whether or not he had shown valor in the battlefield. He was so distracted at his thoughts and so lost in his anger that he hardly saw the men around him beginning to withdraw. It took him a few moments to hear the shouts over the cacophony of the battle around him. Prince Galen! Withdraw! He heard the officer shout. The men who had been around him seemed to have disappeared, and he was left alone in the front lines. Galen! Back! Now! Galen stared forwards, and found himself face to face with a boulder fist ogre. Its blue skin cracked in places, and he could almost smell its rotten breath. It stood taller than two men placed atop one another, the beady black eyes placed upon its head staring down at him. The ogre did not carry any weapon that Galen could see. It did not need it. Galen watched as its fist smashed down upon his shield, and he felt as his body was driven down into the ground. He gasped for breath, feeling his ribs creak as his arm was pushed against his chest. He desperately attempted to raise his spear, attempting to find his footing in the mud below him, only for it to be knocked aside with a wave of the beast's hand. Another blow soon came, and Galen felt something crack. He felt pain. To the prince. He heard, distantly, quickly, now. Save him. Even as the words rang out, one fist was raised once more. The ogre's face twisted into something resembling a smile, its yellowed teeth showing through its fat lips. Galen closed his eyes as he saw it coming down upon him. Damn it, boy. He opened them once more, and saw a red cape flowing freely, battered by the wind. Upon it, a closed, gauntlet fist. In front of him, holding the ogre at bay, a man stood. His father. Almost too quickly for Galen's eyes to follow, he struck the ogre, and the beast roared, rearing back, its skin cut open and profusely bleeding. His father did not relent, and he did not hesitate. He jumped, crossing the distance between man and monster in a split second. Trollcaler was driven into the ogre's skull, piercing deeply, until it erupted from out of the back of the ogre's head. The beast gurgled, gave one last, pitiful moan, and collapsed upon its back. Galen heard distant cheers and bellows. He saw as men walked past him, spears pointing towards the enemy ahead of them. He felt his body being raised from the ground, and he heard his father's words. "You are meant to be king after me." The man roared angrily, and Galen was sure everyone in the battlefield heard him. He was barely able to keep conscious through the pain. "And you cannot even deal with a common ogre. Begone. Leave the battlefield. You two, carry him to the backlands and find him a priest." And, just like that, Galen's father turned and marched away. Galen felt so much hate for his father at that moment. He almost wished he could kill him then and there, the consequences be damned. Before he could think much more than that, Galen felt his eyes close, and he soon drifted into unconsciousness. The soldiers around the camp said that their forces had worked together wonderfully. There were many veterans amongst the soldiers that Stromgard had assembled. Many still remembered when they had fought side by side with Lord Aaron and the Alliance. And many still remembered the training they had undergone beneath Anduin Lothar and his generals. It was almost as though they were falling back into old habits, some around the camp had boasted. When Galen awoke, it was in an empty tent. After questioning a guard outside, he was told that he had been healed and brought back to his quarters. Hours had passed since the battle had ended. He felt some hunger, and even considered simply going back to sleep, as exhausted as he was. But he needed to know what their plans were. The guards had mentioned that, fortunately, the officers of the army had yet to gather. He had awoken at just the correct time to join them. That is how he found himself at another tent, much larger than his own. As the guards outside of it bowed their heads at him, he could hear faint voices coming from within. "Our casualties are barely worth mentioning. Only a few soldiers were unfortunate enough to die before a priest could reach them. I mourn every death, but it is undeniable that this battle was a tremendous success. Your warriors fought well, King Thoras." Garithos spoke, his voice quiet. Galen struggled to hear it, and only barely recognized it. Not as well as I had expected. But there is some pride to be found in this victory. You, boy. You're Jen's son, aren't you? Never thought I would see you here. Galen's father laughed. "I heard you cut down one of their wretched mages. Well done. Thank you, King Thoras." A new voice spoke. It was youthful, but it showed evident happiness. Galen was unable to recognize it. Before he could hear more, he was forced to walk into the tent, the guards having started to gaze strangely towards him. He was barely out of their sight when he felt even more eyes turned to him. Some of the men within the headquarters he recognized as officers and nobles of Stromgard, but others appeared to be the men of Othmar Garithos. "Father," he greeted. "I apologize for the absence." The man hardly seemed to care about him, merely letting out a grunt of acknowledgement. Take a seat." Galen found himself dismissed. As though he was unimportant, and as though he had not nearly died. He was unsure what he had expected. Perhaps that his father had worried about him? Perhaps he had taken a blow to the head during the battle. He should have known better by now. He took a seat silently, as his father had ordered, and the discussion swiftly resumed. "This victory has proven we can work together," Garithos said, "so there is little reason to delay much longer. I am sure you are aware of the locations of your enemies. I intend to strike at them as quickly as possible. I cannot afford to stay in Stromgard for too long." "That is fine," his father agreed easily, and his tone seemed much warmer than it had been previously. "With your aid, we will be able to squash them like the bugs they are. The ogres will be first, I suppose. They are nearer than the trolls. They gather at a location named Boulder Gore, brazenly attacking the nearby roads and farms. I don't imagine them to be much of a threat to our gathered forces." The discussion continued for some time. Galen had hoped to find something he could use, anything at all to sway matters in his advantage. But he was unable to. By the time the meeting was dismissed, he found himself pacing restlessly in his chambers. Galen needed to do something. He could not allow his plans to fail. Things were proceeding far too well, and far too quickly. If he did not intervene. Garithos himself had admitted that their time is limited, and thus. An idea surged in his mind. One that he needed to implement immediately. He went for his desk, grabbing a piece of parchment and a quill. He began to write down everything he needed, and then sealed the letter with wax. Hopefully, it would be enough. He called for his most loyal subordinate to come. He could not entrust the task to anyone else. Galen had been swaying others to his cause for years now, but had rarely succeeded. Most were too afraid of his father to be willing to support him. But he had gained some faithful allies from all of those failures. "My prince," Lieutenant Valorkal greeted as he entered Galen's tent, having been brought to him by a guard. "I am glad to see that you are uninjured. When I heard that you were wounded in battle, I feared for your life. For what reason have you summoned me?" At least some amongst Stromgard still worry about him, even if his father does not. Galen chuckled bitterly, and answered the man. I need you to send a message for me. Galen waved the letter in his hand. You will ride out during the night, and deliver this letter to the ogres at Boulder Gore. It is a matter of utmost importance. Very well, my prince. If that is your bidding, I shall do so. I have some men who can cover for my absence. Valorcal seemed to hesitate for a moment, but eventually nodded in acceptance. Is there anything else you require of me, my prince? No, Galen smiled, somewhat relieved. He would never give up. Never. His father would pay, and he would be king. No matter the cost. You are dismissed. Ride swiftly, Lieutenant. The man bowed, turned on his heel, and departed from the tent. Galen had only silence as company once more. He sighed, suddenly feeling exhausted, and soon found himself falling upon his bed. A small comfort that, as a prince, such a luxury was afforded to him, even in times of war. Galen's eyes closed, and he allowed sleep to claim him. He was awoken by the sound of footsteps. His tent flap was torn open, and men marched inside. Swords were worn openly on their hands. It took Galen a few moments for his mind to process what he was seeing. By the time he was able to, it was too late. He found his mouth being gagged by a piece of cloth, and his hands tied behind his back by thick rope. Soon, he was being dragged through the camp, more than 20 knights escorting him. He did not understand what was happening. But once he did, he began to struggle. The soldiers around the camp gazed at him as he passed, and soon fell into hushed conversations. It was a matter of minutes before he was kneeling before two men. They hardly seemed to notice his arrival. The guards took barely a moment to remove his gag before they hurriedly withdrew. I am sorry, King Thoras. Othmar Garithos said, as he lay back upon his wooden chair. But the proof we have found is conclusive. Impossible. Galen's father was not sitting, as Garithos was. He paced restlessly across the tent. He is my son. He would never do such a thing. I have the letter he wrote just last night in my hand. The lieutenant has given his testimony as well. I am sure that, should we question the nobles he mentioned, we will find even more evidence of his deeds. Your son has betrayed us all. As Alterac once did. Galen's father seemed to stop at those words, his shoulders trembling in anger, and his breathing harsh. His eyes restlessly moved from Garithos' face, to the walls of the tent, to the ground, to the ceiling, until his father saw him. Galen! He bellowed, his steps thundering as he approached. He knelt in front of him, and his hands firmly fell upon his shoulders, gripping so tightly that it hurt. Tell me it is not true. Tell me. These are serious accusations that Garithos has brought before me. You have to explain yourself. Speak, my son. His father babbled on and on. It was the first time Galen had seen him so openly lose his composure. Galen's eyes swept past him, and met with Garithos' own. There was that sliver of contempt that he had seen. It had been present during their first meeting, it had been present when they had spoken of the aftermath of the battle, and it was present now. The man was utterly relaxed, comfortably sitting as he watched Galen's father demean himself. Galen felt himself laugh. It erupted involuntarily, and without mercy. His father stopped his mutterings as he heard it. He had known from the start, didn't he? Galen had never stood a chance. It is true, he said. It is all true. I hate you. I despise you. I do not wish you had died long ago, simply because I want to kill you with my own hands, eventually. You are a sorry excuse for a father, and a shame of a king. There was silence. Galen did not feel inclined to speak any longer. His father's expression twisted. He saw sadness and disbelief. He saw denial and disgust. And, finally, he saw anger. Why you? His father's voice was low in tone. It felt dangerous. Galen relished every moment of the following words. You are an abomination. You never should have been born. You have wanted for nothing all your life, and all I asked was that you give your all in defense of Stromgard. I don't even know what to feel. You are no longer my son. I will make sure that you will never again see the light of day. The only reason I am not killing you right now is that, light be good, I will not give you pleasure of making me a kinslayer as well. Guards! He heard his father bellow, as he stood once more. But his posture was not as unshaken as he made it out to be. Take him away and put him in a cell. From this day forth, Stromgard has no crown prince. Galen laughed as he was dragged across the floor. The last thing he saw was Othmar Garithos standing from his seat. He placed a hand upon his father's shoulder, and began to whisper in his ear. Chapter 8. Sally was not certain she should be in this hall. But Lord Garithos had insisted that she be present. She could hear soft music, the roaring of warm hearths, and the sound of loud conversations. At one table of the hall, she saw King Thoras Trollbane raising the cup in his hand high. With a loud cheer, the warriors around him raised theirs in turn. The king's face was already red like a cherry, but he showed no signs of stopping his drinking spree. Prince Liam, sitting at the king's side, was a stark contrast. Already, he had laid down his head upon the table, and seemed to be fighting the urge to vomit. The poor boy had been challenged by King Thoras into a drinking contest, and was barely able to put up a fight. She felt rather sorry for him, but Sally could not deny that it had been entertaining to watch. At another table, she saw the elves. When Sally had been but a little girl, she had heard tales from her mother about how they are a noble people, not beholden to the vices of lesser men. After this night, she had the sneaking suspicion that her mother had lied to her. Just after the feast had begun, Magister Romoth had driven Lord Darius Crowley into a stupor after he drank 5 whole bottles of wine. Now, hours later, the Magister still showed no signs of stopping. Sally firmly believed that he had to be using magic, somehow. Perhaps he was turning the wine into water before it entered his mouth? She could see no other explanation for his supernatural endurance. There were others, scattered here and there. Dwarves and gnomes were lesser in number, but they too were present and celebrating. But the one who drew the most attention amongst all those in the hall was none other than Queen Kalia herself. She sat atop a wooden throne, in a dais that allowed all to see her. For the entire night, the queen had hardly a moment's rest. Noblemen and military officers alike bowed and scraped at her feet, their long-winded words and speeches saying remarkably little of worth. Sally had not seen the queen eat or drink anything during the entire feast. By now, she should surely be starving. Those gathered in this hall are heroes. Men and women who had fought to defend Lord Aaron against the advance of the dead. Sally did not feel worthy of being in the same hall as them. For the first time since their campaign had started, Lord Garithos had given them leave to enjoy a feast. To celebrate all the victories they have achieved so far, he had said. With their efforts to restore peace in the kingdom of Stromgard succeeding, the land routes with the dwarves had been opened once again, and the alliance was no longer so desperate for supplies that it had to count every single piece of bread. Lord Garithos had told Sally they could afford the expense, considering how much it would improve morale. Involuntarily, she felt her gaze once more turn to the man at her side. He was not wearing the armor that she had grown accustomed to seeing him in. For once, Othmar Garithos was clad in clothes of fine make as befit a man of his power and status. Still, she couldn't help but to notice that while everyone around her enjoyed themselves, he still carried the same frown upon his face that he always did. It upset Sally. Even on this joyous occasion, Lord Garithos would not allow himself to be free of his burdens. After a moment's hesitation, she took the flagon of wine upon the table into both of her hands and spoke to him. "Would you like some wine, Lord Garithos?" She attempted to give him her best smile, as his eyes turned to her. "It would go a long way to easing your worries." For a moment, Lord Garithos' gaze remained unfocused, as though he were somewhere far away. But soon, it sharpened. "White mane," he spoke, in the same commanding tone that he always used. At first, she was frightened of the tone he used. But it was somewhat comical to learn that Othmar Garithos simply didn't know how else to speak to others. "Yes, I suppose you are right." With his acceptance, she raised herself from her seat and took his empty silver cup. Thankfully, as she poured the wine, she managed to avoid spilling a single drop. It would have been dreadful if she embarrassed herself in front of him. She extended the cup towards him, and, for the briefest moment, their hands touched one another's. The man hardly seemed to notice as he brought the cup to his lips and took a small sip, but Sally felt a tingle go down her spine. She sat down once again. "We are celebrating, Lord Garithos." She may be somewhat overstepping her boundaries, but Sally felt the urge to speak nonetheless. "You were the one who gave the order to arrange the feast. And yet you've placed yourself here, in a far corner of the hall, and you continue to worry while others enjoy themselves. I have personally witnessed how hard you work. You are just as deserving of rest as they all." She paused her speech as she saw a man approaching them with hurried steps. Despite Lord Garithos having placed himself out of the way of the festivities, that did not stop those in the hall from coming to him. Most were fairly sensible, and only visited quickly in order to wish him well. Some others lingered for longer, and only made themselves scarce after making the Supreme Commander agree to a private meeting. There was a third type, however. The ones which most annoyed her. The sort of men that were unable to read the mood of the hall in the slightest, and arrived only to bring up dreary topics that brought down Lord Garithos' mood. Sally was able to tell which group the man in front of her belonged to as soon as he opened his mouth. "Supreme Commander Garithos," the man bowed his head nervously. He had straight black hair which fell to his shoulders, and a small goatee upon his chin. He was thin. Unnaturally so. His clothes, although of fine make, hung off his frame. It was as though the man had recently starved. A sight not at all uncommon these days, to Sally's dismay. "My name is Weldon Barav. I am sorry for the abruptness, but I have heard that you are planning to bring justice to those who dwell in Caer Darrow. As I'm sure you are aware, I was able to barely escape the massacre that took place, and I am thus the rightful heir to the estate. I have come here to request that. The man continued speaking without interruption for at least a minute, frequently mentioning his rights as a vassal of Queen Kalia, often swearing to do his duty as soon as his estate was returned to him, and altogether rambling about the injustice that his family had suffered at the hands of the cult of the damned. It was only after that long minute that Lord Garithos saw fit to speak. What an interesting tale. The silver cup was placed down upon the table, and Sally saw the corner of Lord Garithos' lips turn up slightly. But I must admit I am somewhat confused. I had heard far different versions of the events that you mention. In the version I had heard, your family welcomed the cult of the damned into its halls, having been led astray by a foolish desire for power. I heard that you left behind your family once the cult inevitably turned upon you, and I heard that you were as much of an accomplice to the cult's deeds as the rest of your family. I think my version of events is far more interesting than your own. Do you not think so, Lord Barav? Sally saw Weldon's face pale further and further the more Lord Garithos spoke. By the time he had finished his words, Lord Barav visibly appeared to have grown quite ill. Slander, he uttered, his voice shaky. Supreme Commander, I can assure you that my family and I have not. Unfortunately for you, Lord Garithos interrupted, I have proof of my words. Lord Uther was rather thorough in investigating Caerdaro, though he unfortunately did not find the crypts beneath your keep. I assure you, when I cleanse your lands and avenge all those who you have ruthlessly murdered, I will feel nothing but the utmost joy. Guards! Take Lord Barav to a cell. I'll deal with him once the feast is over. The shout was not loud. Certainly not loud enough to draw more than a few passing glances. But the guards carefully standing watch over the encounter began to approach before Lord Garithos' words were even finished. Lord Barav could do little more than let out a gasp before his arms were seized, and he began to be carried out of the hall. Their table was silent for a few moments, though she felt some relief when she saw Lord Garithos taking hold of his cup once more. It appeared his mood had not been ruined. But Sally felt compelled to question him. Is it true? She asked, and she heard that her voice had grown quiet. Did his family truly kill innocent people? Lord Garithos turned to her, and his handsome blue eyes met her own. He did not mince his words. They did. In an effort to prove themselves to the cult of the damned, they sacrificed all the men and women they had sworn to protect. They are utter scum, and deserve no mercy or respect. She felt some anger brewing in her chest. And, as always, Lord Garithos was quick to notice. I see that angers you. Good. It should. Do not forgive their actions. Some amongst the Church of the Holy Light will teach you to forgive and to spare all those who are willing to repent, but I want you to know that some men are beyond redemption. Do not hesitate when you meet them. The world will be better for it. His eyes once more turned to survey the hall, and Sally felt somewhat restless. She attempted to divert the conversation into a more cheerful topic. I have managed to call upon the Holy Light. She told Lord Garithos. They hadn't allowed me before yesterday, though I was sure I would be able to do it. And I was. The light answered my call. I didn't even struggle to do it. It made her happy. She still remembered the days she had passed upon South Shore, seeing refugee after refugee walking into the city, their eyes desperate and their bodies exhausted. They usually brought news with them, horrible news that informed them of the fall of another town or village, or the death of someone of importance. For a time, the mood of South Shore had been abysmal. Sally remembered how her parents had argued day and night about whether they should flee before the undead came. But, soon after, other news began to arrive. They spoke of a Grand Marshal Garithos who had rallied together the surviving soldiers of Lord Aaron. They spoke of how he took Dalaran, and how he had secured Hillsbrad from invasion by the enemy. After that, the people of South Shore had stopped speaking in hushed tones. Sally distinctly remembered seeing hope return to her parents' eyes. It had been a wish come true when he came to Lord Aaron while on his way to Stromgard. She had quickly volunteered to join his army, against her parents' protests. It hurt her that they still wished to keep her away from the war. She was already a grown woman at 20 years of age, and older than most of the boys that had marched off to war. Renault and James had joined alongside her, though they had quickly gotten separated. They were placed in the infantry as far as she knew, while she was designated to help the priests with their work. She did not know how it happened, but, somehow, against all odds, she had drawn the eye of Lord Garithos himself. He had taken her in from that day forth, told her she had a lot of potential, and ordered her to learn from the clerics that had joined his forces. It had been such a short time since she had left South Shore. But it felt like everything had changed. That is good. I've heard from them that you are doing well, and that your studies are progressing at a remarkable pace. Continue as you are, and, someday, you will be in halls such as these by your own merit. She wondered if it was her own imagination, but Sally almost felt as though Lord Garithos' words had gained some warmth. Yes. She said, as she felt a smile come upon her face. I will. Their conversation dwindled after that. For lack of anything else to do, Sally enjoyed observing the antics that the heroes around her got up to. She saw Magister Romoth once again emerge victorious after being challenged by a bronzebeard dwarf. She watched as a drunken Prince Liam was brought away from King Thoras by Lorna Crowley, Lord Darius' daughter, an exasperated expression upon her face. And she laughed as a thin man swayed up to them, barely keeping himself on his feet. Christoph, Lord Garithos greeted, his voice amused. I did not take you for the type to get so drunk. Web's celebrating, Lord Garithos. The man's voice was slurred, and he stumbled as he neared their table. For a moment, Sally feared he would fall down upon their table and send the dishes scattering to the ground. Thankfully, the man managed to steady himself, and merely leaned upon the table for support. I earned it, did I not? I did's good. You certainly did, Christoph. Lord Garithos took another sip of wine from his cup, and Sally saw a small bit of moisture remain upon his mustache. Thank you for arranging the feast, especially on such a short notice. I cannot overstate enough just how much you have done to aid us against the undead. I will make sure you are properly rewarded once the war is over. You have my word. Why yes, of course, Lord Garithos. The man hardly seemed to understand what his superior had said. I's be leaving nows. It's getting's late. Fare thee well. He was not the first to leave the hall, she noticed. Many had already stumbled out, and even more were carried out by their companions. Slowly but surely, the hall was growing emptier. The only place that remained as full as it had been since the start was the Queen's dais. Queen Kalia was standing as straight in her seat as she had been since the start of the feast, and Sally could not see a hint of exhaustion or frustration upon her face. It had been hours by now, but she still remained there, high above the rest of them. Sally felt somewhat sad for the woman. Perhaps she could do something about it. Lord Garithos, she spoke, before she could think better of it. The Queen hasn't eaten all night. She saw his gaze turn towards the woman upon the throne. And she saw his expression soften. I suppose she hasn't. Thank you, Sally. You are free to do as you please. I will also be departing shortly. Sally lingered for a little longer, watching as Lord Garithos rose from his seat and marched across the hall. All that stood in his way stepped aside as he approached. Like the waves of the sea parting upon a rock, the crowd parted before him. As he reached the Queen and spoke to her, Sally saw the Queen's expression, cold and unflinching to all around her, gain a trace of relief and happiness. Caerdero must have been beautiful, once. Sally could not help but to think so, as she and the rest of the army crossed the bridge leading to the island. This place is vile, Archmage Madera wrinkled her nose as they ordered their horses forward. Her voice was thick with disgust. I have no idea how the Baraffs kept their actions secret for so long. I can see now why the Supreme Commander did not wish to merely leave this place be. Sally had been told she would join the assault upon Caerdero. She had been eager. With the light, she had nothing to fear. Especially when she was told she would be joining the party of High Lord Mograine himself. Light willing, we will cleanse Caerdero today. The paladin said, Ashbringer at his side. Sally had heard he had been the one to clear the path they now tread upon, his sword cutting through endless undead and leaving nothing but ashes behind. The High Lord's prowess had become legendary, as had his sword. I do not understand how Uther failed to notice this evil. Perhaps their actions were better hidden in days past. Perhaps, Archmage Madera acknowledged, do not blame the man. We have all committed mistakes. I, too, have actions I regret. If only we had ended Kel'Thuzad instead of merely banishing him. They would have found someone else. There was certainty in High Lord Mograine's voice. Many would sacrifice everything in exchange for power. Kel'Thuzad is merely one amongst their number. They continued their conversation, seemingly uncaring about the coming battle. Sally could not understand how they were so relaxed. She felt tense and nervous. Relax, girl. Archmage Madera turned to her, a crooked smile upon her lips. Sally attempted to control how startled she was. You walk with some of the finest warriors that the Alliance has to offer. The Supreme Commander has already warned us of what to expect within the ruins, thanks to his interrogation of Weldon Barav. We are well prepared for the coming battle. Sally tried. She really did. But she still felt her hands tighten upon her horse's rein. There is no shame in fearing the coming of conflict. High Lord Mograine said, though his eyes continued to stare at the keep in front of them. I, too, once feared fighting. But I have learned that it is something unavoidable. As long as we wish to do good, there will be others who wish to do evil. As followers of the Holy Light, it is our duty to see them stopped. Do not hesitate in your judgment, White Mane, or the Light will not refuse to answer your call. The words brought her some comfort. She thought upon them, even as they finally marched into Caerdero. There was nothing here, they quickly found. Nothing but ruins and ashes. It seems their reports were not exaggerated. Save for a few undead that they were quick to put down, the ancient fortress almost appeared to be abandoned. They knew otherwise. Beneath their feet, Sally could feel it. If she had not focused, perhaps she would not have noticed it. Below the earth, moving and shifting, roaring and bellowing, she could feel the undead and their masters. The light uncovered the veil they hid themselves under. The door leading down to the crypts was closed when they came upon it. It was a large thing, made of wood and steel, and solidly built. She doubted a normal man could bring it down no matter how hard he tried. "Break it down," High Lord Mograine ordered. Archmage Madara answered him not with words, but with a wave of her hands. Sally felt wind blow away her hair, and she felt her robes shift with the breeze. A torrent of power left the Archmage's hands, far too fast for Sally to follow. But she saw the results. As the Archmage's spell reached the door, it was blown off its hinges. "It is time. Ready yourselves, men." She saw High Lord Mograine take the Ashbringer out of its scabbard. "Today, we put an end to this evil." The battle in front of her was beyond anything Sally had ever witnessed. She felt the ground beneath her tremble and shake as the Lich roared, magic exploding out of his rotten body. In answer to his bellow, Archmage Madara pointed her staff at him. Magic met magic. Archmage faced a Lich. Sally winced as the sound of an explosion echoed through the crypts, her ears ringing. She didn't even know who was winning the conflict between the two. She attempted to ignore the battle around her, and instead focused upon her own duties. She was on the backlands, safe from harm, but that did not mean she did not see the results of their clash. Her hands glowed with the power of the holy light as she healed the man laid in front of her. Even unconscious, he let out a groan as his hands' bones and flesh began to mend. Before she could do more than glance at the results of her actions, he was carried away and another took his place. This one's breastplate had been torn away, and due to it his guts laid outside of his body. A long cut went from one side of his waist to another, and the mattress where he was placed quickly began to be dyed red with blood. She focused. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hands once more, and called upon the light. It was marvelous. Before her eyes, the man's wounds began to close. His intestines began to crawl back inside of his body, and the cut upon his waist began to close. By the time a few seconds had passed, the man's harsh and fevered breathing had returned to normal. He would survive. That man, too, left her sight as quickly as he had arrived. Yet another took his place. It was not enough, she found. Her efforts and that of her fellow clerics were not enough. Despite their abilities, they were unable to heal each and every one of those who fell. Some of them died before they were able to even react, crushed, cut, or pierced through. Others bled out on the floor, trampled underneath the tide of undead that surged and waned. For every life she saved, another was lost. She felt helpless. The ground shook once again. Sally saw a burst of radiant light washing over all within the room. The Ashbringer exploded with power. Even as countless undead fell to the High Lord's might, countless more took the place of the vanquished. She hated it. She hated feeling so helpless. The clerics that taught her had told her that the light is mighty, and that it saved those who acted according to their heart. Here, in these crypts, there were countless men here who have put themselves before evil. And the light did not spare their lives. Sally did not know what to believe. The light within her palms flickered and began to dim. The man she had been healing let out a gasp, feeling as the pain upon his leg renewed. She panicked, attempting to focus, but the light did not answer her call. She felt tears fall down her cheeks. "Begone!" She heard someone roar. "High Lord Mograine!" A gigantic beast crawled out of the darkness of the crypts, its flesh pure white. Its claws met the Ashbringer, and, impossibly, it did not fall back as all other undead had. Was this what the light had intended? She had thought it protected those who are faithful. Instead, it abandoned her, now, when she needed it the most. Is the light almighty? The clerics had not answered her when she put forward that question. It certainly could not be. If the light is almighty, why would it allow such suffering to exist? She felt bile rise up her throat. She wanted to vomit, and only barely held the urge back. She heard shouts at her ears, pleas from men that desperately requested healing. Her hands shaked. She felt her heart ache. She did not know what to do. For some reason, it was then, as she despaired, that she remembered his words. Before their forces had separated and Lord Garithos had departed for Andorhal, he had pulled her aside one day. Together, they had walked amongst the camp and seen men honing their weapons and adjusting their armor in preparation for the conflict to come. She and Garithos did not converse about anything in particular. More often than not, as they walked, it was Sally who asked questions, and Garithos who answered them. It had been enjoyable, though she did not recall much of what they had talked about. Only one part of their conversation had stayed with her. Over time, they had wandered away from the camp. They had climbed up a small hill and looked down upon the host assembled before them. The banner of Lord Aaron waved upon the wind, as did that of Gilneas, Stromgard, Kulthalas, Ironforge, and Gnome Regan. The alliance had assembled. Far in the distance, beyond their camp and colorful flags, she could see Lake Darrowmere. Upon that hill, she had finally asked about something she had wondered. How did you become a paladin? She remembered that Lord Garithos had laughed as soon as he had heard her question. A paladin? Why would you think that I am a paladin? She had been confused at his words. But you use the light. She had seen Lord Garithos use it often in battle. It was not in the way the paladins used it, honed and focused. But she had seen it. It was somewhat primal, savage. Used to bolster his strength and to aid him against the undead. Some would have called it crude. But to her, Lord Garithos' light had shone brighter than all others. I do. He stated, simply and infuriating. The smile upon his face told her that he knew it would enrage her. Only priests and paladins can use the light. Sally yelled at him. The smile had not disappeared from his face. Is that so? I wonder who decided that. She had frozen at the words. Before she could think upon them, he had continued. Do you wish to know why I can use the light, Whitemane? Othmar Garithos raised a hand before her, and his palm faced the sky. Before her eyes, light bloomed upon his gauntlet hand. It was beautiful. She had not been mistaken. Her eyes were fixed upon the radiant glow. But, even through her infatuation, she was able to hear his words clearly. They were spoken with utter and complete arrogance. It is because I am right. She stood on shaky feet, her staff grasped in one hand. The men assembled before her, wounded and dying, did not react in the slightest to her actions. Neither did the priests around her, busy tending the wounded. It is as simple as that, Sally thought. Why had she hesitated? She let out a sigh, even as she felt her pain and worries disappear one after another. She felt the tears upon her face grow dry. Sally heard the roars of the undead coming from all around her. She heard the cackling of the lich, and felt the power of his magic flood the crypt. She noticed the countless souls around her, each and every one locked in combat against evil. Sally felt her eyes open. It was a wondrous thing. All this time, she had been blind. But, at last, she saw clearly. She raised her staff into the air. She felt her heart beat in her chest, peacefully and quietly. Othmar Garithos' words echoed upon her ears. Sally Whitemane spoke. And Caer Darrow was bathed in light. Chapter 9. The strangers did not hesitate. The strangers did not stop. They cut down all that stood in their way. Demon, orc, ogre, or creature. It did not matter. All were slaughtered as the strangers continued on their warpath. It was a frightening sight. Acema would have fled at their approach if he were not as experienced as he is. The Broken had struggled against the Burning Legion for many years now. Alone and isolated, they fought for their survival with all they had. But it is not enough. But with the Legion's overwhelming numbers, it did not matter whether they slew 100 or 1,000. More demons arose day after day to fill the enemy's ranks. Eventually, the Broken had given up. Like cowards, they had decided to hide away. They made their home in the swamps and bogs of Zongarmersh, which the demons largely left alone, futilely attempting to survive in this broken world. The Broken had done their best to avoid drawing the demons' attention. They had done their best to hide. And now, these strangers were cutting down demons as though they were flies. With resolute expressions and steady steps, they marched deeper and deeper into Zongarmersh. Even though he felt terrified, Acema felt that he had to intervene. He needed to know why these strangers had come to their lands. The strangers did not notice his approach. Long had the Broken endeavored to hide themselves from the Legion. That they were now able to hide from most others was an unexpected boon, and one that he made full use of. Even as he passed through their guards, they did not notice him. He began walking amidst their camp. The strangers made for a bizarre sight. They came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, with some barely reaching his waist. Some others had pointed ears not unlike the Broken's own. But the vast majority of them had pink skin and a stature shorter than the common Drania. Even with how much their bodies had degraded, the average Broken still stood taller than him. It impressed Acema. Even being their lessers, the beings were more than their match. If not in might, at the very least in skill. At first, as he wandered, he did not understand what they spoke. Their mouths would open and close, producing noise, but to him it was no different from the cries of a beast. It took more than a few minutes for his translation spell, elementary as it was, to begin functioning properly. Once it did, he eagerly listened to their conversations. And was left rather disappointed. These rations taste like garbage. One man said, sitting near a roaring fire. James, are you serious? Another man, sitting next to him, questioned, we are literally eating the ugly demon boar you killed last night. Hey, let me complain in peace. It has been so long since I ate some nice, tasty rations. Or even some summoned food. The first one sighed, Can't I at least pretend? Many similar conversations happened all around him, and Akama was able to learn little of worth. He eventually decided to continue his exploration of their camp. He needed someone more important than the common soldier. Even from a slight distance, he could make out a large tent at the center of all the others. He decided that would be his target. He approached with careful steps, worried of being discovered, and eventually managed to get near it. As he did, he began to hear words coming from within. Unable to enter it due to the guards watching over the entrance, he leaned upon one of the tent's walls and began to listen. Are you certain that they are here? We've found nothing after days of searching. One voice questioned. The voice was strong and commanding. A leader, then. I am certain. Another voice spoke, feminine in tone. They should be around here, somewhere. It is only a matter of time before we find them. My naga already began to spread across the rivers and lakes. It should not be much longer before they return with news. You have yet to tell us how you know this, Vashoi. Yet another one spoke, and Akama felt his spine tingle. There was no mistaking it. From this short of a distance, he could feel the being's demonic power. It felt familiar to that of the legions, and yet, not. Your words have proven reliable, but I am unable to trust them just yet. What happened after we separated? I am sorry, Lord Illidan. The same feminine voice said. Akama could hear that it now bore an apologetic tone. But I swore to not reveal anything before the time is right. Once we have departed from Outland, I will explain it all. Their words were confusing. Akama lacked the context necessary to understand them. He only knew that they were searching for something. But what? There was little in Zongarmarsh of worth. Unless. I would like to continue our discussions, said a new voice, interrupting his thoughts. The voice felt older. Wiser. But I fear we have a spy in our midst. Akama flinched. Before he was able to react, he felt something coil around his hands and legs, tightly binding him. For a moment his form flickered into existence, and as the bindings began to tighten, his spell was broken. He heard shouts as the soldiers nearby took notice of him. And he heard as they swiftly began to approach him. Akama had been caught. The strangers were not as bloodthirsty as he had feared. Despite their prowess, they proved merciful. They did not immediately kill him, or judge him based on his actions and appearance. Akama knew well that he, himself, would not have been so kind after finding someone spying on his people. After he was captured, they simply asked him a lot of questions. Many which Akama had been able to answer. It came as a surprise to him that, after the interrogation, they had simply allowed him to go free. Were they fools? Or did they simply not fear reprisal? During the interrogation, they told Akama their own story, and their purpose for coming here. Akama still found what they had told him somewhat hard to believe. He knew well of the Burning Legion's depraved actions. He knew that they had invaded countless worlds. That they had suffered such a fate was not out of the realm of possibility. What he found hard to believe was that this alliance had apparently won. Against the Legion. He could not help but to feel disbelief as he returned to his village. How long had his people hidden? How long had they feared the demon's approach? He could not recall. It had been far too long. He had thought the Legion invincible, yet they claimed it was not so. Were their actions wrong, then? Should they have fought? After he came back to his people, they were full of questions. Akama had refused to tell them of what he had learned. He simply ordered that the strangers were to be left alone. Before he had left, the strangers had proposed that they join them. They argued that they would be leaving this world, dead and ruined, and returning to their own. And they did not wish to leave innocents behind. It took Akama a week to come to a decision regarding what they had offered him. At the end of that week, he had ordered his people to gather. In the largest hut of their village, he and the wisest and noblest of his tribe spoke with one another. It took him a full day to explain to them all that he had learned. At the end of that day, he and his people left their village behind, likely to never return. They were glad to see him. He could tell. The strangers welcomed him with open arms. No, not strangers. Not any longer. Now, they are companions. He could see that his companions' group was not wholly united. There was one faction led by that being, Illidan, and another led by the mage, Kajir. There were some differences between them. Some disagreements. But they appeared to be working towards the same goal. There was no reason the Broken could not do the same. Only, he found that their goal was utterly foolish. They will not assist you, Akama insisted once more, as he sat upon their war room. He had not even had to request such a position. It had been offered to him with open arms. Velan will refuse to fight. His mind has grown addled with the passing of time. He seems to believe that as long as the Drania continue fleeing, the Legion will cease their efforts to exterminate them. He will not join you. He felt some anger at the Prophet. Some of it, he knew, was wholly unjustified. Unlike most, Velan had not distrusted the broken. Above all, Velan had been saddened by their deformation. Never had he condemned them, like most of their kind had. In truth, the broken's exile is self-imposed. The prophet had never given the order to cast them out, despite the requests of many. But could it truly be said to be out of their own volition? If they had not been shamed and despised amongst those who had remained pure, would the broken have departed? Velan had done nothing to stop it. As he finished his words, Akama could tell that he had caused some uncertainty to arise. Are you certain? A human man, who he learned was named Danath Trollbane, appeared to question Akama's words. We have wasted days searching for them in Zongarmarsh. Days we could have spent elsewhere. Lady Vashoi, we have trusted you, but I insist that we continue. Have my words led us astray so far? At first, the serpentine creatures known as the Naga had put him ill at ease. But, over time, he had grown used to their sight. It would have been ironic for him, as deformed as he is, to cast judgment upon their scaled flesh. One more week. Let us search for another week. We are close. I can feel it. We must hurry to return, said the being called Illidan. Akama feared him. Rightfully so, in his opinion. Illidan is powerful. And demonic. A combination that Akama had learned did not lend itself to good results. But we can afford one more week. I am able to open a portal home as long as the gateways still stand. Even if our efforts here prove useless, we will not be stuck upon this cursed land. Akama felt that they were misguided in their beliefs. Velan would not aid them. There is no reason to hesitate, then. Kadger spoke. We will continue for a while longer. I, too, must confess that I dislike staying in Zongarmarsh. Bugs should not be the size of a grown man. There were some laughs, even as Akama snorted in disdain. What did the human know? The largest bugs are the tastiest. Akama had sent word to all tribes he knew that his people were departing. Many had told him that they would be staying in this dying world. Akama could not wholly blame them. If he had not witnessed the power of his new companions with his own eyes, he would have also been hesitant to leave safety behind. He could only hope that those who remained would be able to survive. Others, few in number, saw fit to trust his words. Those few left the safety of their villages, took their few belongings, and hurried to join their growing army. All who came arrived with hope in their eyes, and with exhausted souls. Akama could only pray that he had not led them to their ends. His companions had eagerly welcomed the broken. One did not survive in Outland for long if they did not know how to fight. Most of the broken who arrived were able to bolster their ranks, and were thus welcome, no matter their misshapen forms. There were some who were less welcoming towards them. Akama could understand their feelings, even if it angered them. Their own people, the Drania, despised them. He had not expected them to be trusted without question. Some time passed, and, unfortunately, it did not take them more than a week to find the Drania, as Akama had secretly hoped. Less than 3 days after their meeting, the Naga of Lady Vashoi had reported that they discovered the location of Tel Redder. Without any delay, they began their march. It had been years since Akama had last visited the refuge of the Drania. The last time he had seen it was when he and his fellow broken had departed. He had taken one last, lingering look at it, before turning his back towards it. He had promised to never return. Now, he broke that promise. And he found that not much had changed in the years that had passed. The monastery-turned city of Tel Redder still stood. And, although he would not admit it, it brought Akama some relief. As they approached, he was certain that they had been noticed. He was proven correct when, a mere hour after they had sighted the city, a group of Drania approached them. They were few in number. But they still put Akama ill at ease. Largely because of who led them. Welcome. The high priestess Ishana said, wearing the same benevolent expression with which she had accused the broken of being abandoned by the light. We have been expecting you. Prophet Velan is eager to begin discussions. Akama felt a bitter feeling upon his tongue upon realizing that the woman simply ignored his presence. I have seen you before, but we have never met. I am Velan, and I lead the Drania. Be welcome. Know that you are safe in our halls. The prophet's voice echoed through the room, even though it was soft and quiet. A large table had been prepared, and Akama saw that it was already filled with the leaders of the Drania. A few seats were empty, and he and his companions took their place upon them. Akama noticed how they turned their heads towards, and how his approach drew their attention. He attempted to ignore their gazes. But he could not ignore Velan, when the prophet himself turned his eyes towards him. Thank you, said the mage Kadger, we have searched for you, but know that we are not your enemies. We have arrived upon your city seeking your aid. Your alliance. Yes, I am aware of it. Though, this was not where I had seen our first meeting occurring. Velan's gaze finally left Akama's face as he turned to speak to Kadger. Akama allowed himself to breathe once more. I am somewhat surprised. I wonder what has led you here. If Kadr felt some confusion at the prophet's cryptic words, he did not show it. I intend to leave Outland and return to my home. The Burning Legion has invaded our world, and we must protect it against their approach. The Legion is also your enemy, is it not? Would that not make us natural allies? Indeed. We have long sought refuge from them, as we are powerless to resist their approach alone. If you would seek our aid in battling them, then it would be rude of us to refuse. The prophet's words were said in the same pitiful tone that he always used. The Drania will join you, if you allow us. Akama felt anger cloud his mind. He barely resisted the urge to scream in rage. Just like that, Velan had agreed to fight. How? Why? For how long had Akama attempted to convince him to do so? Long before he became an abomination, and long before the Legion had arrived upon this world. How many times had he tried to convince him? Far too many for him to count. Far too many for him to bother trying any longer. And now, after so many years, he simply agrees to do it. Akama took a deep breath. It is fine. It did not matter. It is good that Velan finally saw the truth, no matter how long it had taken. Excellent. Kadr smiled. It appeared genuine. But our plans are somewhat more ambitious than merely fleeing. I have been told that you are in contact with beings that call themselves the Naru. With your aid, it is my intention to. The discussions between the Drania and Akama's companions continued for many hours. When the time finally came for them to end, most were quick to depart the room. Only the prophet Velan and the mage Kadr remained. Alone, they continued their private discussion long after night had fallen. Chapter 10. Andorhul. It is here where Lord Aaron had truly met its end. Or so Ronan had thought at the time. The horrific betrayal of Prince Arthas and the unjust murder of King Terenaz had crumbled the morale of those who had been working to contain the plague. As soon as word had spread that the capital had fallen, many had chosen to flee instead of facing the enemy. It was Lord Uther the Lightbringer who had first assembled an army to fight against the undead. As the undead plague spread across the kingdom, it was he who assembled a force powerful enough to stand against the undead. His actions had given them all hope that Lord Aaron could recover. That their fight was not yet over. When news had spread of Lord Uther's death, and the fall of Andorhul, Ronan had truly believed Lord Aaron to be lost forever. Now, months later, he could not help but to bitterly recall just how foolish he had been to so easily give up hope. Once upon a time, he had felt discontent at being placed under Othmar Garithos' command. As a member of the Kirin Tor, he was beholden to Dalaran and Dalaran only, not to some upstart general that held less than kind opinions towards his wife's people. It had been some effort to get past what he thought he knew about the man. Now, he no longer felt any animosity. Only respect. Lord Garithos' actions would go down in history, Ronan knew. If anyone deserved to be remembered, it was him. His feats were legendary by now, and had long ago spread across the entirety of the eastern kingdoms. The world watched his actions with bated breath. He felt some regret that Varisa had decided to hurry back to her kingdom. He understood that she had felt guilt at being absent during her people's most desperate trial, and that her sister's death still haunted her. She had wished to help them with whatever she could as repentance. Ronan did not blame her, truly. He could not blame her. As they said, distance only made the heart grow fonder. Even if he dearly missed the little rascal Aratur. But Ronan still felt it was a pity that she was not here. She would be missing the opportunity of being a part of history. Their deeds this day would be spoken about for years to come. Ronan could feel it. He could see them, far in the distance. They stood in the ruins of Andorhul, beyond the river that separated their forces from each other. They hid in the shadows and the crevices of ruins, in the alleys and in the buildings. They watched and waited. Ronan wondered how many Death Knights and Liches had gathered here. Dozens, certainly. Likely more than that. The undead had spared no expense in welcoming them to Andorhul. Perhaps they had felt threatened at their quick advance across the Alterac mountains. The thought made him chuckle. He saw giants made out of bone. He saw gargoyles flying in the sky. He saw abominations dragging their guts across the ground. He saw ghouls and skeletons. They were great in number, seemingly swallowing the world beneath their tireless march. Their rotting, shambling corpses would have made him hesitate, months ago. Perhaps he would have felt some fear as well. Now, he felt nothing but the desire to put their souls to rest. He could feel the tension in the air. This was it. All present knew it. This battle would either make Lord Aaron be born anew, or it would see them all slaughtered to the last. Footmen gripped their spears tightly, the solid metal bringing them comfort. Knights soothed their horses, gently patting their manes and whispering upon their ears. Dwarves drank their last tankard of mead, and urgently prepared crate after crate of bullets. Elves prayed to the light and to the sun both, hoping that it would banish the darkness assembled before them. Gnomes tinkered with their intricate tools, making the final adjustments to their masterpieces of steel and fire. At the head of their gathered host stood a single man. He did not flinch at the sight of the undead. He did not cower, nor did he tremble. His gaze was resolute, his back unbending. He sat astride his horse, a large axe in one hand, and a shield in the other. Ronan could see the sun on the horizon. Was it setting, or was it rising, he wondered? At that moment, he could not rightfully recall. All of his attention was drawn towards the supreme commander of the alliance. Garithos turned his back towards the undead, and his gaze roamed over his troops. He saw pride in that gaze. How many battles had they fought together? Too many. Far too many. When Lord Garithos spoke, his voice thundered across the land. Warriors of the alliance. He bellowed, my name is Othmar Garithos. And I am the supreme commander of the alliance. Today, as we did so many years ago, we stand united. Once, we fought against the orcs, and banished them beyond the dark portal. Now, we face a far more fearsome opponent. Today, we face the undead. Some men shifted in place, their boots rubbing against the ground beneath them. Did they move out of unease? Or was it something else? Today, we stand here not as elves, not as dwarves, not as gnomes. Not as men of Lord Aaron, not as men of Gilneas, not as men of Stromgard, or of any other allegiance. Today, we stand as one. Today, we stand beneath the banner of the alliance. Banners were raised, as though they had been awaiting Lord Garithos' words. For the first time since their campaign had begun, Ronan saw not the banner of Lord Aaron and of all the other separate human kingdoms, but a single, blue banner. He saw the symbol of Lord Aaron, but not only. Therein was also the Lion of Stormwind, the icon of Gilneas, the Gauntlet of Stromgard, the three hammers of the dwarves, the cogs of Gnome Regan, and the blood phoenix of Kulthalas. Ronan found it to be magnificent. The enemy trembles before us. Roared Garithos, as the flags were raised and allowed to sway before the raging wind. They have won their victories through treachery and deceit, for they fear facing us in battle. But no longer shall we allow them to hide in the shadows. Today, they shall be brought before the light. Today, they shall be forced to answer for their sins. Today, we deal the first death blow against the scourge which has plagued our lands. Ronan could easily tell now. The men around him did not move their bodies and shift their feet out of nerves or unease. They moved their bodies out of excitement. They were unable to control themselves any longer, he could tell from looking at their eyes. Their gazes shone with fervor and devotion. These men had long since prepared themselves to die for a cause greater than themselves. These men had long since prepared themselves for this battle. I declare that, today, we shall banish the dead from Andorhul. Today, we begin the reclamation of our lands. The cheers were deafening. They echoed through the hills and plains, and they even crossed the river which separated them from the undead. Ronan saw that those amongst the enemy that still lived, those that were still capable of feeling emotions, flinched backwards at the sound. They knew that retribution had finally come. They knew that their end was near. Garithos turned once more towards the enemy, and raised his axe into the sky. A brilliant glow erupted from his body, a beacon of radiant light. The time has come. Othmar Garithos yelled, as his horse began to charge forwards. For the alliance. Ronan took a breath and felt his magic flare according to his will. Atop his staff, he began to summon a great fireball. The battle to come would not be easy, he knew. Many would die here. Perhaps he would be one of them, though he certainly hoped not. He did not wish to make Varisa a widow after such a short time together. As the men around him began to march forward, Ronan let his spell loose. The enemy is endless in number. He crushed the skull of a skeleton beneath his boot, the eerie glow upon its empty sockets finally ceasing. As soon as Ronan verified its demise, he turned to yet another enemy. There was no lack of such all around him. His newest foe, a ghoul that mindlessly rushed at him, received a blow to the head from his staff. Ronan heard a firm crunch as cartilage, flesh, and bone were crushed into nothing more than paste. He could hear himself breathing harshly. He had begun to use his staff in place of his magic as he grew tired, holding whatever remained in reserve to use only against the most powerful of his foes. Such as the one who now approached him. Ronan cursed as a bolt of necromantic energy passed over his head, far too near for comfort. He heard a deranged cackle, and turned to the spellcaster some distance away from him. The aged woman was wearing the robes of the cult of the damned, the smile upon her lips far too large and unnatural in appearance. Her skull was bereft of hair in places, making for a sorry sight. Everything around him was dismissed as he focused himself upon their magical duel. The woman had not been the first to challenge him on this day. The pain upon the left side of his waist certainly provided him with sufficient motivation to make this swift. As Ronan had intended, the duel was over in the blink of an eye. Even as the woman opened her mouth and began chanting macabrely as his magic rushed towards her in a purple torrent of arcane magic. He had expected her to put up a shield. But perhaps the woman had not realized just how much power he had put into the attack. His spell was seemingly absorbed by her barrier, and the woman began to cast her own spell in retaliation. Only for her face to twist in pain, her body convulsing, before she suddenly exploded. Blood rained down upon those nearby, but they hardly seemed to notice it. The woman had not been the first mage he had faced in the battle. She would likely not be the last. Although powerful, these necromancers were lacking in matters related to combat. Most were not so experienced as to prove his match, especially if he were more subtle. Ronan turned to his next opponent, only to stumble, barely holding himself standing as a roar reached his ears. He turned his gaze towards the saw, and saw something begin to grow tremendously in size. Large wings spread open, and the sky turned black. "Tremble, mortals!" The being roared, horns rising from its temples, its teeth larger than swords. From out of its mouth erupted a baleful mist of necromantic energies. "For your doom has come. Know that your end came at the hands of Balnazar, Lord of the Risen, agent of the Burning Legion." One of the demon's hooves rose from the earth, and fell down once more. Ronan heard the dying screams of his companions as they were crushed beneath the Dreadlord's stride. How many had died from that single blow? Dozens, certainly. Perhaps more. The Dreadlord, now the focus of the entire battlefield, raised one clawed hand high. He seemed poised to bring it down upon more of their allies, and it would be certain to be a devastating attack. Ronan readied himself to intervene, though his reserves were spent and his body felt exhausted. He saw paladins attempting to rush towards the being, though they too found themselves beset by foes on all sides. He saw as the hand began to come down, and "Begone, demon!" A man intercepted the descending hand. With a swing of Lord Garithos' axe, a wave of force rippled out, meeting the Dreadlord's attack. For a moment, the world seemed to stand still as all observed the clash of their blows. Then, in a rush of motion, the Dreadlord's hand was brutally driven back. Blood splattered across the ground as the demon stumbled, letting out a roar of pain. After a moment, he began to collapse to the ground. Undead, necromancer, and all other manner of monsters and beasts were crushed beneath his towering form. The men around the demon were quick to react. Spears pierced the demon's hide, even as the light of the priest's prayers burned its flesh. Ronan heard it roar in pain once more, though he could no longer see the beast's form over the tides of enemies all around him. Lord Garithos' actions seemed to give vigor to those who had faltered. With renewed spirits, they resumed their assault, bringing fear to the hearts of their enemies. Ronan saw some of them beginning to retreat as the Dreadlord fell, the necromancers leaving behind their creations and puppets. Slowly but surely, without their leaders and commanders, the enemy's lines began to crumble. Suddenly, far in the distance, coming over a hill, he saw horsemen. For a moment, Ronan felt his heart leap into his throat. More enemies, perhaps? Had their retreat been feigned? The horsemen gazed upon the battlefield from atop their high perch. Then, they charged. They began charging. He heard the thundering sound of hooves beating upon the earth. He heard the sound of steel lances piercing putrid flesh. And he heard the horsemen's war cries as they tore into the undead's exposed flanks. Those amongst their enemies who had attempted to retreat were suddenly cornered between their forces and their unexpected allies. "For Lord Aaron!" the horsemen cried, and Ronan saw a familiar banner flying above their heads. "For Hearthglen!" Ronan was of the firm belief that the undead crumbled there and then, even though the battle continued for another hour. What happened next was a slaughter. No matter their numbers, mindless undead proved useless before the Alliance's combined efforts. As the sun rose above the horizon, its light was cast over the faces of those who remained standing. Ronan allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. He felt exhausted. He felt pain in more places than he had imagined possible. Once Varisa learned of his wounds, he was sure she would be less than pleased. But, for now, Ronan cheered alongside his comrades. Andorhul was theirs. They had won. Chapter 10.5. After making certain that there was no longer any danger in the crypts of Caer Darrow, High Lord Alexandros had quickly gathered their forces and urged them to set out. Their allies would surely be able to use their aid in dealing with the aftermath of the battle for Andorhul. There was no doubt in their minds that they had been victorious. And, indeed, when they arrived upon Andorhul, they were welcomed with open arms. Sally had barely managed to stand still as High Lord Alexandros reported to Queen Kalia that they had vanquished the monsters dwelling in Caer Darrow. She had expected to see Lord Garithos welcoming their arrival, not the Queen. It made her feel worried. Was he, perhaps, wounded in the battle? As soon as the Queen had finished her speech, she questioned a few soldiers and quickly set out towards his tent. When she arrived, the guards watching over it did not even question her presence. As protégé of Lord Garithos, she was free to come and go as she pleased. She smiled slightly at them as she neared, attempting to calm herself. Lord Garithos would surely be fine. Would it be possible for us to be granted some privacy? She requested of the two guards watching over the tent's entrance. It should not be long. The guards hesitated, turning to one another. Soon, they turned to her and nodded their heads. Walking away with steady steps, they stopped some distance from the tent, far away enough that no noise would be able to reach their ears. With that settled, she pushed aside the tent flap and walked inside. Sally found herself in a rather spacious chamber. Despite its size, it was bare of almost any embellishments. Only the most essential furniture was found within, such as a table, chairs, a chest, and a bathtub. If she hadn't seen this sight previously, she might have wondered if she had walked into a common soldier's tent. The only luxury present within the room was a large bed. Its covers were made of a dark blue cloth of fine making. As she took a seat upon the bed, she couldn't help but relish on how soft and smooth they felt. A luxury, indeed. But could anyone blame Lord Garithos for sleeping well? She stared down at him as he slumbered. Exhausted as he was, he hadn't even moved despite her entry. Perhaps Sally should have announced her presence and awoken the man. It's what would be proper of her to do. But, as she looked at him, she couldn't help but to smile widely at how relaxed he appeared. So unlike what she was used to seeing. The covers were drawn to his waist as he slept upon his back, so Sally easily managed to place one of her hands atop his bare chest. For a moment, she felt his soft and steady breathing, as well as his muscles, which felt solid as stone. Once that moment had passed, she called upon the light. Before, it had been hard for her to control the light. Sally could summon it easily enough, as it was always eager to answer her call. But she could never truly control it. She could ask for it to be shaped into another form, but such was its power and intensity that she could never make it fall under her command. Now, as she summoned the light into this world, she was easily able to manipulate it such that its glow was barely above that of a spark. Small as the light was, she could feel that it was as strong as ever. Perhaps stronger, after the events at Garithos. She exhaled as she began to heal Lord Garithos. The light searched his body for any wounds, moving through veins, bones, and flesh. It was mere moments after she had begun that she noticed some minor injuries. Injuries too small to be visible to the naked eye. They were harmless enough for now, but, over time, they would begin to accumulate and quickly become unbearable. Perhaps Lord Garithos had not even felt their presence. It took her the blink of an eye to rid his body of those wounds. As she finished her work, she felt some relief. He was not severely injured, as she had feared. When she had finally reached Andorhal, she had heard news of how he had been in the middle of the battle. Upon not seeing him alongside the queen, she had feared the worst. She should have been with him. That realization rose quickly to the forefront of her mind. She should never have been separated from him. Although she had felt some happiness at being sent to Garithos, eager to prove herself, she knew now that she had been a fool. Her place was at his side, serving him. She would never leave it again, she swore. Sally was so distracted that she hardly noticed as her hand began roaming across his chest. It was certainly that motion which stirred him from his slumber. She froze as soon as she noticed him stir. Lord Garithos muttered some words for a moment, so low that it sounded like gibberish to her ears. Then, his eyes opened slightly. White mane. His tone was questioning. She could still hear a trace of sleepiness within his voice. At that moment, she was not sure of what possessed her, or what led to her next words. You are dreaming, Lord Garithos. She leaned forward, draping herself over him, and began whispering in his ear. You have done well. Please, rest. You do not have to rise just yet. The man seemed unwilling to resist her words, or unable. His head leaned back against the pillow underneath him. But she could tell that he was still awake. That he was still able to hear her and notice her actions. You deserve a reward for your efforts. She felt herself flush, and her body grew restless. What was she doing? For saving Lord Aaron. For saving me. I do. He muttered. Yes. She breathed, acting bolder than she ever had before. You do. She moved before she thought better of it. Naked as he was, her hand felt little to no resistance as it began to roam south. She felt her hand sliding down his strong and muscled chest, past his narrow waist, until it finally reached his groin. There was a small patch of hair there. It was soft and thin. But it was what lay underneath it that she yearned for. She heard Lord Garithos gasp as she took hold of him in one hand. White mane, he muttered, and the word sent a shiver across her body. His tone felt completely different from normal. But he did not react adversely to her actions. Shhh, she shushed him, placing a kiss upon his neck. This close to each other, she could almost feel his breathing. Just, relax. She tightened her hold over him, feeling the hardness of his member. It was like steel, but there was a softness at its core. As she felt it twitching in her hand, she couldn't help but to find it enjoyable. He was large. But, as time passed, it only seemed to grow even larger. She gasped as she felt it throb in her hand. Her eyes roamed his face, and she noticed that the corner of his lips had risen up slightly, and that his eyes had closed. He was enjoying this, she realized. That gave her the motivation to continue. She rose from where she was laying beside him. Moving across the bed, she found a comfortable space to kneel between his legs. Her hands pulled down the covers, and, just like that, he was exposed to her. It was big, as she had thought. It had a wide, flared tip, and veins were noticeable along its length. As she stared at it, it twitched cutely, and she felt herself giggle. He stirred, and for a moment, his waist rose from the bed. Did he perhaps want more? She bit her lip, and her hands quickly shot forward to encircle his length once more. He let out a moan, ceasing his movements. He wanted more, did he? That was fine. So did she. With slow movements, she began to stroke him. His breathing seemed to grow harsher as she continued her movements. As one of her hands passed through the tip, she felt something wet coat her hands, a slimy liquid that only made her actions all the easier. She let out a sigh as she stroked him, feeling a scathing heat between her legs. Do you like it, Lord Garithos? Do you want me to stop? She stopped, then, watching his reaction. No, he breathed out, his eyes closed, a gasp leaving his mouth. Don't stop. Sally felt her smile grow wider. She resumed her stroking, this time more firmly and quicker than before. She pumped his length up and down, feeling her hands becoming a sticky mess. Fuck, he let out another moan, low in tone, but long and drawn out. She felt his member throb in her hands. White mane. I'm close. For a moment, she panicked. She knew that it would make a mess, would it not? What should she? An idea arose in her mind, and she quickly moved. She felt the bed creak slightly as she moved. It took some effort, but she managed to lower herself enough so that her head was right near his groin. Then, she took him into her mouth. She felt the white head at the top of his member go past her lips. Her jaw was stretched wide as she struggled to accommodate him. She hummed as she took his head in fully. He let out another moan. Much louder than before. She continued her stroking, feverishly now, as she felt her arousal run down her inner thighs. Her tongue lapped at his head as it remained in her mouth, swirling around the tip as best as she could. White mane, he groaned, and suddenly his hands were at the back of her head, tangled in her hair. I'm coming. She felt him push her down, and she gagged slightly as his throbbing member hit the back of her throat. She did not mind. Even as he forced her to take inch after inch of his fat, throbbing cock, she continued stroking what she was unable to swallow. Her eyes glanced up, wanting to stare at his face as he lost himself in pleasure, only for her own eyes to suddenly meet blue orbs shining with lust. Othmar Garithos gazed down at her, fully awake, as he pushed her head down onto his length. She moaned around his cock, feeling her face burn with embarrassment. Unable and unwilling to stare at him for any longer, she quickly turned her gaze back down. She felt it then. A liquid erupted in her mouth, thick and salty, and she desperately attempted to gulp it down. Her throat worked to swallow it all, but it was not enough. More and more streamed out of the tip, until she could feel some beginning to escape through the corner of her lips, coating her hands below them. Othmar Garithos' breathing was harsh, his chest rising up and down. Despite the small mess she had made, she felt incredibly pleased. As the hands gripping her head slackened, she pulled back and took deep breaths through her mouth. She panted, relishing in the taste upon her tongue. It was not delicious, but it was not wholly unpleasant either. It was a taste that she could get used to. She glanced at Garithos' face, fearing his reaction, but he appeared to have fallen asleep. Had she imagined it? She took a few more moments to breathe in and regain her composure. She noticed the seed which remained upon her hands, her fingers sticking to one another. With barely a thought, she brought her hand up to her mouth, her tongue swirling and devouring the seed which clung to it. Yes, she could get used to it. She felt her stomach throbbing. She wanted to do nothing more than to reach down and begin touching herself. But she resisted the temptation, if only barely. She pulled the covers of the bed back over Garithos' body, and, as she looked down at him, it almost appeared as though nothing had taken place. The Supreme Commander of the Alliance slept soundly. The two guards sent her questioning looks as she departed from the tent with hurried steps. Thankfully, they either did not notice her state, or they did not see fit to comment upon her blushing face and shaking legs. Sally was unaware that, as she retreated from the tent, a pair of blue eyes had opened and stared at her fleeing back. Chapter 11. This land is ripe for conquest. That was what Lieutenant Alvarold thought, within the sanctity of his own mind. At first, this new continent had appeared inhospitable, with danger lurking in its every corner. But after weeks of exploring the shores, he had come to the conclusion that there was much wealth to be found here. In some of the stops that he and his men had made, they had found gold and other precious gems openly exposed to the elements, as though welcoming them to come and take them. The animals and creatures of this land seemed to place little value upon the openly displayed wealth. All the better for him and his men. Perhaps, in time, once they had dealt with the orcs and rescued Lady Jaina, he would attempt to convince Lord Admiral Dalen to build more outposts across these lands. Tiergard Keep had been small when he had left it, but he had no doubts the Lord Admiral would have grown it significantly in size. Even still, he doubted it would be enough. They would need to build many more fortresses upon this land to harness its wealth. Just thinking of how rich they would grow had Alvarold almost salivating. "Lieutenant," one of his marines approached him, saluting. "The scouts have returned. There were no signs of Lady Gina here. But we did manage to scavenge some supplies to replenish what we have lost. I would suggest that we take our leave now, there is no reason to tarry." After sailing south along the coast, they had reached a wide swath of dryland. It appeared to be a barren place, and Alvarold doubted that anything would be able to grow there. At least not without significant difficulty. But the coast formed a natural harbour. This place would be a suitable location in which to build a settlement. He could vividly see it. They would call it Alvaraldhold. Or Alvarold City. Perhaps it would rival Borlus in size, in due time. Yes, we should. He muttered, admittedly somewhat distracted by his fantasies. "Tell the men to gather. We will be continuing our expedition." His men were not as swift to come upon his calling as he would have liked. They crossed the sea upon small boats, and he saw the reason for their lethargy was because they were laden with goods. Some carried wooden boxes full of strange plants that he had not seen before, while others carried handfuls of raw gold or gemstones. He did not bother correcting their behavior. Besides the fact that it would be nigh impossible to stop them from smuggling things inside, it would also boost morale, and serve as a reward for their efforts. As his men finally began to board their single ship, he busied himself with staring at the map his cartographer had drawn. It was rather crude, to Alvarald's distaste. He was used to staring at maps far more intricate than this one. But he supposed it was suitable enough for now. Perhaps in time they would be able to call upon some griffin riders. From the air, they would be able to get the lay of the land much better than what they had managed. "Lieutenant?" a voice questioned him, somewhat hesitantly. Alvarold grunted in annoyance, grabbing a piece of charcoal and drawing a symbol upon the map to mark out the bay they were in. He would return here once they were done with the orcs. "Lieutenant?" The voice spoke again, this time with less hesitation. Could he not see that Alvarold was busy? What a rude fellow! He would have to punish him once he was done scribbling. He grunted again, hoping that the man would take it as the dismissal it was. Back in his days, sailors were much more experienced in detecting their superiors' moods. How low they had fallen! "Lieutenant!" The voice bellowed in his ear now, and Alvarold turned to it in anger. "Look! Ships!" He followed the arm, and then the finger which pointed to the far horizon. And saw nothing. He felt annoyed once more. "Now, listen here, lad. When someone is..." He found himself swallowing down his words as he noticed a small blur upon the distance. "No, not one," he corrected himself. "Two." He felt his gut clench. "Sound the alarm." He ordered the boy, who stood there like a fool. "Go. What are you waiting for?" He heard footsteps battering the floor as the lad ran off, and soon enough a bell rang out across the deck and beyond. Alvarold himself had already rushed up the stairs leading to the helm. "All aboard! Quickly now!" He screamed from his high position, and felt angered at seeing his men climbing aboard at thrice the speed they had been before. "We have company. To your stations, men!" It took minutes for everything to be brought on board. And minutes more for them to finally unfurl their sails and set out. By that time, the two ships' outlines had become much clearer. "A red flag!" Alvarold muttered, spying through his spyglass. "It does not appear to be the flag of Stromgard. I do not recall any other red flag. Strangers, then? Pirates?" He felt uneasy. Their scouting force was made up of but one ship. Escaping would be difficult, but perhaps they could meet them in battle. Kultira's marines were most adept at fighting in the open sea, and they would surely prove to be better than whoever approached them. "Boy, come here!" He ordered a nearby sailor. Was it the same one who had alerted him to the enemy's approach? Maybe. He could not tell. He handed the spyglass to him nonetheless. "Tell me, what do you see? Do you recognize their colors?" The boy took the device and held it up to his eye. He did not speak for some time, and Alvarold felt anxious. "Well?" he demanded, "what do you see?" "It's a phoenix." The boy's words were rather hesitant at first, but quickly gained strength. "Yes. I am certain of it. A phoenix upon a red field. I do not recognize it, Lieutenant. Damn it." Alvarold spat, feeling himself growing even more anxious. He always disliked not knowing what he would be facing. "Very well. Spread word that the men are to ready themselves for battle. Tides willing, we will be ready when they reach us." It took an hour for their ships to finally get near enough to one another that Alvarold was able to see who stood upon their deck. And he let out a sigh of relief. As Alvrold had expected, Tiragard Keep had grown tremendously in size since the last time he had seen it. Men walked here and there, each busy with some important matter. Most had divested themselves of their armors, and their skin shone with sweat beneath the burning glare of the sun. As they came into port, Alvrold was the first to jump down onto solid land, even before the plank had been placed. Not out of some strange sense of arrogance or willingness to be first, but rather due to the anxiety he felt. "Where is the Lord Admiral?" he demanded the first marine to approach him. The man seemed to stumble at the abruptness of the question. Whatever he had been about to say stopped in its tracks, but he was able to gather himself well enough to answer. "In the main hall, Lieutenant Alvrold. He has been expecting you." "Welcome back to Tiragard, sir." The man saluted, but Alvrold could not be bothered to answer him. His gaze instead turned to the two ships which had docked alongside his own. They were smaller than the vessels of Kultiras, and rather poor in appearance, if he were to be completely honest. But if they had been able to cross the Great Sea, they could not have been as bad as he believed them to be. The first person to descend from the ships was not who he was looking for, but he cautiously watched his descent nonetheless. The elf stared down at him, his blood-red armor reflecting the sun's rays, and nodded in respect. The elf moved out of the way as more and more elves walked out of the ship, but not only them. He saw plenty of humans amongst their number, and even the occasional dwarf and gnome. One of the last persons to leave the ship was an elf wearing a red robe over a suit of gleaming plate armor. His hair was blonde and fell straight past his shoulders, reaching the middle of his back. Prince Kael'thas turned his gaze towards him, golden eyes impassive, and Alvrold felt himself straighten. "We have arrived," the prince commented, "thankfully so. After so much time at sea, I am glad to finally be upon land. Thank you for guiding us here, Lieutenant. Now, take us to the Grand Admiral." Alvrold felt his head bop up and down like that of a chicken. "Of course, Prince Kael'thas. Please, follow me. I had never imagined I would see you here, Prince Kael'thas. Nevertheless, it is a pleasure to meet you once more." While the Lord Admiral's words attempted to be warm and welcoming, Prince Kael'thas was anything but. "Yes," he said, simply. "I have come looking for you, Grand Admiral Dalen. As a fellow member of the Alliance." Fellow? Did he imply? As a fellow member of the Alliance? Now that is something I did not expect. "You are suggesting, then, that Kulthalas has rejoined the Alliance?" The Lord Admiral's voice and face showed some evident confusion. "I was not informed of this. Why was my opinion not requested? I stand before you now, Grand Admiral." Prince Kael'thas said, and Alvrold did not understand what he meant. "You are free to present any objections you have. I understand your eagerness, Prince Kael'thas, but perhaps this should be discussed with your father. I am sure that my father is dead." Alvrold gulped down the saliva pooling in his mouth, suddenly feeling rather uncomfortable. "I speak for the elves now. And I have been welcomed into the Alliance, as have my people." A deathly silence enveloped the room. It was only broken as the Lord Admiral took off his hat, bowing his head towards the elven prince. "My condolences," he said, voice low. "I did not know." "Thank you." When Prince Kael'thas spoke the words, they appeared to be rather sorrowful. "But I wish to discuss other matters. Rest assured that I am here as a legitimate representative of the Alliance. There is much that I must inform you of." "Very well," said Dalen, and one of his hands placed his hat once more upon his head. "For what reason have you come here, Prince Kael'thas?" "Your efforts at containing the Orcish threat are commendable," said the prince, "but there is something you must be aware of. The Lady Jaina Proudmoore has allied herself with the Horde, and will attempt to intervene in your coming conflict. I do not believe that she will side with you, despite you being family." Alvrold had learned to read the mood of the Lord Admiral well over the years. It had been a necessity, as the man would not usually show emotion unless before his family or close friends, both of which Alvrold is not. Which is why he could instantly tell how angered the Lord Admiral was at the words. "Prince Kael'thas," he said, tone dangerous. "I am thankful that you have travelled such a long way. And you have my condolences for your father's death. But if you presume to come here, accuse my daughter of treason, and claim that she is working with. It will be easy to confirm." Prince Kael'thas interrupted. "She has made a home for herself in the south, along the shore. She calls it the Amor. It is there where all the refugees have settled after fleeing across the sea. We must confront her before facing the Horde, or her actions will be sure to doom you and your men." Alvrold could tell that the Lord Admiral felt restless. He rose from his seat and began pacing back and forth across the hall, his boots firmly trampling upon the wood beneath him. It was a long time before he spoke again. "If, and I say if, it is as you say," the Lord Admiral said, his voice agitated. "Then what are your intentions towards my daughter? If she proves herself a traitor, I will be forced to intervene." I intend to imprison her for as long as this conflict lasts. No harm will come to her. Prince Garithos answered without any hesitation. She is your daughter. I know that you trust her deeply, Grand Admiral. But the Alliance cannot tolerate the loss of you and your men. Once this is done, I will be glad to see her handed to you to do as you see fit. The Lord Admiral fell silent once more. Blue-green eyes stared into Prince Garithos' own. I do not know how you came upon this information. I do not care. We will have to verify it first. I would like to trust your word without hesitation, but I cannot. Not when it comes to my daughter. My family. And if all I said holds true. The Grand Admiral's voice left his mouth in what appeared to be a sigh. Then I will be left with no choice. Alvarold could feel the tension draining out of the room. He felt his tense shoulders drop down in relief. Though that relief was short-lived. Their conversation continued. And, for the first time in months, Tiragard Keep received news from their homeland. They learned of Lord Aaron. They learned of Kulthalas. They learned of Arthas Manethil. Alvarold was forced to leave the hall as Dalen Proudmoore began to tear the room to shreds in absolute, unrelenting fury. Chapter 12. Talan watched as father and sons were reunited. By the light, I thought I had lost you, High Lord Alexandros' voice was barely above a whisper. Darien. Renault. I am glad to see you are safe. The family hugged one another, and Talan shifted his gaze aside, suddenly feeling rather embarrassed at witnessing the intimate reunion. It took a few moments before Alexanders pulled away from his sons. When he did, he turned his gaze towards him. Thank you, Lord Talan. He said, for protecting my children. I had feared for their life. You have no idea how relieved I am at seeing they are safe. Talan felt a small smile rise to his face. I would say your thanks are unnecessary, High Lord Alexandros. Your sons are formidable warriors. Although they stayed in Hearthglen, it would be wrong to say that I protected them. They defended the city from the onslaught of the undead as much as any other of my men. As they should. Alexandros pridefully said, they are paladins, after all. And my sons. Talan took his leave after that, leaving the reunited family to speak with one another alone. They likely had much to discuss. He wouldn't want to be a bother to them. As he walked through the camp, Talan let a sigh escape from his mouth. They were safe, now. At least for the time being. When Talan and his men had noticed the bulk of the undead surrounding Hearthglen march south, they had swiftly sought to find the reason. It had been surprising to learn that the undead were preparing themselves to withstand an attack upon the city of Andorhil. He had gathered as many men as he could and began to ride south as soon as he heard of the battle to come. Thankfully, they arrived in the nick of time, just as the undead hordes were beginning to break. It would be wrong to say that Talan and his men had proven crucial to the victory they had earned, but they had certainly slaughtered countless of the enemy that would have managed to escape. Had they been allowed to flee as they intended, he had no doubts that they would gather once more, whether in the capital or elsewhere. Othmar Garithos. Talan had heard of that man before all of this had occurred. According to what he knew, Garithos was a noble who had risen through the ranks of Lordaeron's military swiftly. Suspiciously so. At the time, he had thought that his incredible rise up the ranks was only due the death of the man's father during the Second War, instead of his own abilities. He had felt some unkind feelings towards him as a result, despite never having met him. He had been wrong. Now, that same man was Supreme Commander of the Alliance, and Talan was the fool who had doubted his mettle. He still laughed whenever he thought of his feelings. Years passed. He walked through the camp, taking care not to get in the way of the men who worked all around him. Even after the largest victory against the undead they had so far, there was no rest to be found. As he walked, lost in thought, he found his steps suddenly halting. There was a man staring at him. He stood by a tent. Despite the fact that the man was clad in a brown cloak which hid all of his features, Talan could still feel his eyes glaring at him. Their gazes remained locked with one another's, and Talan found himself unable to take a breath. He felt some confusion. Who was this man? Did he have something to ask of him? Hesitantly, he took a step forward, intent on approaching him, only. The man turned and departed, his cloak waving in the wind. Before Talan was able to do much more than take a couple of steps, the hooded man left his sight. It was a strange encounter. But Talan was forced to put it out of his mind as a soldier approached him with hurried steps. Lord Talan. He said, bowing his head. Her Majesty, the Queen, has summoned you. She wishes to discuss matters of great importance. Talan spared another glance towards the tent the man had been standing next to, and saw nothing but shadows and wind. Yes. He said, feeling somewhat perturbed by the encounter. He coughed in order to hide the unease in his voice. Lead me to her. The Alliance had chosen to make their quarters just outside the walls of Andorhil. Some would think that resting in the buildings of the city would have been easier, no matter how ruined they were, but there were still undead hidden amongst the ruined buildings. Mindless they may be, it would take some effort and time to cull them all. They thus decided to simply not bother for now. They had other matters to deal with, after all. The queen was staying in a tent, like the countless other soldiers at their camp. But to call it a tent would be a disservice to it, Taylan thought. It stood taller than a house. Wider than it, too. Guards patrolled around it, watchful, their hands tied upon their weapons. 4 guards stood upon the flap leading inside, and they saluted him as he approached. He was allowed inside, but before he could examine the innards of this monstrosity, his attention was brought towards the long oak table in the middle of the room. It had more than 24 seats around it, but at the moment only 2 found themselves occupied. Othmar Garithos sat at one of them, staring intently at a large map which had been sprawled across the table. At his side, Queen Kalia appeared radiant in her silver dress, and seemed to be eagerly conversing with the Supreme Commander. That conversation ceased as he entered, their eyes turning towards him. Lord Taylan, the Queen was swift to greet. Taylan vaguely recalled seeing Princess Kalia, once upon a time. He had been a child, then. His father had brought him to court as he dealt with some matters. The Queen before him did not at all match the figure of Princess Kalia he had in his memories, though he should have expected that. Many years had passed since then. It is a pleasure to see you, and to have you unite with our forces. I am glad to see that Hearthglen stands strong, with you as its leader. Please, take a seat. She gestured to a chair at the table, and Taylan placed himself upon it. Your men have bolstered our forces during a crucial battle, said Queen Kalia. He found it strange that the Supreme Commander had remained quiet. He had expected a greeting, at least. And I am thankful for your aid. Do you intend to return to Hearthglen now? It was a question, though Taylan knew that there was only one correct answer to it. After his father's exile, he had taken his title as Lord of Martenhold Keep. Despite his father's actions, King Terenas had not seen fit to remove the title from passing on to his son. Queen Kalia would not tolerate him simply stating that he preferred to remain out of the conflict that Lord Aaron found itself embroiled in. I intend for my men to join you, Your Majesty, if you would accept them. He bowed his head towards the Queen, as was proper. There are many who have joined us at Hearthglen from the nearby towns and villages. Many remain there, as we had to rush to arrive here. I would place them all beneath your banner if you accepted it, though I would also request that I be granted command over the men personally sworn to me. I know them best, and would surely be a suitable commander. It was a bother to continue with the facade, but it was a necessary one. The Queen expected to hear the words coming out of his mouth, and Taylan had expected to be asked to speak them. And, as he did, he saw the Queen give him a satisfied nod. Very well. I am thankful for your loyal service, Lord Taylan. Now, the Queen turned towards the map spread between them. He saw that it depicted a very detailed map of the kingdom of Lord Aaron and its surroundings. I have orders for you. Though it pains me to admit it, there are still many undead infesting our lands. Some of my men have already begun to secure the city of Andorhil itself, but it is urgent that the nearby area also be secured quickly and without issue. You have a large amount of horsemen with you, and they seem to work well as a unit, which is why I would request that you march west as soon as possible. We must secure the way leading to the capital, and prevent the undead from staging any further assaults. The location you will be capturing is a natural choke point that will serve us well in containing their advance, whenever it may come. You are to secure it and hold it until reinforcements arrive. Understood. It was the Queen's voice which was speaking, but Taylan could tell they were not her own words. The Supreme Commander had remained quiet since he had arrived, merely observing the proceedings with some interest. He had likely encouraged her to take matters into her own hands, after giving her some advice about how to proceed. Taylan did not see fit to make this difficult for the Queen. There were some matters he wanted clarified and further explained, but he suspected it would be best to settle his doubts another time. Of course, Your Majesty. You have my word that I will see this duty accomplished in your name. He placed one of his gauntlets upon his breastplate in a vow, bowing his head once more. Is there anything else you would request of me? No. That is everything I wished to discuss. The Queen appeared pleased with his response, the corners of her lips turning up slightly. He saw as her eyes darted towards the Supreme Commander, and he saw the man give a small nod of acknowledgement. As soon as he did so, the Queen's face grew slightly flushed, her upturned lips growing into a smile. Taylan pretended he saw none of it as the Queen's eyes turned back towards him. Would you like to stay for dinner, Lord Taylan? I would enjoy learning more about Hearthglen and how it has endured. Though Taylan did feel slightly hungry, he had matters to attend to. As a response, he stood from his seat. I'm afraid not. I apologize, Your Majesty, but I should inform my men of our new command. I hope we can speak another time. Oh, of course. It is a pity. I suppose I will have only the Supreme Commander as company. Though she said with a saddened tone, he did not feel as though the Queen felt all that bothered by his absence. In fact, she appeared rather pleased to be dining alone with the Supreme Commander. Farewell, Lord Talan. Ah, I apologize, I almost forgot. You are also invited to join the meetings that are held to discuss our future actions. One such meeting should be held tomorrow, during the morning. I will send someone to inform you once it is about to begin. Talan bowed once more, taking the words for the dismissal they were. He departed from the tent, and once more pretended not to hear as the Queen's formal tone changed into a more casual one, and she eagerly resumed her conversation with the Supreme Commander. It was night. And Talan struggled to sleep. A fatal flaw for any soldier. They needed to be able to rest whenever possible. He had never struggled to sleep before. What was it that bothered him such that he felt unable to find rest? He knew the answer to that question. In the safety of his mind, he remembered eyes gazing at him. He remembered a hooded man vanishing from his vision. He rose from where he was laying. His heart beat harshly in his chest. He had no reason to be so bothered by that strange meeting, if it could even be called such. It was more than likely that the hooded man was a survivor who had joined their forces for safety. Someone unimportant. They certainly did not lack for survivors who saw fit to follow after the army. He had seen many of them as he walked through the camp. And he had seen many of them carrying cloaks just like the one the hooded man had worn. Why, then, did that simple explanation not settle his unease? Why was he still struggling to fall asleep? He rose from the bed, soon reaching his wash basin, and throwing some water upon his warm face. He rubbed at his eyes, feeling as he came wide awake. For a moment, he stood there, lost in thought. It appeared he would not be finding sleep tonight. Without a choice, he dressed himself and stepped out of his tent. The cold air battered him as soon as he did, and he began hearing the whisperings of the men who were still awake in the night. They said she slaughtered hundreds. Maybe thousands. One man sitting by a fire spoke, nursing a drink. So bright was the light that it almost seemed as though the sun had descended. Truly. Another man doubted, warming his hands upon the fire in the middle of them. That seems hardly believable. I have never heard of another priest doing such a thing. It is true. A third one in their circle insisted. A woman. I heard it from a paladin. Do you think a man like that would lie? What would he gain from doing so? Everyone says it happened, so it must be true. Those who were there said they couldn't fit all their men into the crypts, since the hallways were narrow and hard to traverse. The first one spoke again, pausing for a moment to gulp down his drink. They said that just as the light burnt the undead, so too did it heal the wounded. Talan wandered off at that point, unable to continue listening. He felt restless, unable in the slightest to stand still. He did not know how far he had walked. He only knew that he had reached a corner of their camp. Trees surrounded him, and the moon shined above him, sending a ray of light down upon his face. He felt some peace in that moment. He carefully took a seat upon the stump of a fallen tree, relishing in the peace and quiet he had finally found. His heart settled in his chest, and his eyes began to drift close. The soft breeze blew his hair astray. He could almost. He heard the grass rustling as someone took a step. Talan's eyes darted open, and he saw a figure in the darkness amongst the trees. It began to flee as soon as he gazed upon, a cloak swirling with the night's breeze. He saw ragged clothes beneath the shifting fabric, as well as the slightest vestige of what appeared to be armor. Before Talan could think better of it, he darted after the figure. His steps pounded upon the earth as he ran. His breathing soon grew ragged. His heart beat loudly in his chest once more. Slowly, surely, he was gaining upon whoever the figure was. Stop! He ordered, but the figure did not. Who are you? For some reason, the words made the figure pause slightly in its rushing steps. Taking the chance for what it was, Talan barely managed to reach it, grasping hold of its cloak. They were both sent tumbling down to the ground, falling on top of one another. If it had not been soft grass beneath them, Talan feared they would have been injured. He managed to struggle such that he stood atop the man, the cloak still held in one of his hands. For a moment, Talan's eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness. Once they did, however, he stopped, his eyes widening in disbelief. The face below him was familiar. It was more aged, perhaps. Certainly more weary. But, as he glanced down at the man below him, Talan struggled to understand what he was seeing. After a moment, a single word spilled out of his mouth. Father? He asked. Tyrion Fordring did not answer, but his eyes grew pained as he heard the word. Chapter 13. Kurdran flew. Atop his griffin, he stood above the mountains and valleys, and towered over the rivers and lakes of Outland. It was here that he belonged. In the sky, wild and free. Steady now, Skyri, he patted his mount, and she let out a small screech of delight. We should be heading back now. We've scouted enough. It had been days since they had met the Drania and had them join their forces. Once they had grown used to one another, Kadger had ordered them to once more begin marching. Kurdran was not certain of where they were going. Ever since Kadger and the Prophet Velan had carried out a ritual to call upon the beings named Naru, they had insisted that they proceed north, towards the Blade's Edge Mountains. Kurdran was not sure of how he felt regarding all that had happened. He had expected to die, truth be told. Years ago, he had sacrificed his own life in order to see the dark portal closed, and his people and kingdom safe from harm. They might not have died as soon as the portal closed, but he had believed their fate sealed. They would perish from attrition, if nothing else. But now, that sacrifice tasted like ashes in his mouth. Despite the Sons of Lothar's continued efforts, the Legion had found a way into Azeroth. Into what they had sought to protect. Why, then, had they remained in Outland? Why, then, had they sacrificed themselves? Truth be told, he did not like their new allies. Kurdran had never met a Naga before. The one who called herself Lady Vashoy had come before them. It made him wary. The warriors of Lady Vashoy were a sight to behold in battle, and yet he had never even heard of their race. It appeared that his world was much more vast than he had thought. Kadger and Danath had chosen to trust them for now, and so would he. As long as they proved themselves worthy of that trust. The less Kurdran thought of their so-called master, Illidan, the better. Desperate times call for desperate measures. They were fleeing from Outland, and, if accepting their aid would allow him to return to Azeroth, Kurdran would even lower himself to work with their ilk. No matter how distasteful it felt, if it allowed him to return home and to protect his people, he would tolerate it. He felt his partner shifting suddenly, heading towards a direction out of her own volition. His distraction vanished as his hand tightened upon the reins, his legs clinging tightly to his friend. Skyri? He questioned, but he found there was no doubt in his tone. He had long learned to trust his friend's instincts. His mount did not answer in the screeches and sounds he had long learned to understand, merely flying silently across Outland's sky. It took minutes for Kurdran to finally understand his companion's abrupt actions. With a flap of the griffin's wings, they crossed over a mountain range that had been blocking their sight. Kurdran gazed at what lies beyond it, and... "By my big, bushy, beard!" he cursed, though the words swiftly turned into a burst of laughter. "Skyri, you found it!" His mount let out a thrill of delight, and Kurdran once again patted her soft feathers. His eyes, however, remained locked upon the massive structure in front of him. It was made out of crystal, and it floated above the world without a single care, untouched by the chaos that affected the ruined land beneath it. The structure at the very center was massive, almost as tall as a mountain, and as wide as one, too. Orbiting it were 4 lesser crystalline towers, each one glittering with colored light. "So this is what they wanted us to find." He breathed out, transfixed by the beauty of the thing. "I see. I understand now, Kadger. This Tempest Keep is remarkable. You called, and it answered." He muttered to himself as he turned and departed, some disbelief still in his tone. He had already traveled too far from the rest of their forces. It was time for him to return. And to bring news of what he had found. "We must cross the Blade's Edge Mountains, then," Danath said, and no one around him spoke against his words. "As you had said they would, the Nara have descended upon this world. I must ask again. Are you sure they are our allies?" "Beyond any doubt," answered the Prophet Velan. "They have come to aid us, upon our own request. Is that not enough proof of their righteousness?" "I suppose you are right." Despite his prior words, Danath was quick to bow his head in acceptance. "Kurdran, what did you see in its surroundings? Will it be easy to reach it?" All eyes in the tent turned to him. Kurdran reflected upon what he had seen before answering. "No." He decided at last. "There are already ogres and orcs heading towards it. There will probably be other beasts going there, too. Reaching it will not be easy. We will have to fight with every single step we take." "We will do what we must," answered Kadger, and the rest grew quiet at his words. "We are great in number. We will prevail." "Perhaps," said the Prophet Velan, the corners of his lips turning downwards, "we could find another way." The Prophet spoke, and they listened. Kurdran let out roaring laughter as he heard the plan. As he had thought, the Prophet's plan was incredibly fun. "Do you know why they call themselves the Blood Maul?" Kurdran bellowed, as his hammer crushed the skull of an ogre warrior who had dared to stand in his way. "It is because when you maul them, they let out tons of blood." Kurdran let out a roar of laughter, feeling as blood once again coated his face. Skyri screeched in happiness, her talons having grown red from digging deep into the flesh of their opponent. They were surrounded. Which only meant they had no lack of opponents. Even as he spoke, Kurdran turned to the ogres who had dared approach after witnessing the slaughter he had unleashed. "By the light, Kurdran," Danath bemoaned, rushing forth, his sword cleaving the head of an ogre magi. The magic upon the creature's hands dimmed just as quickly as its eyes did. "That is a horrible joke. Bah! You are merely too refined to understand wild hammer humor." Kurdran mockingly spoke, even as energy coursed through his hammer. He pointed it at his foes, and the clap of thunder he let loose washed over more than a dozen ogres. Kurdran watched as they rolled across the ground, groaning in pain from the force which had battered them. Refined! Danath roared, his shield coming down upon the neck of the ogre below him. How dare you? Have you not seen me sleep in filth, eat meat that tasted like rubber, and scavenge for leaves to clean my ass? I haven't had a proper meal in years. And you call me refined? Blood splattered, and Danath's armor became as red as Stromgard's banner. Luxuries! Kurdran's hammer flung out of his hand, striking the ribcage of an ogre who had been about to throw a boulder at him. Even from this distance, he could hear the beast's ribcage give way before his throw. It fell to the ground, dead. His hammer returned to him, and Kurdran immediately swung at an ogre who attempted to sneak up on him. Sinful luxuries! Back in my home, we wild hammer need nothing but our hammers, bodies, and griffins. Need I remind you of how we saved your asses from dragons in the Second War? Enough, you two. Kadger chuckled. Standing in the middle of the ogre tide just as they were, he appeared entirely unconcerned with his surroundings. Understandably so. His hand and staff moved, and a spell was let loose. Kurdran saw dozens of ogres collapse as the purple light of arcane magic tore at their flesh and shattered their bones. You've grown so distracted that you've been letting ogres get to me. What a deplorable escort. I wager I've killed more than the two of you combined. What? Kurdran bellowed, the words shaking him to his core. Impossible. I won't allow it. Danath, start cutting. Danath did not respond, but his swings became more vigorous. Skyri seemed to have heard Kadger's insult as well, as she swiftly leapt at another ogre, her talons gaining a fresh coating of blood. They would do what they must. Kurdran found the words hilarious, now. He had thought Kadger implied they would do what they needed to do to reach the Tempest Keep. Even if it required some sacrifices. He had grudgingly agreed at the time, as he had seen no other way past their numbers. He had not thought that they would set out as a group and invade the Blood Maul by their lonesome. Velan was not a prophet, nay. He is a madman. Mad. Kurdran swears it is so. A halo of light spread over the battlefield. Even as the ogres flinched backwards at the bright light, Kurdran felt his wounds and sores begin to heal in the blink of an eye. He gave a glimpse towards Velan, who stood in the middle of their group. How many times has it been, now? 3, 4? No matter how many wounds the Blood Maul inflicted, the Prophet Velan would heal their group time and again with a simple wave of his hands. Kurdran had never seen anything like it before. But it was incredibly hilarious. He did not even have to worry about dying, now, and could simply rage against the enemy without end. Before, they had never dared to do such a thing, no matter who they faced, or how strong they considered themselves. They had worried about injuries which would linger upon their body, and put the safety of their expedition at risk. Now? A bloodbath. That is the only word fit to describe it. Without fear of wounds, they could be as reckless as they wished. Oh! Spoke Danath, removing his sword from an ogre's corpse. It appears they have surrendered. What? Kurdran glanced up, and, indeed, he saw that the Blood Maul ogres had begun to withdraw. He had hardly noticed. He saw a few of them fall to their knees, bowing and scraping at their feet. It is over at last, said the Prophet Velan. Kurdran could not hear a single inkling of exhaustion in his voice. Let us spare those who have surrendered, friends. We are merely passing through. There is no need for further bloodshed. Blood coated the ground. Bones littered the soil. Flesh clung to their bodies. Amidst the death they had inflicted, Kurdran Wildhammer felt himself unable to do anything but laugh. They had come to it at last. After days of bloodshed, after battles without end. Kurdran stood before the Tempest Keep, his eyes gazing upon its glittering light. He began to hear something. A sound clung to his ears, a soothing and comforting melody, unlike anything he had ever heard before. It made him feel comfortable. It made him want to lay down his hammer. It made him want to finally rest. It made him feel safe. 3 figures flew down from the Tempest Keep. As they landed before their assembled host, for a moment, Kurdran was blinded by their majesty. That moment passed. The Nara spoke. Kurdran listened. Chapter 14. She saw the ships before the others did. From where she stood at one of the windows of Lady Gina's tower, it was easy to see them approaching, sailing over the waves, the rain battering their sails. Lady Gina, pained heard herself call out. The conversation that had been ongoing in the room dwindled, and as she turned, she saw Gina Proudmoore look at her questioningly. Ships approach. Her lady's face grew even more confused, and she rose from her seat. With quick steps, she neared her, and was soon gazing out of the window as she had. Ships? Whoever could be. Gina's voice dwindled. Pain saw her mouth drop slightly. When she next spoke, it was in a whisper. Oh no. What occurred next was a flurry of motion. Jaina turned back to her desk, reaching for her staff. She pulled her hood over her face, and turned to those who were assembled before her. Quickly, we have to. She was interrupted by the sounds of bells ringing. Payne knew that it meant the harbor gates were opening. She saw Secretary Duque rise from her seat, her face filled with unease. She saw Colonel Lorena stand, her hand gripping her sword tightly. Together, they began to walk down the steps of Jaina's tower. Their descent was silent. Jaina did not speak a word, but Payne could see the worry and fear upon her face. Her staff tapped upon the wood of the steps, time and again, a continuous sound that rang loudly in her ears. As soon as they stepped outside, they were battered by the wind and rain. The storm raged without a care, and lightning flashed in the distance. Jaina muttered a word, and a barrier arose, shielding them from the brunt of it. As she resumed walking, Payne's steps shadowed hers. As they walked, they saw countless others exit buildings, having heard the sound as well as they did. Some spoke to Lady Jaina, but she ignored them, continuing her hurried journey towards the harbour. Her stride lengthened until she was almost running, her boots trampling upon the stone road beneath their feet. When they arrived at the harbour, they were greeted by an army. Men tied ships to land while officers bellowed orders and commands. She saw gleaming plate armor, wet from the rainfall. And she saw the sigils they bore. Jaina did not even stop upon catching sight of the forces landing upon their Amor. Her gaze was locked upon a single man who towered above all others near him. Just a little water had landed upon her face before she cast her spell, just enough that, in that moment, it almost appeared as though she was crying. The Grand Admiral Dalen Proudmoore stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes surveying the army around him. Not a single drop of rain landed upon his clothes, but, in the dim light that surrounded them, his face almost appeared to be solemn. It was not what Payne would have expected to see in a reunion between a father and his daughter. She felt the sword at her waist, its weight comforting. At once, her mind felt at ease from worries. It was not long before the man caught sight of his daughter. Her blue and white robes were conspicuous when all the men around her seemed to wear different shades of green. "Father!" Jaina whispered, her steps halting as soon as their gazes met one another's. That whisper was swallowed by the storm around her. Dalen Proudmoore's words were not so weak. "Jaina!" he bellowed, rushing towards her. Payne felt herself tense once more, only to be relieved when the man merely enveloped her in a hug. "I've found you at last. My daughter. You are safe." Jaina hesitated for a moment before her own arms encircled her father. She buried her face upon his shoulder. "Father!" Jaina Proudmoore said. It was only a single word, but to Dalen, it appeared to be everything he needed. "I am here now. I am here. When I heard Lord Aaron fell, I despaired. Only to then hear that you had escaped. You've endured much, my daughter." They remained in each other's embrace for a long time. Their reunion was only broken as another man descended from the ships. "No, not a man," Payne corrected herself. "An elf." She saw Lady Jaina's face twist in confusion and surprise. "Kale." "Jaina," spoke the elf, "it is a pleasure to see you once again. I wish it were under better weather. But it will have to do." "It will have to do?" The words confused Payne. But not for long. She saw more elves step from out of the ships. Unlike the marines of Kultiras, they seemed to be prepared for a conflict to erupt at any moment. She saw that their gazes were vigilant, their bodies coiled and ready to spring. Payne felt that something was wrong. In the distance, she heard the sound of thunder. "Must we do this now, Prince Kale? That's..." Dalen Proudmoore took a step back, his eyes meeting his daughter's own. They appeared happy at a first glance, but, as Payne peered deeper, she saw a trace of melancholy within. "I have just been reunited with my daughter. I have just met her after so much time." "Kale, what is..." Lady Jaina attempted to speak, but her words were interrupted. "I am afraid we cannot hesitate, Grand Admiral." The elf spoke with a distant tone, and only addressed the Grand Admiral. "We must understand the situation. At this very moment, the orcs gather allies to oppose us. Every moment is crucial." And Payne understood. Her hand silently began to reach for her weapon, only for the elf to suddenly turn his head and glare at her. She froze for a moment, but she did not stop herself from clasping her sword in her hand. "The orcs," Lady Jaina said, and her tone suddenly sounded uncertain. "Father, is that what this is about? Is that why you have brought an army here?" "My daughter," Dalen Proudmoore's tone seemed to grow pained, "of course not. I came here for you, above all else. But I must know the truth. What has happened? Why has Kale accused you of working with the orcs?" "Father, you must understand." Lady Jaina began speaking, her tone growing defensive, and Payne saw the elf letting out a resigned sigh. "The orcs are not the way they used to be. They have their own kingdom now, the Horde is no longer our enemy. We do not need to fight each other, we can." "You have always been naive, my daughter." Dalen Proudmoore's face appeared to show some anger. You aren't old enough to remember what these orcs did to our homeland. To our people. The orcs and their kin cannot be trusted. Father, you don't understand. Lady Jaina appeared to grow desperate. They killed your brother. The Admiral roared, the words booming over the sound of rain falling and storms churning. For a moment, all sound in the harbor ceased as all fell silent. The Marines seemed to not dare to take even a single step. Your brother. Your family. Do you not remember how your mother wept upon his grave? Day after day, without rest, she visited him time and again. And for what? His grave lies empty, his body never found, buried beneath the waves. He died in defense of our people, in order to see you unharmed. And today you come to me and you say that they are to be forgiven? That the countless they slaughtered, innocent men, women, children, are simply to be ignored? That their actions are to be forgotten? No. Their kind will never change. Jaina remained silent. Pain could not see her face. But she saw her shoulders shaking, the hand she gripped her staff with wavering. Father, I cannot allow you to do this. You haven't seen them. They are not as they used to be. Please, you must believe me. I can show you, as long as you meet them, then you will understand. I understand more than you suspect, my dear. Perhaps, in time, you will too. Dalen Proudmoore took a deep breath. As he exhaled, his face grew expressionless. You are not of sound judgment. As such, I can only deem fit to relieve you of command. Pained grip upon her weapon was so tight that her fingers began to lose feeling. What? Father, you cannot mean it. You can't do this. I can and I will. You will be placed under watch until the horde is dealt with, Jaina. I cannot allow you to interfere. For your own sake. As the elves took a step forward, Pained moved. She leapt forward, reaching for Lady Jaina, intent on bringing her to safety, only. She stopped, her body frozen in place. Her eyes, swirling in her head, turned to the elf called Garithos. He had a hand raised towards her, a circle of magic upon his hand. Seize those who resist, he ordered, and the elves marched forward. She heard the sounds of conflict. Few in number. She heard Colonel Lorena cry out, and a sword leaving its scabbard. She heard Secretary Duque cry out in indignation. She heard the grunts of a few men, only for them to stop after a short time. No. This is all wrong. This wasn't meant to happen. Father, this is not right. Lady Jaina bellowed, and Pain suddenly felt power. Arcane might erupted from out of Lady Jaina's body as she raised her staff. The rain resumed falling around them, drenching her hair and clothes. She did not care. Pain turned her eyes just enough to see a circle of teleportation coming into being beneath Lady Jaina. She felt relief, the tightness upon her chest loosening. You will not be leaving, Jaina. I'm sorry. The elf took a step forward. Garithos was his name, Pain thought. With a wave of his hand, she found herself flying through the air, landing in the ground next to a few elven guards. Before she could do much more to react to her new surroundings, she was grappled to the ground. With another wave of his hand, the circle of teleportation suddenly came undone. Jaina gasped, seemingly caught off guard, but immediately reacted. Her staff flared with power, and the rain falling around them began to converge into a single point. Lightning fell in the distance, and Pained watched, forced upon the ground, as a gigantic water elemental came into existence. It roared, its body swirling as drops of falling rain were absorbed into its form. I truly wish we had met under better weather. Garithos gazed upon the elemental, his eyes devoid of fear. But I suppose you could use the advantage. So be it. Forgive me if your daughter is injured, Grand Admiral Dalen. I will do my best to see her captured without suffering harm. The elf's hands rose. Pain saw 3 flames appearing around them. They circled Garithos for a moment, their speed increasing and increasing, until, at last, they clashed against one another. One flame swallowed 2 others. Come forth, Lar, Prince Garithos uttered. And the world was swallowed by flames. A being screeched. A bird? Pained was not certain. She struggled against her captors, but was unable to do much more than annoy them, as one of them kicked her in the stomach. She gasped, coughing and sputtering. The rain stopped falling. That was the first thing Pained noticed, once she had regained her breath. Has the storm ended? She began to feel hot, a wave of heat assaulting her body. It was such an abrupt change that, for a moment, she wondered if she was dreaming. Smoke coated her surroundings, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. It clung to her face, and made it difficult to breathe. She heard another screech. The sound of water splattering upon the ground. You are powerful, Jaina. She heard the elf's voice. It was the only sound in the silence that had fallen. It is no wonder that Antonidas took you as his apprentice. In time, I suspect you will grow into one of the most powerful mages in this world. I admire you humans. What we elves struggle to attain over centuries, you can do in years. Unfortunately, his tone seemed to gain a tone of mocking. Or was it pity? Pain could not tell. You are still some years away from being a true challenge to me. She heard someone shouting. It appeared familiar. Lady Gina? Pain felt so tired. But she couldn't sleep. Her lady needed her. She must. Her eyes began to drift shut, even as she struggled to keep them open. She heard a screech, and felt heat wash over her face. The heat felt so comforting. It's almost made her. Her eyes closed. Chapter 15. Balnazar has yet to return. Ditharok muttered to himself, striding back and forth across the ruined throne room of Lord Aaron. His hooves trampled upon the rubble that had fallen from the once beautiful domed ceiling, now cracked and ruined, and unsettled the dust that had gathered over the past year. Yes. You have said that. Repeatedly. Varimithra's tone was mocking as he spoke from the throne which the kings of Lord Aaron had used for generations. Once a symbol of Lord Aaron's power, now a seat for a dread lord. Say it once more, why wouldn't you? I'm sure that Balnazar will be summoned here once you speak his name 10 times in a row. Silence, Varimithras. Ditharok sneered at his companion, his jaw tightening and his teeth grinding against one another. It has been 1 month. And Balnazar has yet to return. I am right to be concerned over his disappearance. You would do well to remember that I am in charge of Lord Aaron, not you. No matter how much you wish it were otherwise, I am your leader. Balnazar was ordered to destroy the humans. That he has not returned yet may not necessarily implicate his demise, but it is certainly a sign that things have not proceeded according to our plans. And what about it? Varimithras boredly drawled, sprawling himself atop the throne, it does not matter if Balnazar failed. We merely need to await word from Lord Archimond. It has been more than enough time. He must have reached Kalimdor by now. Soon, this world will be cleansed by fire. And you will no longer need to worry over such matters. Ditharok considered the words for a moment, but swiftly discarded them from his mind. It had been months since they had heard from Lord Archimond. No matter how much he attempted to convince himself that everything would proceed as they had designed, he could not help but to have doubts. Their master would have sent word by now. I will send you to scout out Andorhal. I must know what has occurred. Ditharok decided. He did not stop his stride as he spoke, continuing to walk from one corner of the throne room to the other. We must be aware of our enemy's actions. The bulk of our forces was taken away by Balnazar, but we still. I will not be treated as a mere scout. Varimithras interrupted, roaring, one of his fists banging upon the throne. If you wish to see what has happened, you will go by yourself, you. Varimithras stopped his words. And so too Ditharok stopped his hooves from moving. Footsteps approached them, quickly nearing their location. He turned his gaze towards the large, ornate doors of the imperial chamber just in time to see them being blasted open. Some dust was thrown into the air, and bright light was let inside. As his eyes adjusted, Ditharok gazed at who had dared to approach them. A man. No. Could he still be called a man? Clad in black armor, a torn cloak at his back, a being with ashen white hair marched into the room with confident steps. The weapon upon his hand, a twisted sword, glowed ominously, bringing an ill feeling to him as Ditharok gazed upon it. Prince Arthas Menethil took but a few steps into the room before he stopped, his eyes gazing at the 2 dread lords in front of him. Then, his lips curled in distaste. Varimithras, he said, voice as cold as winter, you are in my seat. Varimithras rose so quickly from the golden throne that it almost appeared as though he had been scalded by it. Despite his reaction to the words, and the fear in his eyes, Ditharok saw that his companion still attempted to keep a facade of arrogance in place. Prince Arthas. Varimithras spoke, voice gravelly, like rocks rubbing against one another. Theatrics. Ditharok barely stopped himself from snorting in disdain. You have returned? What has happened? Where is Lord Archimond? Your master is dead, demon. He has been defeated. Were you not aware? It has been months by now. When Arthas answered the questions, Ditharok felt that there was almost a hint of humor upon his flat tone. Begone. This is my kingdom, not yours. You have lingered here for long enough. It was as Ditharok had feared. Archimond had fallen. He felt himself grow enraged at the bold words of the fallen prince, but he just barely managed to control himself from letting that anger out. It was not the time to confront the Death Knight. Not yet. Not while the creature was still of use to his purposes. I would advise you not to make us your enemies, Prince Arthas. Ditharok said calmly, instead of spewing out the insults and bestowing the curses he wished upon the Death Knight. It has been a long time since you left your kingdom behind. Much has occurred. Much concern to you. Speak, the Death Knight ordered, his grip upon the cursed blade Frostmourne tightening. Before I force you to. I grow tired of this charade you dread lords always play. It appears that the humans were not as defeated as you had claimed. Many of the survivors have gathered underneath a single banner. They now pose a considerable threat to you, and to us. I had sent Balnazar against them in order to see them broken once more, but he failed to do anything useful, and now you want me to clean up the mess you made. Arthas stopped his words, his brow furrowing. I am truly shocked at your incompetence, dread lord. As simple as your task was, I thought you would do better than you have. Ditherok felt anger flood his mind, and his claws tightened into fists. He took a deep breath in order to control himself. When was the last time he had been mocked like this? That anyone had dared to stand before him with such arrogance? He so dearly wanted to crush this human beneath his hooves and see him beg for mercy. That is why, he said slowly, instead of doing as his pride told him to. Patience, he told himself. For now, he needed to be patient. I suggest that you do not be so hasty in your actions. With Lord Archimonde defeated, we must work together in order to see him brought to this world once more. The scourge belongs to the Legion. You would do well to remember that fact. Prince Arthas glared at him for a moment. But Ditherok saw that he loosened his hold over Frostmourne. Of course. I serve the Burning Legion, above all else. Tell me more about these survivors. How have they managed to be a challenge? They have been rallied together by your sister, Kalia. It appears she survived the purge of the capital. Despite your claims and accusations, you, yourself, were not as thorough as you believed yourself to be. Ditherok took some satisfaction at seeing Prince Arthas' jaw tighten at his words. Although, your sister leads them only by name. A man called Othmar Garithos is who truly leads the army set against us. I have never heard of the man before, Prince Arthas said. But it is irrelevant. If either he or my sister stand against me, they will die. And if Kalia disputes my rightful claim to Lord Aaron, I will finish what I began with my father's death. They are fleeing, Prince Arthas commented, sitting upon his reanimated horse. Ditherok stood at his side, gazing at the land spread below them. From atop this small mountain, they observed as humans scattered like ants, screaming and crying out for salvation as their vast horde of undead approached their fortified village. They did not even bother to put up a struggle. Pathetic. Where to? East. Our enemies have secured the mountain pass leading towards the eastern plague lands, Ditherok said, observing the procession of undead below them. They had gathered whatever forces they could for Balnazar, but he had failed. But with Prince Arthas' timely return, they had seen their forces bolstered enough that he felt confident in their chances against the humans. Especially if they took the time to slaughter the nearby holdouts of humans, such as this one. Every soul they claimed was another corpse to join the battle to come. There are still many who live within reach of the capital. We have managed to keep them trapped here over these last months, without hopes of escaping. But now, with Andorhil having fallen, they have grown bold enough to attempt to escape. I know the location you speak of. If that is the case, then we must take that passage back from their hands. Prince Arthas gazed down upon his people as they were slaughtered and raised into undeath. Some managed to escape, a few stragglers that would have to fight for every step they took east. But for every single person that escaped, many more fell to their assault. If Prince Arthas felt any pity at the sight of his dying people, he did not show it in the slightest. What forces do you have at your disposal? Barely a few thousand, Ditherok answered him, with your own forces added to mine, we have a sizable army, but it is not enough for us to be completely assured of victory. I would suggest that we continue scouring the last remnants of Prince Arthas. A voice said, ringing with arcane might. Ditherok did not hear steps approaching them, but it was impossible to not notice the being's presence nonetheless. He turned and watched as the necromancer neared them. I apologize for my late arrival. I was in the east, gathering my own forces. You have returned to us at last. Kel'Thuzad, Arthas greeted, I have returned at last. But I am king now, Lich. These are, after all, my lands. Of course. The Lich bowed his head in acceptance. He had not come alone. Despite not floating, Sylvanas Windrunner's steps were as imperceptible as that of the Liches. King Arthas, spoke the Banshee, her head lowering as the Liches had. Ditherok watched as the Death Knight saw fit to simply ignore her, barely sparing her anything beyond a cursory glance. What have you done these last few months, Kel'Thuzad? Questioned Prince Arthas, addressing the Lich. Where were you while the humans gathered their forces? I was busy in the east, my king. While the west remained under the dominion of the Dreadlords, and thus out of my purview, I remained at Tyr's hand, besieging it day after day without rest. It is my shame to say that they have withstood my assaults. At least for now. I see. Are you able to bring any of the undead in Nakekrimus to us? Not without great losses, my king. The humans have seen fit to separate our forces, taking Andorhil and heavily fortifying their position. If I were to fly Nakakramas over their heads, I fear the necropolis would be brought down to the ground. Kel'Thuzad answered swiftly, I would advise that it stay at Tyr's hand, in order to dissuade the paladins there from departing that enclave. But all the other undead in the east can gather for an assault upon their defences. It would, at the very least, force our enemies to send a portion of their forces to combat our approach. Good. Do so. In the meanwhile, we will. The prince suddenly grunted, bringing a hand to his head. Ditharok watched as he practically swayed atop his seat. It took several moments for him to steady himself. How, curious. Ditharok felt intrigued. Was he afflicted by a curse, perhaps? Or was it something else? He would have to keep close watch over the Death Knight. My king. Are you well? Kel'Thuzad approached, a hand devoid of flesh rising towards his master. I am fine. Prince Arthas waved him away, casting aside his hand. His eyes turned to Ditharok, Dreadlord. What else can you tell me about our enemies? Be quick. There is little else to say, King Arthas. Ditharok told the prince, I have informed you of all that I know of. Perhaps Verimithras would be able to tell you more, once he returns. Verimithras was absent once more, to his annoyance. It had been a week by now. Where had the fool gone? Could he not see that, despite their differences, they needed to come together in service of Lord Archimond? Prince Arthas' gaze turned to the land below them, and so did Ditharok. It was then that he saw a light rising in the distance, in the middle of a large group of fleeing humans. The undead around it reeled backwards in terror. The sight of it seemed to have drawn the attention of Prince Arthas as well. What is that? Paladins, King Arthas. Ditharok answered, even as he saw the light beginning to dim. As it did, Ditharok saw that the undead who were unfortunate enough to be bathed by its radiance had perished. A large group of them was taking refuge in the palace gardens, and fled all the way here. They have been a thorn in our sides for long. With the fall of Andorhil, however, it appears they are attempting to escape. Most of their number has already escaped east, but it appears one of them still lingers here, attempting to rescue as many as he can. Then I will ride him down. Prince Arthas said, gripping onto the reins of his horse. Kel'Thuzad, with me. Sylvanas, lead a smaller force to encircle them. And what shall I and Verimithras do in the meantime? Ditharok inquired. The fallen prince turned to him, and he suddenly saw a deranged smile come to his face. As you have said, you have given me all the information I needed. And you have also brought your undead to me, as I had requested. Thank you for placing them under my command. Ditharok felt a fell omen fall over him. He attempted to take a step away from the Death Knight, but was terrified as he was unable to do so. He began to hear a whisper in his ears, and his eyes noticed a strange glow upon one of the Lich Kel'Thuzad's hands. How had he not noticed before now? And thus, I no longer need your services. As I no longer needed Verimithras. As I no longer need the Burning Legion. Farewell, Dreadlord. Frostmourne swung. Ditharok saw no more. Chapter 15.5. Sally felt silence fall over the room as the ranger finished his words. Some men shifted in their seats, expressions of discomfort coming to their faces. Others, however, showed nothing but anger and outrage. Lord Garithos remained silent in his seat, but as the words of the ranger were spoken, his gaze turned towards the queen. Kaliamenethil had an expression of anguish upon her face, and one of her hands tightly gripped the armrest of her chair. Are you certain? The queen asked, her voice a torrent of emotions. Beyond any doubt, said the elven ranger, bowing his head slightly, many more of my men have come to me with the same news. They saw the ships landing upon the shore. And they saw the man who left them. Prince Arthas has returned to Lord Aaron, at the head of an army of the dead. The room was full of tension, and the air within the tent began to feel suffocating. No one dared to speak as the queen closed her eyes, her brow furrowing in what appeared to be anguish. Only one man dared to break the silence that had fallen. We should march against him at once, said Lord Garithos, and the queen's eyes opened, gazing at him. We will not have a better opportunity. Our armies stand strong, and our fortifications will hold against any assault from the east. It is time for us to reclaim the capital, and to put an end to the scourge that Arthasmenethil has wrought. It had been a month since they had taken Andorhil. A month since they had made any progress in taking back Lord Aaron. Lord Garithos had been strangely reluctant to start any assaults, no matter whether it was against the capital, or upon the east weald. For a month he had stood still, merely drilling the troops and accepting any survivors that came to them, ordering only scouting expeditions and small incursions. As a consequence, his leadership had begun to be called into question, no matter his prior achievements. Sally felt a small smile come to her lips. While others had doubted, she never had. Their forces were gathered and well rested, prepared to set out into battle at any moment. Was it a mere coincidence that Arthasmenethil arrived now, at the best possible moment? She felt her eyes turn to Lord Garithos, watching as he gazed at the Queen unflinchingly. Or, perhaps. Very well, said the Queen, and the tension in the room disappeared as though it had never been there. Supreme Commander Othmar Garithos. You are to take the Alliance forces west. Retake the capital of Lord Aaron, cleanse our lands of undead, and slay my brother. That is the duty I bestow upon you. As you wish, your majesty. Lord Garithos inclined his head towards the Queen, but his eyes were quick to turn towards the others in the room. Sally saw Lord Darius Crowley, King Thoras Trollbane, High Lord Alexandros Mograine, and all the other heroes of the Alliance. The finest the Alliance had to offer. All of you, you've heard the Queen's words. This meeting is adjourned. Prepare your men to march. We will set out at dawn. The men began to hurry out of the tent, no doubt to spread news of their coming campaign. Sally remained in her seat, of course, as she saw that Lord Garithos remained upon his as well. Even though most others had departed already, it still took a few more moments before the Queen gathered the courage to speak. Lord Garithos, she called out, would you like to join me for dinner tonight? I wish to discuss matters of importance to our campaign. Sally attempted to stop the small smile upon her face from becoming a smirk. How many times had the Queen said those same words by now? Nowadays, she dined with Lord Garithos more often than not. Of course, your majesty. Lord Garithos said, finally rising from his seat. Sally swiftly did the same. I will be seeing you later, then. Sally saw how the Queen's face grew pleased at his words. Kalia was utterly unable to hide her feelings when it came to it. Well, at least not when before the Supreme Commander of the Alliance. She managed to maintain her mask well enough when in front of others. Sally found it rather cute. Lord Garithos did not make any comment as he exited the building, and she began to trail after him. They walked through the streets of Andorhal, staying silent the whole way to Lord Garithos' quarters. But Sally could see how tense his shoulders were, and how his steps were rigid as they walked side by side. Lord Garithos, she finally said, as they neared their destination. I wish to speak with you alone. May I? It had been weeks since their first encounter. Since she had taken what she wanted from him. Perhaps some would call her a harlot for being so bold in her actions, but she did not care. The second time, he had been awake. He could have stopped her. He did not. And neither did he stop her during all the times after that. They were not in a relationship, since she hadn't grown confident enough to ask him about it. If he wanted it and enjoyed it, why should she stop? It was the least he deserved for all he had done for her. For them all. If her actions helped ease the tension he felt, that was fine. That was all that mattered. Of course, White Mane. He said, as they passed through the guards at the door. The two guardsmen bowed their heads as they passed, muttering a greeting. As soon as they entered the building, she locked the door behind her and called upon the light. It was easy to shape it into a barrier, and even easier to prevent any sound from leaking out of that barrier. Satisfied with her work, she turned to Lord Garithos and saw him standing in the middle of the room. Sally was unable to control herself any longer, merely leaping into his arms, placing her lips on top of his. He did not stumble at her sudden rushed movement, merely catching her holding her tightly in his arms. She felt her tongue entwine with his, their saliva mixing, and she hummed in pleasure as her arms encircled his neck. I've been waiting all day for this, she confessed to him, pulling away for a moment in order to breathe. I couldn't think of anything else. He did not respond to her bold words. But she had not expected him to. He spoke instead with his actions, as his hands reached down and grabbed her ass through her robes. She felt him tighten his grip, and her flesh parted around his fingers. She leaned back in, kissing him until she was breathless. Eventually, she slowed her actions. She leaned slightly back, their saliva making a bridge between their mouths. This close to him, she could feel his breathing upon her face, and he likely felt hers. She gazed into his blue eyes, and saw the lust within them. You have been looking forward to it, too, haven't you? She smiled. One of her hands left his neck and began to head down, over his clothed chest, until it eventually reached his groin. She gripped his cock through his pants, and he let out a hiss. I can tell. Do not worry, Grand Marshal Garithos. High Priestess Whitemane will relieve of all your stress. He lifted her up, then, and she squealed happily as he did, her legs entwining behind his back. He carried her to the bed in a corner of the room and sprawled her across it. He brought his head close to hers, and soon she was kissing and biting at his lips once more. One of his hands reached down to his pants, and she heard his belt coming loose. I want you, Garithos. She whispered sweetly upon his ear, before giving it a gentle bite. Please. Fuck me. He let out a harsh groan. He pulled away, and, for a moment, he stared down at her, breathing heavily. After taking a breath, he reached down with both hands, and Sally felt her robes being lifted up to her waist, her legs being drawn apart, and, finally, he sunk himself into her. She moaned as his cock began to pierce, spreading her apart. It was large and thick, and felt so delightful. He moaned as he pushed and pushed, until, finally, his hips met her own. She panted, feeling so full. He fit perfectly. It was wonderful. She panted as he stayed there for a moment, merely letting himself stay deep inside of her. His blue eyes stared down at her, and she wondered what he saw. Was she a mess right now? Her hair was sprawled across the bed sheet, and she could feel her face burning hot. She bit her lip as his eyes roamed down to her bosom, watching as it heaved up and down. You want to see them? She questioned, her hands reaching up to grab the fat globes of flesh. Once, when she was young, she had been ashamed of how they had grown so large. Now? She savored his gaze. I know you love them. Her hands worked to pull the top of her robes down, until she finally felt her tits being exposed to him. Her nipples were already perky, standing proudly, and he wasted no time in bringing his mouth down onto them. He began thrusting, and she began moaning. She felt as his large cock split her wide and filled her completely time and again. She struggled to accommodate every last bit of him, her legs stretched apart further, wanting to give him just that last bit of space, that last bit of warm tightness that engulfed his throbbing member. She felt his arms grab her own, pinning them to the bed. She giggled as he brought his lips up to her face, kissing her eyes, her lips, her neck, and all else that he could reach. She groaned in pleasure as he moved his hips in a circle, and felt herself panting. It felt so good. So right. She wanted him inside of her, now and always. He began to thrust forward once more, his hips slapping against her ass, and she felt her legs tremble. She was so close. It felt so good. Her mind grew clouded as she neared her peak. She felt her folds tightening even more upon his cock, and she could feel his movements becoming swifter and harsher. Urgent. Desperate. I'm so close, she whispered in his ear, and he let out a low moan in response. You are, too, aren't you? It's all right. You can do it inside. Let's come together. Her hands reached across his back, hugging him close to her, even as her nails attempted to hold on to him, digging deep into his skin. Her legs lowered and tightened around his waist as his thrusts became a mess. Their motions continued, frenzied, their bodies drawn tight against each other, until, at last, she could feel him coming. She felt him pierce deeper than ever before as he sought to plunge himself into her as much as possible, and her eyes began to roll back in her skull as she felt him so close to her womb. She screamed as she lost herself in the pleasure, and as she felt him flood her with his seed. Voyage! She moaned, incoherent, tightening around him, losing herself in the moment. Fill me up. Please. He groaned, giving one final thrust, and she felt him spurt the last of his seed. She hummed as he collapsed atop of her, her hands gently roaming across his wide back. She felt the wounds her nails had left there, and, for a moment, she considered healing him. She mischievously decided not to. The slight pain would remind him of what they had done. He stayed inside of her, and despite it all, his cock remained hard. It was not long before he moved slightly, dragging himself to his back and pulling her on top of him. She panted atop his chest, his member still inside of her, his seed deep within her, her head near his own, and she gave him yet another kiss in the neck. White mane. He whispered, his hands drifting across the small of her back, sending shivers down her back. Me. She said, for lack of anything else to say. She felt him twitch inside her at the simple word, one of his hands reaching down and once more grabbing her ass. She giggled, unable to control herself. I see you're not satisfied. Very well. I will make sure to draw out every last bit of cum that you have. Prepare yourself. She rose, sitting atop his waist, his cock inside of her, and stared down at him for a moment. His eyes stared into hers, and she did not shy away from her gaze. Slowly, she began to bounce atop of him, swaying her waist in time with the motion. It was not long before her moans echoed out, mixing with his own. You intend to fight him? It was not a question. Sally knew him well enough by now that she could presume what he would do. As he dressed himself, Garithos gave her a short answer. I do. It is foolish, she said, feeling a tightness in her chest. You have many warriors at your side. Many paladins, even. You do not have to kill him personally. There may even be a chance that he will decide not to join the battle. There are many, he agreed, but I can only trust myself against him. Others might perish in the attempt. They might allow him to escape. She stood from the bed, approaching him. He stared down at her, his stature allowing him to tower over her. One of her hands rose up, gently touching his bare chest, and she stood silently for a peaceful, quiet moment. Beneath her hand, she could feel his heart beating calmly. You only trust yourself. She questioned. And you? He acknowledged. It brought a small smile to her lips. What if I die? She asked, staring up at him. What if you fail? I will not. He said. The words lacked any hint of doubt, hesitation, or fear. They were said simply, as though they were a statement. A fact. I cannot. If you die, I will bring you back. She promised him. No matter what it takes. His eyes stared into her own, up until his hand rose up from his side and grasped the one she had placed upon his chest. He did not answer her, only gently squeezing her hand with his own. Fine. Do as you want. Sally said, a flush coming to her cheeks. She pulled back her hand hurriedly. Now, go on. It's almost time for you to dine with the queen, is it not? She must be waiting for you. He grunted, turning around and continuing to dress himself. You know she likes you, don't you? She teased, and she saw him stumble slightly in his motions. Once again, he did not answer her. She is rather cute. That finally made him gaze at her, and she saw some embarrassment upon his eyes. I don't intend to marry her, or to become king. You are enough trouble as it is. He finally said, as he put on his boots. You should. She said in response, and he froze for a moment. You deserve it. I wouldn't mind. Othmar Garithos departed, and she was left alone. Chapter 16. Rexar prowled through the marshes and swamps. He was almost there, he knew. Soon, he would reach the Amor, and his questions would be answered. When the attacks upon the villages started, each and every one near the shores, Warcraft thrall had spent countless nights attempting to uncover who had dared to attack the horde. To uncover who had dared to attack their people. But their enemies' actions seemed to be shrouded in shadows. No matter how hard they searched, their identities remained unknown to them. The enemy had hid their tracks well. Then, one day, the attacks ceased. While Warcraft thrall had admitted he felt some relief, he had not let down his guard in the slightest. The horde needed to know who had staged these attacks upon them. If they had attacked them once, they could attack again. As such, Rexar had been dispatched. Where others found nothing, he found countless clues. He saw the traces left behind by human weapons, he saw the tracks of their boots still upon the muddy ground, and he found the battered remnants of plate armor. He had reported his findings. Thrall had been furious, and eventually decided to send him to the Amor in order to seek answers. It had been some time, but, now, here he stood. In the distance, he saw a tower piercing the sky, tall walls surrounding it. The Amor did not appear to be as large as Orgrimmar, but it seemed to be a powerful fortress nonetheless. Rexar knew that anyone attempting to conquer it would suffer heavily. He took a step forward, and his feet dragged upon the mud as he slid down the slope of the hill. A few more steps saw him finally leaving the swamp that stood between him and the road. Yet more steps down that road saw him soon arrive before a towering gate. The gates to the Amor were closed. Rexar was not sure whether that was normal or not, but his eyes scanned the walls. Thrall had told him that the humans had made Dust Wallow march into their kingdom, but along the way, Thrall had seldom seen any humans. There were no guards patrolling the freshly made roads, and now, neither did he see any guards atop the walls. It made him feel as though something was amiss. He walked closer, cautiously, even as his companion, Misha, attempted to keep her lumbering footsteps quiet. She failed miserably, but Rexar appreciated that she even put in the effort. He heard the sound of something. Rexar turned, axes springing out of his belt in his hands. Who are you? A voice came to his ears. Thankfully, Rexar had not attacked before his eyes had set themselves upon the person that had ambushed him. It was a woman. She had blonde hair, and its long tresses waved slightly with the breeze. A circle of teleportation began to gradually disappear from underneath her feet, vanishing into motes of light. The human woman appeared to be cautious, her hand tightly gripping the staff she carried. I am Rexar, he said, even as he observed her for any sudden movements. I was sent here by Warcraft thrall of the Horde in order to meet Jaina Proudmoore. Ah, said the woman. He could see her tense posture disappear, her face showing some relief. Welcome to the Amor, Rexar. My name is Jaina. I am the woman you seek. I am sorry for not preparing a warm welcome for you. A few days ago, the Amor began to suffer assaults. A group of humans landed upon Kalimdor, and many of our faraway outposts have been ravaged. I have ordered for everyone to be brought within the safety of our walls. Truly? They were attacked as well? Then, perhaps, it was not the Amor who had attacked the Horde. He considered the time she gave him for a moment. If the assaults began a few days ago, then it would almost perfectly match when the assaults upon the Horde had ceased. The Horde had suffered similar assaults, he confessed, sheathing his axes. Warcraft thrall had suspected you to be responsible, but I'm sure he will be glad to know that is not the case. Who are the humans who attack us? Have you managed to discover anything? I fear it is members of the alliance, said Jaina, her brow furrowing in worry, even as the corner of her lips turned downwards. When I fled from the eastern kingdoms, the majority of those who came with me were refugees. They sought safety, and rallied under my banner. But, considering how rigid and unforgiving the alliance is, I'm sure they were infuriated to see countless peasants flee from their lands. These must be attacks of reprisal. They likely seek to bring down their Amor, and force us to return to their lands. If they are truly the alliance, as I fear, then I believe their attacks upon the Horde require no explanation. Rexar considered the words for a moment. He could not sense any hint of falsehood within Jaina's tone, so it was likely her words were true. That severely displeased him. If there were members of the alliance here, in Kalimdor, then the Horde must prepare itself. They would have to fight for their liberty once more. And this time, Rexar would aid them in that struggle. I must return to the Warcraft, he decided, his weapons carried upon his belt once more. He must be told of this. Do you not wish to rest? Jaina asked. He noticed that her tone appeared wishful. As he looked at her more closely, he saw bags under her eyes, and that her hair was in disarray. The journey here must have been long. You can stay for some time. No, Rexar decided, feeling some pity for the woman. That will not be necessary. I have what I came here for. Very well. Wait, hold on for a moment, Jaina said, as she reached for a pocket within her robes. She withdrew a piece of parchment, and Rexar saw her fingertip glowing as it neared the paper. The sound of scribbling reached his ears. As her finger withdrew, Jaina curled the parchment into a roll. Here, take this. I would want to go to Thrall myself, but I must remain in the Amor in case it is attacked again. The message explains in greater detail what I have managed to learn of our enemies. Give it to Thrall. Rexar took the scroll into one of his hands, and it was almost swallowed within his palm. He made sure to gently place it within his satchel, taking care that it would not be crumpled. There was silence for a short moment. Then, I will depart. He said to Jaina Proudmoore. Have a safe journey, Rexar. Please, hurry. Jaina attempted to smile, but it quickly dimmed. Rexar saw the worry upon her face. The alliance will show us both no mercy. Rexar gave her a firm nod. With silent steps, and Misha at his side, Rexar departed. Jaina wishes to meet with me. The Warcraft's words echoed through the small chamber. Rexar leaned against one of the walls, silently observing the meeting. Then you must meet with her, the shaman Drekthar said. If her words are true, then we are beset by a common enemy. It is only natural for us to join forces once more, as we did against the demons. Rexar saw that the words brought some discontent. Some orcs, older orcs, shifted where they sat, their gazes restless. But they did not speak in objection, and neither did they propose any other course of action. I think so too. If Jaina fears them, they must be great in number. That they have sailed across the sea to shackle us once more is proof of their resolve to see us brought low. If the Horde is to be safe, then they must not be allowed to live. Thrall said, his posture firm as he sat in the seat of honor, his right as Warcraft. I intend on agreeing to the meeting. Do any of you disagree? The hall was silent. None spoke against it, though some showed disgruntled expressions which they futilely attempted to hide. It appeared that the grudges ran deep. For a moment, Rexar thought of striding forward. He thought of mentioning that this might be a trap. But he had seen Jaina Proudmoore with his own eyes. She had been desperate. Tired. It was Rexar himself who had brought her request for a meeting to Thrall. He would make himself look incredibly foolish if he objected to it now. He chose to remain silent. Thrall stood from his seat. I will depart tomorrow. It will be some time until I can reach Razor Hill. Prepare an escort. Rexar had joined the Warcraft. They set out of Orgrimmar with 100 orcs, mounted atop of wolves. The path to Razor Hill was not yet completely finished. Halfway through, the paved road became simple dirt. But it was enough for their purposes. The wolves did not complain, merely running forth, howling. You intend to fight the alliance? He asked Thrall, as they made a brief stop along a river. The wolves drank greedily, and so did the orcs. What choice do I have, Rexar? Asked Thrall. His expression was sorrowful, but Rexar saw some anger burning within. They have chased us here, all this way. Across the sea, and into a land that they do not own. Clearly, they do not intend on ever letting us be free. All that is left to do is fight. With their Amor at our side, we will be victorious. They met at the top of the hill. Rexar saw a small fire had been lit, some smoke rising into the air. Jaina Proudmoore sat upon a log, appearing lost in thought. She hardly noticed their arrival. There were some men behind her, clad in the white colors of their Amor. But they did not appear to be cautious at their approach, merely looking at them with curious eyes. Jaina, Thrall spoke, taking a seat. The woman looked up at the word, it is good to see you once more, although I wished it were under happier circumstances. I received your letter. Rexar delivered it to me. Thrall, Jaina smiled, standing straighter in her seat. I'm glad to see you. Thank you for coming here. I had feared that, perhaps, you would. Her words were hesitant. Never, Jaina. Thrall shook his head, I know that you are a good person. I know that you merely want peace with us. But the Alliance, they cannot be allowed to act as they do. They have killed innocent orcs, raiding our villages and burning them to cinders. Thrall, Jaina sighed sadly, is there truly such a thing as an innocent orc? Rexar froze. What? Thrall stood from his seat. You are not Jaina. Who are you? In the Second War, Jaina said. No, not Jaina, Rexar corrected himself. The person who wore her face. She stood from her seat, voice changing in tone, becoming male. Proud and strong, the voice echoed. The elves of Kulthalas stood peacefully within their kingdom. Due to our arrogance, our forests were burned down by dragon fire, our people slain by the horde, our city besieged. Now, I have come here to correct the mistake my father committed, may he rest in peace. Rexar saw lightning crackle at the tips of the Warcraft's fingers. He pulled out his axes, feeling his muscles tighten in preparation for conflict. Who are you? The Warcraft roared again, the lightning growing, twisting, and flickering, the sound loud and deafening. My name is Kael'thas, the stranger said. The image of Jaina twisted, shattering like a mirror. An elf in red robes appeared before them, in the place where Jaina had once stood. Remember it, orc. Rexar heard footsteps rushing towards them. Wolves howled and screamed, their paws trampling the ground, their riders bellowing words that Rexar struggled to hear. Men erupted from around them, clad in green colors, while others stood at a distance, their armor red as blood. The Warcraft raised one of his hands towards the air, and lightning roared. With his other hand, he took up the doom hammer. Rexar took a step forward, axes in hand. Only for an inferno to descend upon them. Chapter 17. Illidan had been feeling conflicted for quite some time now. Conflicted about what he was doing, conflicted about what he felt and thought. It all began with his rescue at the hands of Vashoy and her new companions. It all began when he was captured by Maiev once more. Illidan had not enjoyed spending another 10,000 years in his lightless prison. The only reprieve that he received from the endless darkness, and the only thing preventing him from falling into madness, was the occasional visit by Maiev. Time after time, she would tell him about how he deserved to be punished for all of eternity, and how he ought to spend the rest of his wretched life in the darkened depths of his cell. After a time, he had almost believed her. He had almost lost himself, his mind fraying. The day Tyrande had torn him away from his prison had been one of the greatest in his life. When he saw her there, standing before his cell, whispering sweet words of release, he had lost himself in her voice. Once he had finally left his cell, he felt the wind upon his skin again, he felt the sun upon his back, he felt the sounds and whispers all around him, so unlike the silence he was used to. Illidan was alive. Free. His torment had ended. Maiev refused to accept his release. She chased after him. To the ends of the earth and then beyond them, to Outland in a self-righteous crusade. She would not listen to what he said, whenever they would meet and clash against one another. She did not care whether his actions had been for the good of the world, for the safety of them all, or for the destruction of the burning crusade. She merely wanted to see him brought to a cell once more. Shackled, corralled, beneath her boot. Alone, he had finally fallen. Not even he could stand against an army, no matter how much power he had acquired. Thankfully, Vashoy had rescued him. For that, he would be eternally grateful to her. It was Tyrande who had rescued him from his torment, but it was Vashoy who had prevented it from resuming once more. Illidan still remembered the first time he had met her, in the court of Queen Ashera. It was her who had given him the amber blindfold which even now covered his eyes. It was her who had cared for him as he lay weakened. It was her who had followed him without hesitation. Despite his feelings for Vashoy, and the certainty of her loyalty, he had not fully trusted the companions she had brought with her. The sons of Lothar, she had told him, when they had been alone and away from prying ears. They are powerful warriors who have fought against the Legion, as you have. Our goals are aligned with one another's. Why not accept their aid? You will not come to regret it. I swear it. When Illidan had asked how she came to know of them, or how she had found them, she had refused to answer him. It was slightly galling, but also slightly amusing. Vashoy denied him nothing, except for the source of her new knowledge. Of how she had thought up the plans and ideas that she suggested time and again. She appeared to fear whatever source she had gained this knowledge from. Eventually, he stopped asking. After their combat, he had not killed Maiev, despite the burning urge within him that told him to do so. For a moment, he had considered simply driving his blade through her chest, to see her eyes grow dim, the life leaving her body. For a moment, he had considered ridding himself of the pest which relentlessly chased after him. But he had not. Despite having fought alongside him, despite having brought the night elves low, the sons of Lothar had urged him to give mercy. To spare her and her troops after they had surrendered. He needed their aid, at least for the moment. So he held his hand. Instead, he imprisoned Maiev just as she had imprisoned him. Her troops had been cowed and forced to join their number after their defeat, but Maiev still refused to surrender. He visited her, occasionally, if only to see her eyes burn with rage and anger at her predicament. Despite being imprisoned, those emotions still burned hot within her. Illidan could admit to feeling some joy whenever he saw her imprisoned. He came to know that revenge tasted sweet. This land is not safe from the demon's reach, Vashoy had warned him, soon after his rescue. Kil'jaeden will be able to get to you even here, Lord Illidan. And, with those simple words, his plans had been shattered. He had intended to secure Outland, to gather an army, and to wage war upon the Legion. But knowing that he was exposed to Kil'jaeden's gaze would make his actions predictable. Easily countered. Vashoy had whispered upon his ears, then, as he carefully considered his next steps. We require allies, she had said, voice soothing his worries. There are many who have suffered from the demon's corruption influences. Many who dwell here in Outland. Let us gather them under a single banner. Let us acquire allies in our struggle against the demons. Allies. The word felt strange upon his tongue. Illidan once had companions, and he once had servants. But allies? It seemed unthinkable. He had given everything he had ever had in order to fight back against the Legion's onslaught. Could there truly be others that would do the same? That would suffer as he had, in service of a greater purpose? I stand at your side, Lord Illidan. Vashoy had told him, quelling the doubts he had. Now, and forever. Know that you are not alone in your struggle. There are many who would join you, if only you gave them the chance. Speak to them, and they will listen. Trust me, please. Over the following weeks, her words had proven true. As he worked together with the sons of Lothar, they found plenty of allies. First came the broken, who were corrupted and twisted by the Legion. Not willingly, as Illidan had been, but in such a way that they felt shame of their own form. Akama had proven himself a powerful ally, one filled with rage against the burning Legion, and Illidan was glad to have him at his side. Then came the Drania, a race from beyond this world, who he learned had been fleeing the Legion for countless years. After meeting them, he had spoken with their prophet, Velan. Their conversation was enlightening. He came to know that Kil'jaeden was not as great as he pretended to be. He came to know that the Legion was not as infallible and mighty as it thought itself to be. He came to know that Illidan's struggle was not pointless, and that he was much closer to his goal than he had ever thought. After meeting with the prophet, he had lost himself in his thoughts for days, thinking upon all that he had learned. He was only shaken from his stupor when Vashoy had approached him once more. This time, she brought night elves with her. Members of Maiev's army. Lord Illidan, she had said. Her words had shocked him. I have spoken with many of your kin. These men and women assembled before you wish to join your cause. They wish to be your allies in your struggle against the Legion. On that day, he had founded the Illidari. Was it, truly so simple? Illidan had felt baffled after he had given his speech before the Night Elves, announcing his goals and motives. In return, he received not doubt, but the fervent gazes of the Night Elves who had sworn themselves to him. Once, long ago, he had spoken with his brother, Malfurion. Illidan had told him of the purpose of his actions, and why he had done what he had done. In response to his words, and his pleas for reconciliation, Malfurion had chastised him, and said that he was wrong, no matter his motives. From that moment forth, Illidan had never again revealed his goals to others. Perhaps he had not done so out of fear of repeating that encounter? For a fear that they would not understand him. After all, if his own brother could not see fit to understand him, how could anyone else? His brother had been wrong, Illidan discovered. Vashoy had agreed with him, when he had confessed his worries to her. There were many who believed in him. Many who saw the worth in his words. Many who understood the danger the Legion posed to them all. He was not wrong. He was on the right path. The Tempest Keep is a wondrous structure. When the Prophet Velan and the Mage Kadger had spoken of the Nara barely minutes after meeting one another, Illidan had known who had caused that conversation to occur. Vashoy had attempted to be subtle. Perhaps she had fooled the others, but he had been keeping careful watch over her. Her words had been sly as she led the Mage Kadger into making his own conclusions, into thinking of the Church of the Holy Light and the beings they revered. In the end, when Kadger had met the Prophet, he had eagerly proposed the idea of requesting the aid of those light-born beings who opposed the Burning Legion in every way, shape, and form. Their journey towards the keep had been treacherous, and fraught with peril. But after they had crossed the Blade's Edge Mountains, and traversed the Nether Storm, they had reached it at last. The fortress of the Naru. The Tempest Keep. Their meeting did not take long. The Nara welcomed them with open arms. And, as they settled themselves into the structure, Illidan had been fascinated by all that he saw. Technology beyond what even their former empire had managed, beyond what he had even dreamed of. With this, he thought, they could put up a better struggle. They could fight. When he had come before them, the Nara had been more than eager to answer any of his questions. Illidan had been relieved. Over many days, he conversed with the Naru Adal. And he learned. An army of the light. Illidan had asked during one of their conversations, feeling drawn to the words the Naru had just spoken. Yes, Adal answered. Illidan knew that the light it radiated was soothing to others. To him, and the demonic blood that coursed in his veins, it was painful. But he bore through the pain. It was nothing he was unable to handle, especially considering how much he learned in return. The army of the light is led by Prime Naru Xera. I am of her line. In your terms, I suppose you can consider me her child, born of her light. The army she leads, blessed and protected by the light, stages strikes against the Legion's homeworld of Argus time and again. But their numbers are too few to truly deal a final blow. Nevertheless, their efforts slow the Legion's rampage. It was strange. All this time, Illidan had considered his actions unavoidable. Necessary. The sacrifices he made for power were fueled by his desperation to stop the Legion. The scars he bore were earned through his righteous will to continue struggling against his enormous enemy. And now, he learned that there were others. Others who fought, others who battled. Others who had not corrupted themselves irreparably in their struggle against the enemy. I know what you are thinking, Adal told him. Illidan could almost feel a tone of shame upon the Naru's next words. When I first saw you and your followers, the Illidari, arriving at the Tempest Keep, I had intended to strike you down. To see your demonic blood purged from this world. I only stayed my hand because you were accompanying others who were not touched by the fell. After speaking to you, I must admit that I was wrong and hasty in my judgment. I am glad I withheld my actions. Despite the corruption that afflicts you, you are righteous in your cause. I am thankful that you fight alongside us, Illidan. Illidan had been unable to answer the words. Thankfully, the Naru did not appear to want one. I could cleanse the corruption from you, if you desire. It said, and the words halted Illidan's breathing. It clouds your mind. I can tell. You may believe your actions are your own, and you are right in thinking so. But the influence of the fell upon you is undeniable. Under its touch, you will be quicker to anger, quicker to cast judgment, quicker to dismiss others, quicker to feel arrogance, quicker to inflict pain. It is not noticeable at a first glance, or even a second. You likely did not even notice yourself changing. That is how the corruption sinks deep into the soul. Gradually, slowly, so as to avoid suspicion. It becomes a part of you. Illidan struggled to speak. I do not believe you. He said at last, though he could feel his hands shake slightly. I understand, Adal said, I will not force you to remove the corruption from your body. From what you have told me, you have sacrificed much in order to attain the power you now hold. I would not begrudge your reluctance to see yourself rid of it. Perhaps, now that you are aware of its effects, you will be more easily capable of keeping its corruption at bay. The Naru changed in tone, becoming almost jovial. Now, you wish to learn more? It asked. I have lived for millennia, and traveled through countless worlds. I am sure I am able to enlighten you upon countless topics. But Illidan could not proceed. His mind found itself fixated upon the words the being had spoken. It was impossible. He was of sound mind, surely. His body moved according to his own will, and his acts were his own. His emotions, his feelings, his memories, all he had done, all of it was out of his own volition. Wasn't it? No. He found himself saying. Explain further. What do you mean by cleansing? What corruption? The Naru spoke. When their conversation concluded, and Illidan withdrew, he could not help but to feel that his mind was filled with doubts. We are ready. Spoke Velan. Behind him, 3 Naru floated peacefully, their radiance reaching all that stood around them. You are free to begin your assault whenever you wish, Illidan. Illidan felt his hands tighten upon his warglaives. He felt his wings unfurl. He felt as the eyes of his allies turned to him. He felt himself begin to speak, his voice booming across the Tempest Keep. Warriors! He bellowed, we have come here, to this ruined continent, to battle our foes. The Legion. Their burning crusade has ruined countless, and their wrath knows no bounds. No one is safe from their reach, no world is beyond their grasp. But they are not invincible. He raised one of his hands high, his warglaive above his head. In response, the countless before him bellowed as he had, their words fervent and their gazes defiant. The Black Temple shall fall. Magtharidon shall perish. This is but the first blow we shall deal against the Legion. Henceforth, Outland has no master. Never again shall they use this land in order to stage an invasion. At his side, Kadger banged his staff upon the ground. The Tempest Keep obeyed his command. They flickered between realties. In one moment, they stood above the shattered remnants of the dimensional gateways. In the next moment, they stood far above the Black Temple. Or, as the Drania insisted it be called, the Temple of Karabaer. There was a flash of light. A thunderous explosion rang throughout the entirety of Outland. Illidan heard the sound of something crumbling beneath them. Quickly for its tremendous size, the Tempest Keep began to descend from the sky. He felt the ground of the keep shake as they forced themselves past the ruined ceiling of the Black Temple, caved in by the might of their crystalline fortress. He heard the roars of demons. The roars of his enemies. They surrounded them as they descended, great in number and power. Today, we put an end to this conflict. And secure the safety of our world, and of our people. Enemies stood all around them, beginning to charge against their ranks. That charge was met by spears, swords, magic, prayers, and high-grade explosives. Illidan heard Magdaridon roar in anger from atop of his throne, the Pit Lord's tone filled with surprise, but also something else. Something that brought a smile to Illidan's face. Fear. The battle was over. They had won. Magdaridon lay dead underneath Illidan's feet, even as his warglaves dripped with the demon's blood. They stood triumphant. The Black Citadel had fallen. And, just as Vashoy had said, he came, mere moments after their victory. From out of the nether he arrived. First as a storm of energy, wavering in length and width, but always large enough to cover the horizon. Then, as it came before Illidan, it changed, becoming a towering being. Its eyes were a raging storm, his wings larger than planets. Illidan felt the power coursing through the being, so much greater than his own. It stopped before him, his hooves smashing upon the ground and making the entity of Outland shake. Illidan! Kil'jaeden roared, his steps quaking the land. You thought to hide from me in this backwater. I thought you to be. The deceiver's words stopped. His gaze turned to beyond Illidan, and to who stood at his back. And he saw Velan. Illidan saw many expressions cross the deceiver's face. Rage. Anger. Fury unlike anything he had ever felt before. When he spoke, it was no longer with the thundering sound with which he addressed Illidan. It was calmly, and softly spoken. Velan, the deceiver said, so, you have decided to reveal yourself to me? I wonder what gave you such confidence. I will no longer hide, Kil'jaeden. My brother. Said Velan. It is time to settle our differences once and for all. No longer shall we flee from you. The time has come for this chase to end. Even as Velan lifted his staff high with both hands, and even as the three Nara behind them radiated light unlike anything Illidan had seen before. Even as the deceiver's skin began to splinter and crack, even as his body began to falter beneath the might of the light that filled him, even as Illidan himself shied away, protecting his face with his wings. Kil'jaeden merely laughed. The projection of the deceiver shattered. Where he once stood now stood nothing. Only his voice remained, tinged with an eagerness that sent a shiver down Illidan's spine. So be it. The Tempest Keep flickered. Outland disappeared from around them. When he opened his eyes, Illidan stared at a familiar icy landscape. Danath Trollbane approached the edge of the fortress, gazing at the wastes that lied beneath them. So this is it? The man questioned, his breath leaving his mouth as fog. I had expected worse, from what you had said. This is barely better than a slight chill. Illidan felt himself laugh at the words. Indeed. He said, welcome to Northrend, gentlemen. Far, far in the distance, rising over the mountains and hills of the frozen continent, Illidan saw a towering spire of ice. Chapter 18. They finished their meal. As with every other night, Othmar Garithos bid his farewell and stood up from his seat. But this time, as he stood, Kalia stretched her hand out towards him. She grabbed onto the sleeve of his white shirt, tightly grasping the soft cloth. Stay just a little bit longer, she heard herself say, her voice tinged with something she couldn't quite rightly place. Please. For a moment, silence. Then. Of course, Your Majesty. Garithos said, taking his seat next to her once more. Kalia. She said, trying to make her voice sound firm. Please call me Kalia. Kalia. His blue eyes turned to gaze at her as he sat straight in his chair. As he spoke the word with a soft voice, she allowed the hand which clung to him to fall away. It was not the first time he had said her name. He would frequently say it some days ago, even if it was only when he called her Princess Kalia or Lady Kalia. But, some days prior, he began calling her Your Majesty or, when before others, the Queen. It was as though he were attempting to widen the distance between the two of them, for some reason she couldn't quite uncover. She did not know why that small, little thing infuriated her so much. I tire of constantly calling you Supreme Commander of the Alliance, Grand Marshal and Lord. Since you can call me Kalia now, Can I simply call you Garithos as well? She asked him, examining him. He was not much older than her, in truth. Barely a few years older than her own 28 years. It had been a surprise to her when she had discovered it. She had thought him much older, for some strange reason. But as she gazed at him now, she saw that his face still contained a youthful vigor that she seldom saw in others in positions equal to his own. You may call me whatever you wish. Kalia. Garithos fumbled slightly at the last moment, hesitating at saying the word, but he eventually managed to do it. It pleased her. Kalia felt a small smile come to her face as she heard his voice. Garithos, then. She leaned forwards upon the table, placing her chin upon her open palm, uncaring of the proper decorum or manners that she was expected to be following. Only the two of them were within this room. She could afford to relax for a moment, could she not? She knew he would not mind. Thank you for keeping me company again. You are kind, Garithos. I thought you would have grown bored of my presence by now. Of course not. Kalia. I enjoy our conversations. And our shared meals. He said the words with the same hesitation as before, as though he was still unsure of whether or not he should be saying them. As though he was reluctant to say her name. Your posture does not reflect what you say, she smirked as she saw him stiffening even further in his seat, his back almost nailed to the oaken chair he sat upon. She let out a short burst of laughter as she saw him struggling to ease his posture. I apologize. I merely jest. But I'm glad to hear you enjoy yourself during these meals. She quieted for a moment, considering her words. In truth, I feared you. She confessed to him, and she saw his brow furrow slightly. When you brought me before you, begging that I become queen of Lord Aaron. I despised you. At the time, I did not feel like I had a choice in the matter. I felt as though you were forcing me to become something I did not wish to become, and that you were placing a burden I did not want upon my shoulders. I feared what you would do to me if I declined. I feared what you would do to my daughter. Kalia let out a sigh, closing her eyes. For a moment, she thought of her beautiful daughter, Liane, who had just started to walk and just began to learn to speak. Even now, she slumbered in a corner of the room, peacefully and without a care. She would never abandon her daughter again, Kalia vowed to herself. Never. She lost the first 2 years of her life. She would not lose any more. When she opened her eyes once more, she felt the unshed tears that gathered upon them, threatening to be spilled. I do not regret the decision I made, as I once did, at the very beginning. I know now that you are a better man than what I had feared you to be. I know that you would have let me go if I had merely asked you to. And that is why, if I could go back to that time, I would once again choose to become queen, without any hesitation. Kalia let out a long, drawn-out breath. Thank you, Garithos. I owe you much. I promise to be a good queen to Lord Aaron. The queen you believed I could be. She saw as his posture finally relaxed, his body easing into the chair he sat upon. Kalia raised her hand, wiping the water that had gathered in her eyes. She attempted to regain her composure for a moment, knowing that she would need it for what was about to come. That is why. She began. That is why I must ask that you kill my brother. Kill Arthasmanethel, Prince of Lord Aaron. See to it that our kingdom and people are finally safe from him and his monsters, and that my father is finally allowed to rest. That is what I must ask of you, Garithos. Please. 2 days. That was how long it would take them to reach the western front line, and to cross beyond the mountains. That is how long it would take before they were no longer safe, and anything could come to pass. Before she was likely to meet her brother in battle. The hand that Garithos had placed upon the table, the hand that she had grasped and pulled upon, tightened into a fist. I will. He vowed to her. His voice did not shake in the slightest, and he did not hesitate as he spoke. I will see him pay for what he has done. For all the sins he has committed. And I will see you free of your worries. I will see you rid of these dark thoughts that torture you. We will not fail, Kalia. I swear it to you. She felt her chest grow lighter, but nevertheless, a small weight remained upon her heart. That was not what she wanted, she knew. Kalia wanted something else from him. She could not lie to her own heart. Promise that you will return, then. That you will come back alive in order to serve me and to guide me as you do now. She demanded of him, feeling her throat grow slightly dry. Promise that you will not die. I promise. He said, his blue eyes staring into her own. She felt an urge, then. Her hand sneaked across the table, reaching for his own. He loosened the fist he had gathered, and, for a moment, their fingers touched one another. She felt a tingle run down her spine as she felt his skin touch her own. She opened her mouth, wanting to. The moment was ruined as her daughter, Liane, began to cry. She withdrew her hand, feeling her face flood with heat. Garithos hastily stood from his seat, even as she did the same. Thank you, Garithos. I enjoyed your company. You may go now. Have a good night. And you as well, Kalia. He left, and she busied herself with taking care of her daughter, attempting to forget what she had almost done. Kalia stood atop the wall, staring at the far distant horizon. From here, she could almost see the towering spires of the capital of Lord Aaron in the distance. To her eyes, it was little more than a tiny speck far in the distance, but in her mind, she could almost trace the domed ceiling of the royal palace. The walls and towers which surrounded her home. Memories came to her. She remembered walking in the palace gardens alongside her mother. She remembered wandering through the streets of the city with her friends and servants. The scouts who had dared to approach the capital had told her that the city was completely ruined. Desecrated, they said. The work of her father, what he had seen prosper for over 5 decades, all reduced to nothing. The crown jewel of Lord Aaron, one of the most beautiful cities in the world, was brought down by its own prince. Her brother. The memories were replaced by more recent ones. She remembered fleeing. She remembered the city burning all around her. She remembered the undead slaughtering the royal guards who had taken her away. She remembered. Your Majesty. She heard, and she drew herself out of her thoughts. She turned her gaze to her side, seeing Archmage Madara standing there. Kalia attempted to give the woman a warm smile, but was unable to force her lips to follow her command. The Archmage merely bowed her head slightly. It is time. The army awaits your presence. The Supreme Commander has requested that you give the speech as soon as you are able. Kalia swallowed down the saliva that pooled in her mouth. She had already given many speeches ever since her coronation, she told herself. This one would be no different. This one would go just as well as the others had. She walked down from the tall walls, and attempted to place any thoughts about her home in a distant corner of her mind. She could not allow herself to be distracted. She focused, reciting the words of her speech in her head as she followed behind the Archmage. Some soldiers neared her as soon as she descended, forming an escort around her, and she was led by them through the labyrinth of tents assembled all around her. A platform had been raised in a corner of the camp, towering above all, such that everyone in the camp would be easily able to see it. It was made out of solid wood, with steps leading up the platform. As her group came to a stop next to it, Kalia grasped the hem of her dress, lifting it up slightly as she carefully ascended. As she reached the top of it, she was greeted by utter and complete silence. She saw an army assembled before her. She saw men and women gathered beneath blue banners which waved with the winds passing. She saw all the races of the Alliance assembled before her, humans, elves, dwarves, gnomes. All gathered here, all standing silently with expressions that seemed to be carved from stone. She saw men amongst them with legendary reputations. She saw the High Lord Alexandros Mograine and the Paladins of the Silver Hand. She saw the Archmages, Ansirem and Carlane, standing before the assembled spellcasters of Dalaran. She saw the Lord Darius Crowley and the Prince Liam Greymane in front of a host of Gilnean soldiers. She saw King Thoras Trollbane towering over the other warriors of Stromgarde around him. She saw Magister Romoth alongside the rest of the Blood Elves of Kulthalas. She felt a lump in her throat. For a moment, she struggled to say a single word. Until she saw Garithos. He stood in his steel plate armor, his helmet carried underneath one of his arms. As she gazed at him, his eyes happened to meet her own. As she stood there, before all the members of the Alliance, he merely gave her an encouraging nod. It was a small gesture. Inconsequential. But, just like that, Kalia began speaking. She spoke, her voice carrying as much dignity as she could muster. She did not speak loudly, but that was the reason Archmage Madara remained at her side. Kalia heard her voice ring throughout the whole camp. I am Kalia Manethil, Queen of Lord Aaron. A gust of wind blew her hair astray, but her crown managed to keep most of it in place. 2 years ago, she continued, her eyes roaming the soldiers gathered before her. A plague arose in Lord Aaron. It spread rapidly, until our kingdom was on the brink of destruction. It is only thanks to you, heroes of the Alliance, one and all, that we stand here on this day. It is only thanks to you that we have withstood the scourge which fell upon our lands. It is thanks to you that we are here to see it finally driven back, once and for all. She saw emotion arising in some of the faces in front of her. Some appeared to grow lost in their thoughts, while others had their faces grow haunted. Most, however, remained focused upon her and her words. There are those amongst us who gave in to despair. Those who gave in to temptation. They, who have joined the so-called cult of the damned, worked against their own brethren in service of their vile master. They worked to splinter our bonds and to see us drift apart from one another. To my great regret, they succeeded. The alliance weakened. Thanks to their efforts, we were left exposed to their invasion. But no longer. She bellowed, today, we stand united. United, we stand strong. And with our strength, the alliance shall prevail. We shall prevail, we shall drive back those who threaten our homes, those who threaten our loved ones, those who threaten our world. We shall never surrender, for our cause is righteous. United, we shall be victorious." No longer were they silent. As her words finished, the alliance erupted into shouts, their banner flying high. Kalia panted for breath for a moment, her eyes seeking only a single man. She was almost unable to find him amidst the rush of movement that had erupted. But, there he stood. Still standing proudly, still staring at her. She saw a smile upon his face. "Now, we shall ride forth and retake our lands." She smiled as Garithos did, then, for the alliance. And the army marched as one. Kalia stood atop a hill, gazing at land below her. Some soldiers surrounded her, even though here, she would be safe from the reach of the enemy. "Stand at my side, your majesty," said Madara, striding closer to her. "I will take us away from the battlefield if the worst comes to pass. Now, all that is left is to pray for the success of our comrades." After passing through what many had come to call the bulwark, their army had followed along the road leading west. They were very close to the Balnir farmstead, Kalia knew. She remembered visiting it with her father and mother, when she was young, in order to get a white horse fit for a princess. She knew that Arthas had done the same, once he grew old enough. It was a tradition for their family. One that Kalia had enjoyed. Now, as most of everything else the plague had touched, it lay in ruins. The Balnirs, from what she had heard, had been slaughtered by the undead. Their army waited silently in the fields of Lord Aaron. The scouts had reported that the enemy was swiftly approaching their location. A battle was inevitable. From the numbers they had seen, the scouts were confident that the undead were staking all of their remaining forces on this one battle. An hour passed. And, finally, Kalia saw the first signs of movement on the horizon. It was not, as Kalia had expected, the undead. Men and women fled with bare feet and with ragged clothes, carrying their children upon their backs. There were some amongst them who held rudimentary weapons, pitchforks and clubs instead of swords and spears. They bore expressions tinged with desperation and fear as they stepped upon the earth beneath their feet, rushing towards them. They were running. Some even discarded the weapons in their hands as they fled with all their might. Kalia soon understood why. She saw a rider appear behind them. He sat atop a horse, an undead abomination that was little more than bones and rotten flesh. The horse took steps forward slowly as the rider sat slouched upon his saddle, his eyes gazing upon the fleeing humans. The rider's white hair fell down past his shoulders, and in his hand he tightly gripped a blade with a macabre design. It was the blade which had killed their father, Kalia knew. "Arthas," she whispered. The whisper was carried away by the wind, rushing through the forests and glades of Lord Aaron. So soft was her voice that not even Madara, next to her, seemed to have heard it. But, at that moment, she saw his eyes turn towards her. It was impossible for him to have heard the name she had uttered. But his eyes, glowing unnaturally green, seemed to stare into the depths of her soul. She shivered, suddenly feeling cold. As she involuntarily took a step backwards, she saw a deranged smirk come to her brother's lips. Behind him, a massive army of undead slowly revealed itself. They spread as far as she could see. Kalia saw monsters that towered over the common man. She saw corpses with flesh barely hanging off their bones. She saw spirits with twisted, malevolent expressions. She saw strange, fattened beasts, their guts hanging out of their bellies. She saw monsters who stumbled with every step, their long claws dragging upon the earth. And she saw the flying demons above their abominable horde, their wings beating harshly time and again. Kalia heard a horn blow as the undead revealed themselves. Her gaze turned towards her army. She heard steps as they rushed into formation, steel ringing and clanging, pikes beginning to point forward. Despite their actions, the survivors continued to rush madly towards them, showing no signs of stopping. She saw the men of Gilneas begin to form a firing line. Lord Darius Crowley bellowed orders, pacing back and forth. She saw as the guns in their hands were pointed not towards the far-away undead, but towards the humans that rapidly approached them. The survivors did not slow their steps as they saw the firing line assembling itself. Did they, perhaps, think they were preparing against the undead? Is that why they did not hesitate in their stride? "Cease your movements," she heard the supreme commander of the alliance bellow, as the guns prepared to fire. Was he ordering them to stand down? No, Kalia realized. He was ordering the survivors to not approach them. "Come no closer to our lines, or you will perish." A necessary measure, she heard Madara's pained voice from beside her. "The undead are foul to employ such tactics. I should have expected nothing less from them." Some of the survivors stopped their steps, their faces hesitant. Others, however, did not. They madly rushed forward, perhaps not hearing the words, or perhaps thinking they were not addressed towards them. Those who remained at a distance were spared. Those who continued to approach were not. The guns of Gilneas fired. Kalia heard the sound, loud as it was, and saw as her people were pierced through by a hail of metal. Silence fell upon the battlefield, as the soldiers of the alliance gazed upon the slaughter they had committed. Those who had remained far back had their faces filled with fear, their expressions twisting with. No, Kalia reflected. Not filled with fear. Filled with despair. She saw as the bodies of the men and women began twisting and turning unnaturally. She saw as corpses of children ruptured, their skins bursting and bones cracking as acid splattered upon the earth. She saw as human beings were turned into undead before her eyes, vomiting black blood into the ground. She saw as her people were corrupted into twisted forms, and she saw as they roared and shrieked, not a trace of their former humanity to be seen. The light protects us. Madara, at Kalia's side, whispered to herself, muttering prayers. The light shall provide. Blessed be. The recently turned undead began taking steps towards their forces. And, as though that were the signal that he awaited, she saw as her brother, Arthas, urged his horse forward. The horde of undead behind him, up until then motionless and quiet, suddenly began to move. They rushed forward down the slope of the hill they were in, and Kalia saw their maddening charge, undead trampling upon their other undead as they roared, screamed, shrieked, and bellowed. She saw rotten flesh drip upon the floor as the undead rubbed their bodies against one another's, and she saw green blood splatter, burning the grass that it fell upon. A horn blew once more. She saw the dwarves finally fire their cannons as the undead entered their reach. The sound of the cannons bellowing thunder and fire was loud even to Kalia's distant ears. The first salvo fell upon the undead's ranks, and she saw a few of them immediately turn into a fine mist. It did not slow their advance in the slightest. They rumbled forward without a care, even as the alliance fired a storm of bullets, rained down magic, and struck them with their cannons. Kalia blinked once, and they drew steadily closer. More undead fell as they approached, and their bodies were trampled by the rest as they collapsed to the ground. She blinked once more, and their lines appeared to be impossibly close now. Pikes were steadily pointed against the approaching horde, and shields were prepared. The alliance infantry readied itself to meet the undead. And, just like that, they clashed. Kalia saw flesh tear and split across the pikes and spears, but she also saw shields collapse beneath the charge of the dead. She saw her brother. He had charged atop his steed, heading directly for the center line of their army. Undead moved out of his path as his horse trampled the earth, and, as he finally came before her soldiers, he began a slaughter. His blade swung once, and he cut down 3 men that stood in his way, cutting through their shields and armor as though they were not present. He swung his blade again, and 4 other soldiers fell. Their line was breaking. His undead horse rushed forward, tearing through the ranks of the alliance soldiers, and Kalia saw corpse after corpse left in his wake. She heard as someone finally intervened. Arthaas. Garithos' voice echoed, his roar rising above the countless other sounds in the battlefield. He rushed atop his horse, heading straight towards her brother's location. She saw men alongside him, paladins, priests, and mages. Faas me. She saw Arthas pause his rampage, his eyes gazing at the man who had challenged him. Kalia wondered what he thought at that moment. Garithos charged towards where her brother had carved through the alliance lines. His axe was held in one hand, his shield in the other. Just like that, they clashed. The force of their blows was so great that it pushed back any who attempted to intervene in their struggle. Kalia saw undead attempt to attack Garithos, only to be thrown back into the tide of flesh by a rush of force. The alliance soldiers who were rushing forward were pulled away by their comrades before they could be struck down. Another wave of force erupted as axe and sword met, and Kalia saw Garithos shining with the power of the holy light, his armor glowing and reflecting the sun. A lich tried to intervene in the combat. He cast a spell, a cold blue orb flying towards Garithos, only for a barrier to arise and intervene. Sally Whitemane raised her staff high, chanting and praying. Kalia saw the undead shying away from the glow which erupted from her, even as the soldiers around her appeared to be reinvigorated. A ray of light beamed down upon the lich, and he raised a barrier in order to protect himself, screaming in rage and frustration. She saw as the High Lord Alexanders cut down undead after undead in his path as he headed towards Garithos, Ashbringer in hand, before he was suddenly locked in combat against 3 Death Knights who stood atop their ghastly mounts. She saw King Thora's Trollbane roar with laughter, Trollkaler in hand, swinging it wildly against the undead that surrounded him. His boots trampled bone and flesh alike as he rallied the men around him against the enemy. She saw Liam Greymane fight a single Death Knight, his sword matching the undead's blow for blow. She saw Magister Romoth call down a storm of fire along with the other magisters in their ranks, the heat of their combined spell cleansing an enormous portion of the enemy's ranks. She saw Lord Darius Crowley lead forth a Gilnean infantry charge, his saber raised high. The cavalry are going forward, Madara said, as she also observed the battlefield. Even as she spoke, her hands released a missile of arcane power towards the undead in the distance. They were told to wait for any enemy that attempted to engage us from behind. It appears that has not happened. She saw Talan Fordring with a lance in hand, charging at the front of a line of horsemen. The hooves of their horses strode quickly across the plains of Lord Aaron, and it was not long before they were crashing into the flanks of the undead, coming down upon them like a hammer. But, no matter where she gazed, no matter what she saw, her eyes always found themselves drawn towards where her brother fought against Garithos. She saw their weapons clash against one another once again. Light met foul necromancy as her brother let loose a ray of death that Garithos caught upon his glowing shield. They appeared to be evenly matched. Arthas had been stopped in his tracks, no longer digging into their lines, as he matched Garithos blow for blow. "He's doing it," she breathed, staring at the both of them. "He's stopped Arthas." "Oh, child," Madara sighed, "Garithos is losing. He does not lack in skill or strength, but his weapon will not hold on for much longer." "What?" Kalia paled, looking at Garithos' axe, but from this large of a distance she was unable to tell if anything was wrong with it. "Impossible," she said, refusing to accept the words. "He will win." "Not with that weapon," said Madara. "Arthas bears a cursed blade. Garithos' axe is of a fine make, and has been enchanted by our elven companions, but even that will not be enough against an artifact of such power." She saw them clash once more. It was in that moment, as blade and axe met for yet another time, that she saw a small fragment of Garithos' axe fly through the air. A piece of the axe head had been cut away. She saw Garithos struggle with the next exchange of blows, no longer rushing to meet the cursed blade in her brother's hand. She saw him start to be driven back as yet another piece of his axe was torn away. She saw him begin to lose as his weapon proved to be lesser. "No," she said, "no, no, no." Why did her heart start to ache so much? Why was her vision growing blurry? "Someone needs to help him," she screamed, turning to the Archmage. Her eyes roamed the battlefield, desperately searching, but all she saw were undead and soldiers locked in battle. No one seemed to be able to reach him, even though countless attempted to do so. "They will," said Madara, her staff making a hailstorm of ice raining down upon a group of undead in the distance. "Unlike Arthas, he does not fight alone. They can." Her words stopped as, for a moment, her brother seemed to stop his blows. His hand rose to his head in a sudden movement, his fingers clutching his scalp as his face twisted with pain. Garithos struck, then. His axe, barely holding together, landed upon the breastplate of her brother. Arthas was flung out of his mount as Garithos' weapon shattered, steel raining down upon those around them. As her brother rolled on the mud of the battlefield, his face growing coated with mud, blood, and flesh, Garithos was soon to follow after him. Without a weapon to defend himself with, Kalia saw his undead ripped into Garithos' white horse, throwing him down to the ground. She lost sight of him as he was swallowed by a tide of rotten flesh. She could hardly breathe. Her chest felt tight, and her heart felt as though it might erupt from out of her throat. "We are winning," said Madara, her voice sounding distant to Kalia's ears. She saw a ray of lightning erupt from the woman's hands. The undead stopped for a moment. "I'm not certain why. They are breaking." In that moment, as Kalia felt herself falling deeper and deeper into the dark corners of her mind, her eyes searching the location where Garithos had vanished, she suddenly saw a man rush out. He headed for Garithos' location. Even as the undead turned towards him at his bold approach, he suddenly swung out with his hammer, crushing all who stood in his way. A brilliant light erupted from his form, and the undead were forced away, shrieking in pain. As the undead retreated, the man reached down with one hand, pulling on a corpse. No, not a corpse. The man pulled upon Garithos' shoulder, bringing him into a standing position. "Who is he?" she asked, wishing to do nothing but thank him. "A paladin." The man's hood was torn away by the wave of an undead's arm. Even as the man dodged the blow of his enemy, crushing him with his hammer, she saw finally able to see his face. "Tyrion Fordring," Madara breathed out from next to her, as she cast a fireball. "To think he would be here. Not even exile can keep him away, it seems." Exile. The name that the Archmage spoke sounded familiar to Kalia, but in the heat of the moment, she found her eyes focused only upon Garithos. He had only his shield in hand, but that seemed to be enough. He crushed undead with its edge, bashing away any who dared to draw too close. Back to back with the paladin who had rescued him, they fought together against the creatures which surrounded them. She saw Arthas finally rise from wherever he had laid. His face no longer showed signs of pain. He tightly gripped the cursed blade he held in his hand, and his steps took him straight towards Garithos. As Arthas drew ever closer, Garithos turned to him. In that moment, as they were about to clash, "Garithos!" Alexandros roared, cutting down the undead that stood around him with a single swing. 3 Death Knights lay dead around him, their mounts torn apart. As he swung the Ashbringer, he suddenly released his hold upon the weapon. It cut through dozens of undead in its way as it rushed to the supreme commander of the alliance. "Finish him!" There was not enough time, Kalia knew. As soon as the blade had left the High Lord's grasp, Arthas had rushed forth, his blade coming down for a final blow. Even as the Ashbringer neared, Arthas thrust his sword forward, only for the tip of an arrow to suddenly burst from his chest. The arrow came not from the front, but from behind him. Arthas stumbled as the arrow pierced him. That was all it took. The Ashbringer rushed through the air, and Garithos took hold of it, first with one hand, and then with both. As her brother finally gathered himself, his gaze turned back towards his opponent. Garithos swung. Her brother's chest was torn open as the Ashbringer cleaved through him, exploding with radiant light. Chapter 18.5. He is fine now. I've healed all of the wounds he suffered. Sally Whitemane said, the glow upon her hands dimming. Foolish as he was to rush in, at least he managed to not kill himself. Sally. Garithos said the single word, his tone, was he embarrassed? Kalia laughed, a hand rising to cover her mouth. His plan was solid and without fail, he said. It would work perfectly, he said. Well, if not for Tyrion Fordring, you would be dead right now. Sally appeared to be restless, but eventually she merely let out a sigh. Everything turned out fine. But that does not make you any less of a fool. It did. Kalia said to her, giving the priestess a smile. We won. Thanks to you, and thanks to Garithos. Thanks to all who fought in that battle. Sally attempted to give her a smile as well, but Kalia could tell from her face and posture that she was exhausted. I've already healed hundreds of wounded. She complained, standing from her seat. And now I've healed this one too. I need to go to sleep for some time. Farewell, then. Kalia told her, have a good rest. Oh, I will. Though I imagine yours will be sweeter. Sally suddenly stretched out her hand, and a glow arose upon both Garithos and Kalia. Kalia felt confused at the words, and even more confused as she saw the light arise. What? What was what? She asked the priestess, watching as the glow diminished and then vanished. A contraceptive. Sally Whitemane said, flatly. For a moment, Kalia struggled to understand what she had said. When she did, she could feel herself flush from head to toe. You will need it, I think. Before Kalia could say anything, Sally rushed out of the tent. Whitemane. Garithos roared out as he stood from his own seat. He did not receive an answer other than the sound of the tent flap opening and closing as Sally Whitemane departed, her laugh lingering in Kalia's ears. Silence prevailed as the two of them suddenly realized they were the only two within the tent. Kalia did her best to avoid meeting Garithos' eyes, merely staring at a faraway corner, her heart starting to beat like a drum. I apologize, Your Majesty. Garithos' tone was stiff, his posture even more so. I'll be leaving now. I'll be sure to reprimand her. He tried to take a step, but Kalia felt as her hand quickly rose, taking hold of his arm. She hardly noticed that she had stood from her seat. Wait. Kalia heard herself say. We shouldn't let her efforts go to waste, right? You fought well in the battle. You deserve a reward. From your queen. Garithos was frozen stiff as she walked around the table and came closer to him. For a moment, she stared up at him, finally managing to bring herself to meet his eyes. His blue orb spun with emotions she couldn't fully decipher, and Kalia was sure hers did, as well. As her head came slightly closer to his own, he did not draw away, merely remaining firmly in place. Kalia kissed him. Her arms found themselves wrapping around his neck as she stood on the top of her toes, her lips meeting his own. He tasted sweet. Pleasant. It made her want to draw even closer, so she did, her chest pressing into his own, even as his arms slowly surrounded her waist. Garithos. She said his name, pulling back in order to breathe. I want you. Kalia. He said passionately, and hearing her name upon his tongue sent a shiver running down her spine. Helpless to resist her own wants, she forced her lips against his own once more. She bit down upon his bottom lip mischievously and then opened her mouth, letting her tongue sweep where she had bit. He pulled her tighter against himself, and soon enough, their tongues intertwined as they kissed. Kalia hummed in pleasure, feeling as his hands roamed across her back, teasingly reaching the curves leading down to her ass again and again, but never going beyond them. She pulled back once again, panting for breath. Garithos' chest rose and fell where it pressed against hers, and she rubbed herself against him, feeling as the tips of her breasts pushed against his hard muscles. Come here, she demanded, her hands falling away from his neck and pulling on his arm. He complied, stepping quickly after her, only to let out a grunt as she pushed him into the bed she had brought him to. Kalia stood there for a moment, staring down at him. His chest rose and fell, his hands gripping the covers of her bed tightly. His mouth was slightly open as he panted. You deserve a reward, she told him, smiling. For winning the war. For saving Lord Aaron. She pushed her dress down over her shoulders. And, just like that, it began to fall down to the ground. Kalia saw as his eyes immediately began to roam across her body, hungrily staring at her breasts, hips, thighs, only to then rise once again to her face. "Do you like what you see?" she asked him. Before he was able to give her an answer, she knelt down, feeling her knees dig into the soft carpet beneath her. She reached for his belt, pulling it loose, and then tossed it to one side. His pants were soon to follow, even as he, himself, took off the tunic he was wearing. Soon enough, he was just as bare as she was. She saw him lying upon the bed, a single part of him towering high above the rest of his body. It was thick and long, the flared head slightly leaning to the left. She felt herself swallow as she gazed at it. One of her hands reached out, firmly grasping it. He let out a gasp as her cold hands met his hot flesh. It was hard. Incredibly so. She gave it a single, slow stroke, and her hand came to rest at the base of his groin. As it did, she saw his member twitch slightly. "Kalia!" he moaned, his hips shifting, and she smiled. Her hand rose, moving up along the shaft, and rested on the white head for a moment. Then, she began stroking him. Slowly, at first, and then much more firmly, as her hand began to feel some wetness coating it. Soon enough, her other hand joined the first, stroking up and down, Garithos moaning in pleasure as she did, his head falling back to the bed underneath him. "Just lie back, Garithos," she told him sweetly, as she drew her body closer to his spread legs. "I'll do everything, all right." She neared his member, and her breasts engulfed his shaft. Kalia had always prided herself in her chest, truth be told. She knew she was much larger than other women, at least in that regard. Which is why she giggled slightly as even when sunk within her large breasts, his even larger shaft still saw fit to peek from the top of them. As it did, she couldn't control herself from leaning her head down and placing a soft kiss upon the head. He moaned. Her hands reached out, each one taking a breast, and she began moving herself up and down his cock, her flesh surrounding him. "Does it feel good?" she asked him. He let out a low moan in response. "Do you like fucking the Queen of Lordaeron's tits, Lord Garithos?" "Yes." He breathed, his hips rose from the bed for a moment, and Kalia giggled in glee. She felt herself begin to drip down onto the ground as she continued her movements. Occasionally, she would move her head down and kiss his tip, her lips growing coated with his juices. Her tongue flickered out to lick them, and she felt pleased at the taste. She felt him yet again in the embrace of her breasts, and she let a bit of saliva drip down from her mouth, coating the tip of his cock. "I've wanted this for so long," she confessed to him. "I've wanted you for so long, Garithos," he groaned, suddenly rising from the bed. Before she was able to do much more than squeal at the abrupt movement, he grabbed her up from the ground and threw her on top of the bed. She found herself on her hands and knees, her ass pointing towards him. For a moment, she panted for breath, her head turning back so that she could gaze upon his face. "I see," she said, even as she felt herself slightly lower her waist, her ass lifting just a bit higher. "So you disliked my service? Very well. You may take your pleasure from me. I don't mind. As queen, I am ever eager to serve my subjects." He did not hesitate. She felt him climb onto the bed, in between her legs, and as he did, his head began to part her folds. She hissed slightly as he pushed into her, the wetness upon his member allowing him to begin digging deep into her. His hands fell to her white hips, gripping tightly. She moaned and panted as he began to move back, slowly, until only his head lingering within her, gripped tight by her core. Only for him to then thrust back inside, his movements tortuously slow. As his slow thrusts continued, Kalia felt her arms give way, her head falling upon them, as she felt pleasure rush through her body. "Garithos," she moaned, shivering, panting, begging. "Fuck me. Please." That was all it took for him to lose control. He began to thrust harder, his cock piercing deeply and spreading her wide, relentlessly burrowing into her core time and again. She felt her ass clap against his hips as he fucked her, the sound echoing over their shared moans of pleasure. She felt him pounding and pounding, her mind becoming a mess, as she began to feel sweat coat her form, and as she felt her blonde hair becoming tangled within her arms. "More," she begged, her eyes peeking back at him. "Garithos. Please." He suddenly leaned forward, pulling at the arms beneath her head. She squealed as he pulled her up, drawing her arms backwards, making her upper body rise from the bed as he pounded her. Her head drooped, hanging down, as she felt her bones turn into goo as he continued his strokes. The tip of his cock reached her womb again and again, pushing against it again and again, flooding her with pleasure and making her legs shake and tremble. It was too much. Too good. She moaned as his hips moved even faster than before, his hands pulling her even more deeply into his thrusts. It felt so good. She was so close. Kalia felt him somehow move even faster and faster. For a moment, clarity returned to her mind. And, at that moment, she only asked him for one thing. Inside, she demanded of him, biting her lip as she felt herself drawing so close. Come inside of me. He did. With a grunt, he thrust forward, burying himself inside of her completely, every last bit of him disappearing inside of her folds. She felt herself being lowered onto the bed as his waist pushed against her ass, forcing her down. His arms came to either side of her for support as his cock throbbed within her, and she felt herself come as he did, her body shivering and groaning as she felt all of her muscles loosening. She purred as he fell on top of her, their sweaty bodies entangling with one another's, her back against his chest. He placed kiss after kiss upon her neck, and she felt him deep inside of her, his seed coating her insides completely. Kalia simply laid there, Garithos atop of her, his throbbing cock still deep inside of her. They both panted for breath for a few minutes, feeling the afterglow of their coupling. Then, she made her hips move in a circle. She heard him let out a groan as she did, his cock twitching where it lay inside of her, still hard. Again. She demanded, biting her lip once more. He obliged. Chapter 19. When Varric Sorfang awoke, his eyes immediately began to scan his surroundings. He remembered the fire. He remembered the smoke filling his lungs, clogging his throat. He remembered his eyes closing. He remembered the Warcraft falling. Stand still, orc. He heard a voice, as well as something sharp pressing into his back. Lest I make you. Varric ceased his motions. As he examined himself and his surroundings, he realized he was kneeling. His hands were tied tightly to his back, and he felt the cold touch of iron upon his wrists. When he had joined the Warcraft's escort, he had not thought this would have happened. He had considered a trap upon their arrival, certainly, as he was sure all of the other warriors had. But he had been sure of his ability to escape and protect the Warcraft, if the worst came to pass. Now, he reflected, they were all doomed. Had the humans merely spared him so they could brag, perhaps? Would they, with arrogance and bluster, proclaim how they had finally brought them low? He could see no other reason as to why they would spare him. Varric had done some things he regretted. Marching into this world alongside his people was not one of them. Draenor had been ruined beyond repair. Were they supposed to simply allow themselves to perish, one after the other? No. So, he crossed the portal, and he fought. For his people. For himself and his mate. For the Horde. It had been a matter of survival. Were they wrong to wish to thrive? Varric, he heard someone muttering, in the Orcish tongue. He turned his head slightly, and found himself gazing upon Nazgul. Like Varric, he too was bound and kneeling. It brought him some relief to see a familiar face, although he wished even more that his fellow warriors had somehow escaped. You're finally awake. He saw some injuries upon Nazgul's body. Wounds left untreated and allowed to fester underneath the wind. Monsters. What happened? Varric asked him, attempting to recall all that he had seen. I fell unconscious from the fire. It was a terrible blaze. Where is the Warcraft? They took him away, answered Nazgul, his brow furrowed and his teeth bared. We lost, Varric. We never should have trusted the humans, no matter what the Warcraft said. Now, we have paid for our foolishness. We are already dead. I can only pray that the Horde will withstand our passing. Silence. Spoke the human behind him again, in the common tongue. The tongue Varric had forced himself to learn in order to better face their enemies. He felt a blow upon the back of his head which sent him sprawling into the dirt. Speak again and I'll have your head, beast. Varric laid there, his eyes spinning. It took him a moment to gather himself and bring his body onto his knees once more. As he did, he looked around, seeing that they were on top of a ridge. There were many orcs around him, each and every one bound. Even more humans lingered around them, their eyes watchful, their hands tied upon their weapons. And, in the distance, far below the ridge, he saw their city. Orgrimmar. Its gates were wide open, some caravans still awaiting entry into their newly founded city. Orcs marched to here and there, seemingly unaware of the danger that they were in. That the Horde was in. No. He heard himself saying. The humans were going to assault the city. And Varric was not able to help his brethren. A commotion drew him out of his frantic worries. Varric saw a large group of men and some elves approached them. And he saw that 2 soldiers amongst their number dragged the Warcraft thrall across the ground. The Warcraft's face was bloody, as was his armor. But his eyes still bore the fighting spirit that Varric had grown to respect. The same resilience and strength worthy of a Warcraft. How long until it is ready? Asked a human man. He was tall, for his kind. He wore fine clothes instead of the plate armor that the rest around him wore. A cutlass was upon his hip. We must not let the orcs discover we are here. I intend to deal a lasting blow. The rest of my forces are already gathered in the exits you told us of. If we wait for too long, they will be discovered. Soon, answered the elf, clad in robes as red as blood. Beneath the robes, he saw a glimpse of grey armor. The magisters are almost done with the preparations. A few minutes more and it should be time. Good, said the man. As the conversation finished, his gaze turned to them. Varric saw some disgust within his blue-green eyes. You there? Listen up. I am Dalen Proudmoore, Lord Admiral of Kultiras, Grand Admiral of the Alliance. And I have chased you filth here in order to finally see justice done. Varric was unable to do anything but listen, bound as he was. You've come to this world out of your own volition, simply because you ruined your own. You slaughtered and pillaged your way through our lands, uncaring of the suffering that you inflicted. Your sins are countless. Sins that you cannot atone for, no matter what my daughter seems to believe. The man took a breath. Once, I believed you worthy of redemption. I accepted placing you into secure camps in order to see you reformed. I see now that I was foolish to trust Terrana's words. You will never be redeemed. He saw the man turn towards Thrall, their gazes meeting. Varric saw defiance in the Warcraft's eyes. That defiance appeared to make Dalen Proudmoore laugh. Look at you. Chained, and you still think yourself so high and mighty. I've been told of you, Thrall. A fitting name for an orc, I must say. My daughter, Jaina, seems to believe that you are different from this lot, for some reason. That you are, somehow, not of the same ilk as the rest of your kind. I had promised to her that I would listen to you. I stand here now. Go ahead. Explain to me what you have done to atone for what your people have done. Convince me, and I will spare you and your warriors' lives. I do not need to explain myself to you. Thrall breathed, some anger in his gaze. No, you do not. Answered Dalen, would you rather I simply kill you and be done with it? I am giving you a chance to convince me, orc. At least try. Thrall remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowing in thought. Then, our horde is different from what you have seen. The Warcraft explained to the man, we do not wish for conflict with you. We merely escaped in order to escape, you say? Dalen interrupted. I would call it a slaughter. You say you do not want war with us, but you marched upon South Shore after gathering an army, stole Alliance vessels, and killed countless on your way to freedom. It is ironic that you say you do not wish for conflict with us, as your actions do not say such. Oh, I am sorry. Please, orc, do go on. Thrall's brow furrowed in anger. But he continued nonetheless. In order to see ourselves finally free. The old horde was influenced by the demonic blood which flowed through our veins. They fooled us into coming to this world, but we are no longer under their influence. We have struggled to remember our roots. Who we were. Thrall's voice was filled with passion. The same passion that had swayed countless orcs to his ways. As our ancestors did, we value strength and honor. Honor. For the first time, Varric noticed how Dalen appeared truly angered by the Warcraft's words. You speak of honor while wearing the armor of a man who committed genocide against my people? You speak of honor while using his hammer, while naming your capital after him. You speak so much of honor, yet you hardly seem to understand its meaning. I have learned of you from my daughter. Despite my earlier thoughts, I have to admit that, as she said, you are not to blame for the sins of your people. You did not participate in the First and Second Wars, as most of your people did. Dalen Proudmoore's anger gave way to disgust. But, for some reason, you still glorify the actions of those who did. Perhaps you are better than them. Perhaps you did not commit as many crimes. Dalen Proudmoore spat, but you do not recognize the wrongs in the ways of your people. And that is why I cannot accept my daughter's request to spare you. Thrall roared, his hands struggling to free themselves of his shackles. The two men on either side of him quickly pushed him down into the ground, his bloody face growing coated with dirt. This is a farce. He bellowed, you have no intention of sparing us, or of listening to us. You merely wish to proclaim your righteousness. I will play your games no longer. Dalen Proudmoore snorted. I told my daughter I would listen. I have. And I find your arguments lacking. Your people must die for mine to be safe. That is all I have learned from our discussion, short as it may be. Coward! Roared out the Warcraft, still struggling. The two men were not enough to keep him down, and two more arrived to keep his legs still. Thrall's voice was scathing, as he repeated himself, coward! You were not at the ambush, were you? Perhaps out of fear. Perhaps out of knowing you would have died at my hands. Face me. Makgora. A duel. Blade to blade, eye to eye. Face me. Dalen Proudmoore's face twisted. Coward? You think I'm a coward, orc? The only reason I was not there personally was because I was preparing my people to besiege your wretched city. I have slain countless orcs before you, whelp. Do not think I am afraid of combat. The human's voice grew dangerous. It appeared furious, to Varric's ears. I know of your Makgora. And I know how little worth it actually holds. Lothar accepted the challenge of your Warcraft, Orgrim, to single combat. And what did he get for it? He won the challenge. Only to be betrayed and slaughtered by all the other orcs around him. Varric felt anger flood his mind. That was not right. That was not what had happened. You lie. He bellowed. Orgrim crushed his skull with the doom hammer. The Makgora was won by Orgrim. Orgrim certainly crushed Anduin Lothar's skull, of that there is no doubt. Dalen sneered, his gaze snapping towards him. After he was riddled with arrows and already dead. We recovered his body, orc. Do you think we do not know what truly happened? Turolion himself witnessed the duel, and the tragedy that followed. That is not. Varric's words were silenced as he suffered another blow to the back of the head. He felt his vision blur for a moment, as he struggled to keep himself on his knees. But, Dalen Proudmoore continued, turning towards the Warcraft once more. I have to admit I am curious. You are still wounded from the ambush. And yet, you believe yourself capable of defeating me. Yes. Thrall spoke with anger, his arms struggling against the iron which bound them. Very well. Dalen Proudmoore said. Release him. Bring him his weapon. It is fitting that, with the destruction of the Horde, its Warcraft meets his end as well. The men atop of Thrall stood up, bringing the Warcraft up with them. Varric saw as Thrall's bonds were opened, and as his hands were allowed to be free. Another soldier marched forth, struggling to carry a hammer larger than his head. Thrall took the hammer with one hand, swinging it to test its weight. Around the human and the orc, a space was created, orcs dragged away and soldiers quickly marched off. In time, only the two were left atop the tip of the ridge. Swear that you will let my people go if I win. Thrall said, in the tense silence that had emerged. Swear that you will not kill them to the last. At least, the children. I cannot. Said Dalen Proudmoore, his cutlass held loosely in one hand. I will not. Besides being under orders of alliance, my own personal feelings towards your race make me less than inclined to agree to such an absurd demand. Come, Thrall. Today, the Horde ends. Thrall roared, his steps trampling the earth. He was fast. Very fast. Despite his size and the armor he wore, he covered the distance between him and the human in the blink of an eye. The hammer swung down towards the human's head. Varric was sure that, weak as humans are, Dalen Proudmoore would be crushed then and there. Only, at the last moment, the human swiftly dodged backwards, the blow missing him by a hair. You are slow. You should not have requested this duel, orc. Thrall stumbled, likely having expected to meet some resistance on the way of his attack. But he gathered himself quickly. Dalen Proudmoore was still near enough to him that he could simply swing again, the hammer swinging upwards as it attempted to strike Dalen's unprotected chest. You are an amazing warrior. Said Dalen, once again dodging just enough that he avoided the strike. I can tell, even now. You are worthy of being the Warcraft of the orcs, certainly. I have faced only a few of your kind with your prowess. As Thrall's blow swept past him once more, Dalen suddenly swung his cutlass. It swept through Thrall's chest. Varric heard the sound of metal crumbling beneath the strike, Orgrim's armor breaking beneath steel. Thrall took a step back, grunting, and falling to a knee. A wicked wound appeared upon his chest, a long cut that began to drip blood. But, as I have said, you are wounded. Weak and lesser. I would still have beaten you were you not, but like this it is almost pitifully easy. Thrall rose from his knees and swung at the human again. He missed, again. And again. Blow after blow rained upon Dalen Proudmoore, only for him to dodge each and every one of them. The Warcraft's breathing was shallow now, as he grunted and panted in exertion. Dalen did not attack again after his first blow. He merely watched, his eyes filled with disdain, as the Warcraft gradually tired himself. It seems you are done. For what it is worth, you fought well, beast. Dalen raised his cutlass. No. Thrall roared. The doom hammer fell from his hand as lightning answered his call. He pointed his hands at Dalen. From such an incredibly low distance, lightning answered the Warcraft's call, coursing through his hands, rushing towards the human, and the lightning was blocked by a barrier of arcane magic. Disappointing. Said the elf with the red robes, a hand raised. But incredibly predictable. Your kind's concept of honor is truly something else, Warcraft. Blade to blade, was it not? Dalen Proudmoore hesitated in his strike, staring down at the lightning which had come dangerously close to striking his chest. My daughter truly is naive. He said, morosely. The cutlass fell. Thrall's head dropped to the ground. Varric heard orcs roar, struggling against their captors. He felt his muscles bulge with strength as he attempted to tear through the thick, iron manacles which bound his hands. Another blow came from behind him. Varric heard something crack, and he felt a warm sensation upon the back of his head. Once more, he found himself on the ground. But this time, he could not bring himself to rise any longer. With that done, said the elf, it is time for us to deal with Orgrimmar. The preparations are finished, Grand Admiral. Indeed. Said Dalen Proudmoore, bringing a white napkin from a pocket to wipe the blood upon his cutlass. I thank you, Prince Cael'thas. I was caught off guard by the orc's display of magic. The elf Cael'thas merely gave a nod. Varric saw through his blurry vision as 9 other elves stepped out from amongst the large group of enemies before him. He saw as they neared the border of the ridge they stood upon. Do you perhaps know of the Battle of Alterac Fortress, Lord Admiral? Cael'thas questioned. Varric saw as the 9 elves surrounded him. They began chanting words that he was unable to understand. Of course. Said Dalen Proudmoore, his voice having grown distant. It was the battle which saw Arathor rise. The trolls never recovered from the blow they suffered on that day. Indeed. Said the elf. His name. His name was. Varric struggled to remain awake, his eyelids drooping. 100 human magi and a dozen elven magisters pooled all their power into a single spell. It was an incredible display of magic. I'm fortunate to say that I learned from some of the elves who were present in that battle. Dalen Proudmoore's voice did not speak up again. Or, Varric could not hear it. Allow me to show you the magic which once broke the Amini trolls. A circle made out of pure magic formed underneath the elves' feet. It had 9 points, its light brilliant enough to pierce even through the fog in Varric's mind. He gazed upon its radiance. He saw as it flared brighter and brighter. He saw as it began to burn red. The 9 magisters around the first elf collapsed to the ground, panting and groaning, sweat dripping down their foreheads. The elf raised his hands high. And Varric watched as Orgrimmar was swallowed by a rain of fire. Chapter 20. The Tempest Keep rapidly flew forward. Brace! Roared Danath Trollbane, gripping onto an indentation in the wall of crystal at his side. The Tempest Keep trembled as it pushed against the spire of ice where the Lich King rested. The earth trembled as 2 giants met. Kadger saw as the ice of the spire cracked. With me! He roared, to the men at his side. He pushed himself forward even as the trembling continued. He ran, and, with a small leap, he landed upon the solid ice and left the Tempest Keep behind. Others landed near him. Illidan, Vashoy, Kurdran, Akama, Danath, Kurdran, and more. Only Velan remained behind, muttering words of prayer as their troops began to engage the undead at the top of the spire. We will cut a path towards him, Kadger said, gazing at the faraway orc that had haunted his dreams. No, could he even be called an orc, now? Do not hesitate in moving forward. Do not linger in one place for too long. Let's go. The undead shrieked as they approached. They were not great in number, truth be told. Kadger had expected many more of them. But the few who were present were strong enough that they could not afford to grow distracted, lest they be overwhelmed from all sides. His staff crashed upon the ground, and wind blew towards their front. For a moment, the undead parted as they were pushed aside. He and his allies rushed forward through them. Even as the undead gathered themselves and attempted to fill the void in their numbers, Danath and Kurdran pierced through where the wind had passed. The rest of them followed. Kadger heard a voice. Terrible, and filled with power. It echoed in his ears, and he winced slightly. But the voice was weakened. Pitiful. Perhaps, once, it had been great. But, now, Kadger could easily ignore it. That did not mean he was not angered by it. Nazul. He heard himself bellow, his words echoing through the frost and shadow around them. I have found you at last. I have come to end your madness. There was no response. But he had not expected one. An undead approached him, and Kadger unleashed a smidge of arcane power, feeling as it crushed its chest and splattered blood all over the ground. They were close, now. The ice upon which their foe was encased was just in front of them. Protect me! Kadger shouted, I will sunder the ice which protects him. His allies surrounded him. Kadger saw Illidan's warglaves cut through one foe after another, an occasional burst of magic leaving him. He saw Akama unleash lightning. He saw Vashoy unleash a storm of arrows. He allowed his gaze to leave them, focusing himself upon his own efforts. The ice was not natural. But, then again, that was obvious. Infused with as much magic as it was, it had long grown past the point where it would melt or thaw with the passing of winter. But that did not make it sufficient protection against Kadger. It took him minutes. Minutes during which he lost himself in examining the structure. But, at last, he found it. His staff rose. He pointed it at a single point of the ice. He thrust, and... just like that, silence reigned over the glacier. Only, slowly, there was the sound of something cracking. The ice around the Lich King shattered, and the armor was sent tumbling onto the ground. Kadger took a step back, covering his eyes, as ice harder than steel rained down upon his body. It would leave some bruises, he knew. He glanced down at the Lich King, and he saw. The helmet had tumbled through the ground, landing at Illidan Stormrage's feet. For a moment, Kadger and Illidan stared at one another. For a moment, Kadger wondered if this was when the demon would betray them at last. Then, Illidan reached down, grasping hold of the helmet. Here, he said, pushing it towards Kadger. Take it. Destroy it, once and for all. Kadger took the helmet in hand, feeling the weight settle atop his hand. Thank you. He told Illidan Stormrage. Then, he focused on himself once more. The undead around them had suddenly ceased their relentless assault. Some still fought, of course. But others, in the edges or far away from them, simply stopped in place, wandering around where they stood. As though they had suddenly lost all will to fight. One of Kadger's hands was placed upon one edge of the helmet. Another was placed on the opposite edge. He focused himself, channeling the arcane into his palms. A glow began to appear, radiant and blinding. A crack ran through the helmet, and just like that, the helmet shattered. The pieces of it fell to the ground as it shattered into countless fragments. It is done. Danath said, his sword cutting down the last undead that had approached him. Nazul is slain. Our duty is fulfilled at last. Yes. Kadger said. With a tap of his staff, the pieces of the helmet began to turn into ash, vanishing from the world forevermore. It is done. They had gathered in the halls of the Tempest Keep, once the battle atop the spire had been over. You have slain the foul creature which dwelled here, said one of the Naru, Oros. I could feel its taint. It was undeniably the work of the Burning Legion. As you had said, they have sunk their claws into this world. This must not be allowed. We wish to remain here, to aid you. Is that acceptable to you? Of course, said Kadger. For a moment, he wondered where they would settle the gigantic Tempest Keep, but that thought was discarded. It was not his problem. I am sure that you would be welcome. Our goal has been fulfilled. Spoke up Illidan Stormrage. And now, the time has come for us to part ways. I thank you for rescuing me once more. I hope the bonds that we forged in the middle of battle stand strong. I will continue my battle against the Burning Legion, as I have before. When the time comes, may I call upon you? Of course, Kadger answered him without hesitation. We are allies. Perhaps we should remain in contact, to better coordinate our actions. Allies, indeed, we are allies. Illidan spoke the word strangely, though Kadger was not certain why. I will be returning to my homeland, in the continent of Kalimdor. It is time that I faced my past. I suppose I must also deliver Maiev to her people. The tone sounded amused. Kadger recalled the night elf who had been imprisoned throughout her entire stay in the Tempest Keep. Truthfully, she should not have suffered much. He had seen her jail cell, and it was better and had more amenities than the chambers of some kings. Oh, Illidan abruptly announced, reaching into a pocket. Kadger saw him withdrawing 3 vials filled with water. I had almost forgotten about this. Here, take it. I was told that you required it. Kadger felt confused. What is this? He asked, examining the vials. He could feel the power within them, no matter how much it tried to appear like water. This power. I have rarely felt anything like it. I was told your people needed it. Illidan answered him, they are vials filled with the waters of eternity. I know not why you have requested them, but, we are allies. I will not question your every need. Water of eternity? Did he mean? Kadger felt some disbelief. But even still, he took the vials into his hand. Who am I to deliver this to? He asked Illidan, glancing down at the small vials he carried. Othmar Garithos, from what Vashoy has told me. He requested merely 1, but I gave you 3. Should you not see fit to use them, well, you can return them to me at our next meeting. Illidan told him. I urge you to converse with the man as soon as possible. Illidan fell silent, his expression disturbed. It doesn't matter. But I imagine you two will have much to discuss. Kadger still felt some confusion. Othmar Garithos? He had never heard of the man. But it appeared he would have to find him, as soon as he returned. Then, I suppose this is farewell, for now. Kadger told him, a smile rising to his lips. Illidan Stormrage. Thank you for your aid. I will be traveling with him. The Naru Adal suddenly announced. I will be able to contact my brethren, no matter how far apart we are in this world. That should be sufficient to coordinate our efforts. Kadger was not entirely surprised at the Naru's words. He had seen how often Illidan spoke with that particular member of the 3, over the time they had grown to know them. Certainly. Said Kadger in answer, we will be returning to the Eastern Kingdoms now. If what you have told us has not changed, then the sons of Lothar still have much to do. Whether it be undead, orcs, or demons, I will make certain that they no longer threaten this world, or our peoples. Illidan gave him a firm nod. Kadger felt a strange sense of kinship with him, at that moment. In time, we will meet again, once we have settled ourselves, and once we have spread word of what is to come. Illidan breathed out, slowly. He appeared tired. Farewell, Kadger. Farewell, sons of Lothar. My time with you has been pleasant. Illidan turned his back to them. With Vashoy at his side, and the Naruadal at his heel, he turned a corner and left their sight. Chapter 21. It was done. Not in the way she had hoped. Not in the way she had dreamt and imagined so many times over the course of her undeath. Arthas did not die as Sylvanas had wanted him to die. He did not experience the pain and anguish that she wanted him to feel. He did not suffer as she had. But he was dead. Arthas Menethil, the man who had brought ruin to her people, the man who had forced her to commit abominable crimes, the man who had turned her into an abomination. She felt empty. Without a purpose. What was left for her now, after her revenge had been taken? She still remained an abomination. She still remained dead. The arrow that pierced through Arthas did not make her return to life. And so, she sat upon a rock, lost. Her mind churned with thoughts, as she considered what she should do now. She was free. Not only from Arthas, but from the Lich King, too. She had felt it clearly. Somehow, the Lich King had perished. She had felt its power weakening over time. Had it perhaps been injured, and simply succumbed to its wounds? It was an amusing thought, though she feared the explanation would not be that simple. With freedom came the ability to make choices. And her choices would decide her fate. They could not remain in Lord Aaron. The humans were already marching towards the capital, after the grand battle they had against the undead. No one would pose a challenge to their numbers. They would conquer the capital, and rapidly batter whatever remnants of the scourge still lingered in their restored kingdom. Where should she go, then? She had a feeling in her breast. One that she could not control. She remembered the forests of Kulthalas, she remembered the breeze upon her hair, she remembered wandering through the woods and... Lady Sylvanas, one of her dark rangers called, "We have company." All at once, her thoughts were thrown into a corner of her mind, as she leapt from the rock she stood upon. As she focused herself on her surroundings, she could gradually hear the sounds of horses approaching their position. "Ready yourselves," she ordered, "spread out into the woods." Her rangers began to disappear one by one, vanishing into the trees and foliage around Sylvanas. Despite the state of their bodies, despite all that has occurred, the skills of her Far Striders had not rusted or diminished. Still, they were invisible to the eye when they desired. Still, they proved to be incredibly dangerous. The horses drew closer and closer. From the sounds, she could tell it was a large party. Larger than their own numbers, at the very least. She could have disappeared before they even neared her. But Sylvanas felt some curiosity, which is why she felt willing to amuse them. The first horse to enter the small clearing she stood in was carrying a paladin upon his back. With a libram at his waist, and a warhammer in hand, his eyes vigilantly roamed across her, before looking around the clearing. As she had expected, he did not notice her sisters. More men rode in after him. More paladins, some knights, and even some mages. Despite being greater than their own, their numbers were not that sizable, truth be told. But they appeared to be vigilant, each and every one of them, not taking their eyes off her even as they gradually spread out slightly. An elite force, then, Sylvanas mused. Come to put her down? Or... A final rider approached. And, this time, Sylvanas recognized the man. Not only by face, but by name. Sylvanas Windrunner, Othmar Garithos called out, his hand tied upon his reins. I have found you at last. Your tracks were more elusive than what I had hoped. It had been days since the battle. Had they been looking for her this entire time? Sylvanas wanted to laugh, and only barely resisted the urge to do so. Othmar Garithos. Sylvanas greeted, instead. What handsome companions you have. I wonder what has brought you all this way. You know very well why I have come. Said the man, his brow furrowed and his blue eyes glaring. You shot Arthas Menethil in the back. Why? Because I utterly despise him. Because I wanted him dead. The man seemed to expect that answer, his face not changing in the slightest. In the most crucial moment of the battle, just as he was about to slay the enemy commander, I betrayed him. It felt sweet, to be quite honest. Not as much as it would have to torture him for years, until I was satisfied, but I must admit some relief at knowing he is dead. You are welcome, by the way. Thank you. Othmar Garithos said shortly, the words he spoke almost seemed to bring him pain. How amusing. But the enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my ally. You saved my life. You allowed us to end Arthas Menethil. Which is why I am giving you this chance. Oh, really? She wondered, and she felt the corner of her lip curling upwards. And what chance would that be? Return to Kulthalas. Assist your people in slaughtering the undead that still cling to your former home. That is the chance at redemption that I give you. The man said, and, just like that, Sylvanas felt the smirk that had been surging to her face crumble. Slay the traitor Dar Condre Thyr. Bring low the citadel of Death home. Do that, and I will believe you have the slightest chance at redemption. And what if I do not? Sylvanas asked, low in tone, and she saw as the man's jaw tightened. I would prefer to kill you here and now. That would solve the issues I have in trusting one such as you. That is what my instincts scream at me to do. Othmar Garithos said, and she saw how his men reacted at the words, their gazes sharpening. She also saw as the man's eyes roamed across the trees around them. But I doubt I will succeed. And that would certainly make us enemies beyond any repair. I have other matters to deal with, and I know how troublesome you can be. That is why I am even bothering to talk with you. It is due to a lack of options. At the very least, he was honest. That brought her some amusement once more. I see. She said, I suppose this offer is non-negotiable. Yes. Stated Othmar Garithos, simply. Begone from Lord Aaron. I will not tolerate your presence here. Return to your people. Redeem yourself by fighting against those who brought you low. Perhaps, if you do so, the next time we meet, I will reconsider my stance. Sylvanas considered the words for a moment, and then considered them some more. There was nothing for her in Lord Aaron, she knew. The humans would begin purging whatever undead they found, no matter whether they were now free of the Lich King. The numbers of the undead may be superior at the moment, despite all the losses they had suffered, but the humans would be relentless, and they would have the support of all their neighbors. In time, the undead would fall, no matter where they sought to hide or flee. That was not what swayed her. There were more options before her. She could travel to the Alterac Mountains, perhaps, and take up a position at the ruined city. She could travel across the sea, to the distant lands of Kalimdor, where her former brethren still dwelled. She doubted they would chase her across the Great Sea. But none of that would satisfy her. Only one thing called to her, truly. Even though her heart no longer beat, she still longed for her home. Very well. Sylvanas spoke at last, I will go to Kulthalas. Is there anything else you would like to demand of me, Supreme Commander of the Alliance Othmar Garithos? I am feeling rather generous at the moment. No. Even though her tone was as sarcastic as she could make it, the man in front of her did not see fit to rise to the challenge. Know that I give you this chance, and this chance only, Sylvanas. Do not waste it. Then farewell, Othmar Garithos. She mockingly bowed, I will make sure not to waste the precious chance you have so painstakingly given me. She rose from her bow, turned on her heel, and began to walk away from their group. She kept careful vigilance of them, watching for any sudden attacks, a betrayal, a change of mind, but nothing came. It was only as she was about to step into the woods around them that she heard his voice once more. Sylvanas. He called, and she turned her head back slightly. Your people fear you now. Perhaps some still have nightmares about the crimes you were forced to commit. Do not avoid confronting what you have done. It is only by facing our sins that we can move past them. Prove yourself the Ranger General you once were, and, perhaps, they will still welcome you. Perhaps you are not yet lost. Sylvanas did not answer his words, merely vanishing into the shadows around them. The scar Arthas had inflicted upon Kulthalas spread from Deathalm up until the gates of Silvermoon. And then past them. The last time Sylvanas had been here, it was at the head of an army. Outside of her own volition, she turned against her own people. Outside of her own volition, she brought ruin to the kingdom she had sworn to protect. Countless undead roamed the land. Now, without the Lich King's control, they were mindlessly pacing back and forth where they stood, merely awaiting for anything in their surroundings to change. If someone approached, they attacked. If someone attempted to take control of them, they would obey. After she and her rangers had gone through the Thalassian Pass, they had gazed upon Deathholm. They had observed as necromancers brought more and more undead underneath their command, their faces filled with uncertainty. Just as she had, so too must they have felt the death of the Lich King. Now, they were desperately attempting to fortify their surroundings. She passed through Tranquil Lane. It was in ruins, and completely abandoned. She remembered how she had staged an assault against Arthas here. She remembered how often she had passed through this city while going from the Windrunner Spire and into Silvermoon. There was a bitter taste upon her mouth as she left it behind. She felt regret, anger, and disgust. Regret at failing as Ranger General. Anger at what the undead had done to her people. Disgust at her own shape and form, revolting as it had become. They continued their silent march through Kulthalas. And then, finally, they arrived upon the first settlement of their people that still stood. Fairbreeze almost appeared to be untouched by time. It would look exactly as it had the last time Sylvanus had visited, if not for the small traces of battle still upon the ground, and the slight destruction of some of the buildings. It was to the east of here that Sylvanus had fallen. Her last stand against the approaching undead. Against Arthasmanethel and his servants. It was not in vain, she realized. At least, this village still stood. At least, some of her people had survived. Her death had not been in vain. They continued on their way. Sylvanus had not dared to approach the elves who walked around the village, although she could see some familiar faces amongst the blood elves of Fairbreeze. Her goal still remained the same. It was another day before they arrived upon the Farstrider retreat. Elves marched, clad in armor, and always in small groups. Some stood vigilantly atop the walls which surrounded the retreat, observing their surroundings and searching for any signs of undead. The former home of the Farstriders had been repurposed, becoming the headquarters for the army of Silvermoon. Whatever of it remained after the undead had passed through, in any case. Stay here, she demanded, and her dark rangers were swift to begin hiding and covering themselves. I will go alone. And she did. The Farstrider retreat was familiar. How could it not be? She had spent years in its halls, training new recruits, strategizing, laughing, learning. As Ranger General, it was from here that she had led her rangers against the undead. As Ranger General, it was from here that she had protected Colthalas. It felt strange to return here. The retreat had not changed. But she was a completely different person, now. Wasn't she? The blood elves upon the walls were not unskilled. But they had likely stood watch for many days now, and they had likely only expected mindless undead to come to the walls. It was pitifully easy to sneak past them. She knew all the routes, all the entrances, all the hallways and rooms. With her steps carefully silenced, with her clothes barely making a sound, and with herself not even breathing any longer, she was a ghost to all that stood within. She heard their voices as she stood at the entry to what had once been her quarters. Silvermoon has requested reinforcements in order to finally clear out the path leading to the Sunstrider Isle. How many rangers can you spare? The voice was familiar. Lord Themar. I don't have any to spare, and you know it. I've been trying, Lord Themar. I have. But we can hardly keep the undead from wandering out of the dead scar as it is. I cannot spare any elves. Halgeron. Yet another of her companions. Then you must train more. There are still some who are willing to join your ranks, after all that has happened. Take them in, and what, Lord Themar? Should I wait years for them to be fully trained? Or should I let them go into battle unprepared? Don't demand such a sacrifice from me. I will not send what remains of our people into their deaths. I will not, no matter what you try to say to convince me. No matter if you are Regent Lord while Prince Kael'thas is away. Silence. A pained silence. Sylvanus felt her body ache, her heart hurting. If only Sylvanus were here. Lord Themar whispered, and even Sylvanus' trained ears barely heard his words. Sylvanus is dead. Halgeron fiercely stated. She died fighting the undead. The thing you saw at the head of their abominable host was not her. That was not the Ranger General. Many amongst our people still have nightmares of her approach, and of her screams. Of what she did. I am included in that number. Sylvanus is dead. We can only do what we can in her absence. Very well. Said Lord Themar. We will find another way. There must be some warriors we can spare. Keep your rangers at their task, we must not allow the undead to wander freely. Sylvanus wanted to flee. She wanted to hide herself from both of her friends' eyes. She wanted to never be seen again by the world. She felt so much pain at that moment. She felt as if her heart was torn and twisted, and she felt as if she almost died for a second time upon hearing Halgeron's words. She took a step, wanting to do nothing but depart and leave Silvermoon behind, only for her to stop in her tracks. Face your sins, Othmar Garithos had told her. She had dismissed the words at the time, and considered them inconsequential. Now. She took a deep breath, forcing her lungs to take in the air around her. Then, she exhaled, slowly. The motion was unfamiliar. Foreign. She forced herself to repeat it. She forced her lungs to feel alive again. With her steps trembling just the slightest, she left the shadows upon which she hid and entered the room where her friends were engaged in discussion. She made her steps ring out against the cold ground, and she made her cloak rustle with her passing. Their eyes turned to her as she came to a stop some distance from them. She saw emotions in their eyes. Confusion. Then, disbelief. Sylvanus. She heard them whisper, their voices one. Chapter 22. Jaina had been inside of her room for days now. Not because her father forced her to be there against her will, but simply because she did not want to go outside. She wondered when it had all gone so wrong. Was it when she departed from the Eastern Kingdoms with her fleet, having listened to the warnings of a mysterious prophet? No. She still did not regret that decision. She and her forces had been crucial in stopping the demons from bringing about the end of the world. They had been in the right place at the right time, just as Medivh had told them. Was it when she had allied the orcs, then? No. Thrall had proven himself unlike the previous Warcrafts. He, too, was a part of the fight against the Legion. His people had defended this world just as they had. They deserved to live in it just as they do. Was it when Arthas had set out for Northrend, and she hadn't stopped him? She burrowed herself deeper into her bed, her face digging into her pillow. It had been days, and she still asked herself the same questions. She heard a knock upon the door to her chambers. She did not answer, merely letting out a shaky breath as she closed her eyes, feeling the comfortable bed sheets against her skin. The knock returned. Stronger. Insistent. Jaina sighed. Come in. She called out, but she did not bother to rise from the bed. What difference would it make? The door opened. She heard the sound of firm steps upon the floor, and she heard them come to a stop after barely entering her quarters. Lady Jaina, one of her father's personal bodyguards said, voice clear. She supposed they were her bodyguards, now, considering how they watched her with hawkish eyes. Your father has finally returned from his expedition. He wishes to dine with you tonight. I do not want to. She told her guard, leave. My lady, her father's guard said, you cannot linger in this room forever. It is not healthy for you. He said the same words all the others said. But, just like them, he did not dare to refuse her orders. She had told him to leave, and he swiftly did so, his words remaining upon her ears. He was right, she knew. She could not stay here forever. But, just for a moment, it would be fine. It would be fine to rest, after so long. She fell asleep in the comfort of her room. Safe from the eyes that would gaze at her, and safe from all the questions that tormented her. Safe, at least for a time. That time did not last. She was awoken by the door being opened once more. Steps reached her ears again. Softer, gentler, but with a weight behind him that she recognized from men wearing plate armor. I told you to leave me alone. She called out, not opening her eyes. Get out of my room. The steps did not stop, coming closer. She felt a hand firmly grasping the covers over her, and then she felt as the warmth that surrounded her was torn away. She opened her eyes with anger, glaring at whoever had dared to disturb her. I told you to. Her words fell back down her throat as she stared into Kale's golden eyes. His mouth was set into a line, and his brow was slightly furrowed. So it is true. He said. Despite the harshness of his expression, she could hear a slight tone of exasperation in her former friend's tone. You have truly locked yourself in your room. For a moment, she merely stared at him. After she had fallen unconscious from exhaustion during their duel, she had not seen him again. He had not visited her, but then again, neither had she wandered around the Amor. Her father had told her she was free to go where she pleased as long as she was protected by his men, but she hadn't tested his promise. As she stared at him, she remembered all that he had done. And she felt anger begin to arise in her chest. Kale, she spat, what do you want? To bring you out of your room. He said, his hand releasing the covers of her bed as he took a step back, looking down at where she lay. Your father called for you. What about it? She asked, not bothering to get up. I don't want to see him. Jaina, Kale said. His mask cracked slightly, and she saw some anger within his gaze. He is your father. What about it? She challenged him, suddenly emboldened at seeing the first signs of emotion upon his face. You will regret it. Kale said, voice not holding any doubt or hesitation. Just as I did, for not spending more time with mine. Even 1,000 years of memories are not enough. And, just like that, Jaina felt herself deflate, and she buried her face back into the bed. I'm sorry, she muttered into her pillow, quietly. It is fine. It has been some time. Kale answered her, voice even. Obviously, his elven ears could hear what she said, no matter how muddled or quiet the words. They fell silent for a few moments. There was some awkwardness lingering between them. I am sorry for how I have treated you, said Kale, turning their conversation into another direction. For my outburst back at Dalaran. And for not talking with you once I arrived upon the Amor. I was busy with some important tasks. It's okay. She said to him, and, for a moment, it was almost like they were friends again. Then, she remembered what his so-called tasks were likely to be. Did you kill them? She had watched from her window when they departed from their Amor, taking most of the troops with them. She had been filled with dread as she watched them sail out from the harbor. She had wanted to stop them. But, with the accursed bracelet they had placed upon her hand, she couldn't do anything. Her magic refused to answer her call. And Jaina realized that she was just a normal girl without the arcane. powerless, useless, helpless. She hated feeling that way. We did, answered Kale. I am sorry, for what it is worth. She ruminated the words upon her head. Thrall? She asked him, fearing the answer. I am sorry, he repeated. She thought that she should cry. She certainly wanted to. But the tears did not come. Jaina just felt tired. Leave, she told him. Please. He did not answer her. For a moment, he lingered. Then, he approached. She felt him touch her wrist, and she pulled her hand back slightly, only for him to firmly grasp it and hold it in place. For a moment, she feared what he was doing, but then she felt some strength return to her. She felt her mind grow clear. The bracelet that had haunted her for so many days fell from her wrist. Kale picked it up, holding it within the palm of one of his hands. I am sorry, Jaina. I truly am. But I would do it again, if I had to. Even if it hurts you. He turned on his heel, heading for the door. You are free to flee, if that is what you want. Goodbye, Jaina. She watched as her former friend opened the door and stepped through it. And she watched as it was closed shut as he departed. Jaina fell into her bed again, seeking the comfort she had lost. This time, the tears did fall down her face. It was the following day when another visitor came. The sounds of the footsteps that approached were familiar. Heavy. She remembered hearing them when she was but a child, and she would rush towards them and leap into their embrace. Her father's voice rang out, disrupting her thoughts. Jaina? He questioned, in that same warm tone he would always use when he talked with her or with her mother. May I come in? Even now, after all that had happened, she could not deny him. Father, she spoke, trying to make her voice stop shaking. Yes. The door opened once more, the barrier between her and the outside world being pierced through as someone entered the comfort of her room. Jaina, her father whispered, as he quickly strode close to her. Haven't you been taking care of yourself? She sat upon the edge of her bed, staring down at the ground. As he finally came before her, he knelt down near her feet, taking hold of her hands. My daughter, her father said, please. Look at me. She did, her eyes rising up to meet her own. She saw emotions within his blue-green eyes. Some pain, some hesitation, and some longing. Father, she called out. You're back. I am. Only to see that you are treating yourself like this. His voice was shaky. Look at how you are doing, Jaina. Your mother's golden hair is all messy and twisted. Didn't you take pride in how beautiful it was? Like a golden wave, you had said. The words brought back fond memories. Of Kultira's. Of her parents. Of her childhood. She felt her hands tighten upon his, as she struggled to calm down. But she could not. You killed them. She accused her father. Kale told me. I did. He did not attempt to deny it, or to offer any excuses. Dalen Proudmoore stared at her, the same softness within his eyes as he gazed at her. I can't forgive you. She sniffed, feeling her vision blur. I won't. You shouldn't. He told her, and she glanced at him through her tears. What I did to you should not be forgiven. You are my daughter. I will regret that I hurt you until the end of my days. But not what he had done to the Horde. To Thrall. To all those who had fought alongside her. The words were not said, but they were implied nonetheless. She hugged him, then, her arms clinging to him tightly. He slowly rose from where he knelt, pulling her up alongside him. I hate you. She told her father. Despite all the years that had passed, she still felt like a child before him. No matter how tall she grew, or how much she learned. I won't ever forgive you. I love you. Her father said to her, his arms cradling her close. We will return home. You will speak with your mother, and with your brother. You are free to hate me, Jaina, but do not blame them for this. I won't. She promised him, voice choked as she wept. I won't. They departed their Amor after a week. Jaina felt the breeze upon her face, and she felt the smell of the sea. It was something familiar. Something that always remained with her. Something that reminded her of home. They were still far away. It would take a month, likely two, before they returned. The journey from Kalimdor was a long one. Their fleet was large in size, and it would have been larger still, if some had not chosen to remain in their Amor. After hearing their pleas, she had asked her father to allow them to stay. To allow them to make their life there, in a new land. In return, he had promised her that their Amor would remain standing, and that she would be free to go there as much as she pleased. She did not see Kale again. After his return to their Amor alongside her father, and his short conversation with her, he had disappeared. Her father told her not to worry about him, and that he was busy with his own matters. They were returning home, Jaina realized, as she stared at the setting sun. To Kultiras. To Lord Aaron. To the Eastern Kingdoms. Had she been right to flee? Had she been wrong to head west? Should she regret what she had done? She did not know the answer to those questions, and to the many others that still came to her mind. Perhaps she would never know for certain. But, at least for now, she would keep on moving forward. She would help those she could, and she would do her best to protect the innocent. That, at least, is something she was sure she would not come to regret. Chapter 23. The gates to the capital were wide open. Sally was not sure what she had expected upon finally reaching the capital. A last battle in front of the walls, perhaps? One final gathering of all of their enemies' forces, in a desperate and futile attempt to prevent them from retaking their home? Yes, she nodded. That was what she had expected. But this? It was, rather disappointing, to be honest. Would their war really end like this? Spread out, she heard Garithos' voice as his horse came to a stop just after crossing the wide open and unguarded city gates. Secure the main roads. I will be personally leading a party into the royal palace. Kill all undead you find along the way. Sally watched as groups of men began to scatter to every corner, having merely been awaiting the order to be given. Last night, encamped just some distance away from the capital, they had discussed how they would work to secure the capital as swiftly as possible. They all knew that, just like the cities of Dalaran and Andorhal, it would take days if not weeks to see the city clear of enemies. The plan, then, was simple. They would secure the roads, first. Then, the most crucial locations within the city, such as the royal palace and the harbour, would be taken. With those locations secured they would, over time, slowly but surely, see the capital restored to them piece by piece. Through the city gates, a stream of soldiers began to flow into the city, steadily and surely. Not all of their army was gathered here, certainly. Some of their numbers had been sent to secure the surroundings, while others still lingered in the east. But the vast majority of their forces were present here, on this day, the sun shining high above them. Garithos had told her, privately, that he intended this to be a memorable occasion for all who were present. An event that everyone here would remember, no matter the years that passed. In time, each man and woman who rode or walked through these gates would tell their children of how they had fought the scourge, and of how they had won. Of how, after 2 years, they had finally retaken their homeland and victoriously marched into the capital city. Lord Garithos, she approached Garithos as he sat upon his white horse. Sometimes he would bellow orders to those who passed near him, shortly reminding them of their duties and tasks. As his eyes turned to her, she smiled slightly. I intend to secure the Grand Cathedral in the name of the Church of the Holy Light. May I take some soldiers with me? High Priestess Whitemane, he greeted her, of course. Be careful. The words were short, but they still felt sweet. Sally felt her smile widen a bit more as she heard them. I will, she promised as she began to ride off. An escort of paladins and priests began to follow after her, as well as some soldiers. They were her own forces. Faithful soldiers of the Church of the Holy Light who had sworn themselves to her. Some of them came to her out of their own volition. Others. When she had received a letter from Archbishop Benedictus himself, Sally had felt strange. Especially after she had seen what was written within. She knew that word had spread of what she had done at Caerdero. And she knew that many more had witnessed as she fought and finally slew the Archlich Kel'Thuzad during the climactic battle that occurred less than a month ago. But despite that, Sally had never imagined that even the Archbishop himself would recognize her efforts. It was as Garithos had said. Now, more often than not, she was recognized. She was respected. Sometimes, when she felt bold enough, she would even speak up during the meetings the leadership of the Alliance had. It felt strange. Sally was not yet used to it all. It was not so long ago that she was just a simple girl living with her parents in the city of South Shore. But Garithos had told her that she would grow comfortable with her new position in time. As he had. As their large party marched, they had little to no issue in remaining in formation. The roads of the capital were wide, enough so that Sally could imagine 5 carriages passing through them side by side without any issue. Most of the streets had some sort of rubble in them, either from nearby buildings which had crumbled, or from furniture that had been thrown out in an attempt to make barricades. It was a harrowing sight. Sally could not imagine how many had perished after Arthasmenethil had betrayed King Terenas. The Grand Cathedral of Lord Aaron was not hard to find. Its spires towered over the rest of the city. Once, it had been the largest in all of the Eastern Kingdoms, though that title had been taken by the Cathedral of Light in Stormwind City. Sally remembered visiting it when she was very young. Barely a few memories remained of that time, but she still recalled how the tall ceiling had made her feel so incredibly small and insignificant. Sometimes, as they marched, they would come across undead. Mindless as they were, they proved to be more of a hassle than any proper challenge to her warriors. They would just mindlessly charge when they caught sight of the living. As they did so, the undead's bellows and screams would attract even more of their comrades from the twisting alleyways around them. Sally supposed that it was an efficient enough method of clearing the roads, at the very least. Even if it was dreadfully boring to stand in place and wait until her surroundings grew quiet once more. Thankfully, it was not long before they reached the cathedral itself. The grand cathedral of Lord Aaron rose high into the sky. Sally could not properly recall, but she imagined it would have been an awe-inspiring sight, when it had been whole. Now, the main doors to the cathedral were torn down and splintered into pieces. The beautiful white stone had large cracks across its surface, blackened by soot. The windows were almost all shattered, glass fragments coating the ground. As she dismounted, Sally let out a sigh. Despite their victory, they would have so much to do in the following months. Years, even. It would take years to restore Lord Aaron to what it had once been. So much would have to be rebuilt and so many bodies would have to be buried. High Priestess, one of the paladins called out, voice even. Sally saw that he was kneeling just past the doors that led into the cathedral's main hall. There are fresh tracks here. Sally approached, passing through the crumbled entrance, and stared down at where the paladin had pointed. Indeed, through the thick dust that coated the floor, clear footprints were visible. Proper footprints. Boots, not like the paws and claws that most of the undead bore. Be watchful, she called out, her voice echoing slightly through the cathedral. There may be survivors. The chances of them finding survivors were much higher than what Sally had previously imagined. Once, she would have felt it to be an impossibility. But she had heard from some of the survivors that had rallied under their banner. The paladins Magrath and Hala had spoken to her of how they had withstood the scourge for months within the ruined palace gardens of Lord Aaron. Eventually, they had managed to flee due to their comrade, Dagran the Orc Slayer, nobly sacrificing himself in order to keep Arthasmanethel from catching up to them. The paladins had spoken of their actions with some shame, as though fearing that someone would call them cowards for abandoning their comrade, but Sally had felt nothing but wonder at how they had prevented so many from falling prey to the undead. After leaving the tracks behind, the paladins, priests and soldiers with her gradually spread out. Some began delving into the cathedral's many rooms, searching them one by one. Sally did the same. Most of the cathedral's rooms were empty, the furniture within them coated with dust. Thankfully, they appeared to be in a serviceable enough condition. After a slight dusting, it would not be too hard to settle into the empty quarters. It appeared the scourge had not bothered to ruin everything that they conquered. Sally paused her searching as she heard a sound from a nearby hall. Scuttling? No, the dragging of feet upon the ground. She cautiously began to head towards the location of the noise, her escorts at her side, only to stop as she reached its source. Like all cathedrals, the one upon Lord Aaron too had crypts underneath it. They were mostly filled with the corpses of priests and monks who had chosen to devote their entire lives to the church, irrelevant of all else. For their noble service, they had been granted eternal rest underneath the light's watchful gaze. Or, that is how it was meant to be. No doubt countless had been raised from their tombs, once the undead had desecrated the holy grounds they rested in. Sally felt bitter at the sudden thought, and attempted to dispel it from her mind. We will be heading down, she told her companions. As she heard their affirmative responses, she began to head down the steps, one at a time. It was dark down in the crypts. While in the cathedral, there was still some light from outside streaming in through the shattered windows. But down here there was nothing but darkness. Just as the last of it faded, Sally could barely make out a few torches placed along the way. But she decided not to bother. With barely a thought, her staff began to gleam with light, illuminating their surroundings. The crypts were not as narrow as she had feared. Certainly not as narrow as those of Caer Darrow had been. Their movements were unheard as they walked through them, scanning it for any threats. Sally saw tomb after tomb within the crypts, inscriptions carved upon stone that she was unable to decipher. She saw small monuments in the tombs of important men, and she saw beautiful sculptures in the tombs of a few women. The sound, when it reached them, came abruptly. They were marching down yet another of the hallways of the crypts, and by this time Sally had begun to think that she had heard things. Perhaps she had merely been nervous, and thus imagined sounds into existence. Child! A voice called, and Sally felt as her feet stopped moving. Dim your light, would you? My eyes hurt. She heard the voice come from their front, from a room still shrouded in darkness. For a moment, Sally wondered if she should just march forth and expose whoever it was. After another, she made the light coming from her staff grow dimmer. Thank you. The voice did not appear too old. But it was still weak. Dispirited? Depressed? Sally was not certain. It has been some time since I saw the light. I have to admit that gazing into it is rather painful, after how long I have spent in the darkness. Who are you? Sally called out. She hesitated before taking a single step forward. A survivor. A survivor. The voice laughed slightly at the word, the sound raspy and dry. No, I am not. Sally felt some confusion, but took yet another step. "We can help you," she told the voice. "We have slain the undead. Lord Aaron is safe. There is no longer a need to hide. Lord Aaron is safe." The voice appeared surprised. "That is the most wonderful news I have heard in quite a long time. Indeed, if you are here, you must have been victorious in the struggle. As for slaying the undead, no, my dear. You have not slain them all." The words were strange and unexpected, but Sally still took another hesitant step forward. And, just like that, the man was revealed to her. She first saw his clothes, her light shining upon them. The man wore pure white robes which were wrinkled in some places, but still relatively clean. Then, she saw the belt which circled his waist, golden in color and bulky in size. Her eyes traced over his form, as more and more of it was revealed, until, finally, she examined his face. She heard the paladins at her side draw their weapons, the sound of steel ringing out loudly in the silence that had fallen. Sally, herself, gripped her staff even more tightly. "You are not one of the living," she said, as she stared at the undead who sat upon the floor, leaning against a wall, a woolen sack at his side. "You fooled me. Is this an ambush, then?" "Ambush?" The undead did not rise from where he was sitting. "No. I am the only one here. I did not fool you, either. Why did you not flee, then?" Sally wondered aloud. "All the other sentient undead that remain, be they liches or death knights, scrambled away as we approached, fleeing in fear of having their lives taken. You didn't. You confuse me for something that I am not," answered the undead, voice even. "Some time ago, I too was a mindless servant. Only recently have I regained my sentience." There were many questions that Sally wanted to ask. Many that she deemed important. But only one felt urgent. "Who are you?" she asked, gazing upon the undead's robes. They were so familiar. Striking, even. But she could not exactly recall why. "No, who were you?" The undead fell silent. For the first time, his eyes dragged themselves up from the ground, and Sally saw haunting yellow orbs gazing into her own eyes. "I was once known as Alensis Fail, Archbishop of the Church of the Holy Light," the undead said, and Sally felt some resistance at the words within her. She did not want to believe them. She refused to. "And yet, I still am, despite what you may believe. My mind is whole, now that my will has been freed from the shackles which bound it. My body is still the same, too, though it's not what it once was." "Impossible," denied one of the paladins at her back, his voice barely louder than a whisper. "That cannot be." "Why is it impossible?" questioned the undead. "I was resurrected. Turned into an undead, yes, but resurrected nonetheless. Now, I am free. I remain the man I once was, before my death. Is that so hard to believe?" Sally could tell that the paladins at her side were shaken. She, herself, felt unable to speak. Eventually, however, one of them seemed to control his emotions. "You must be returned to rest," said a paladin, taking a step towards the archbishop, his hammer gripped tight upon one hand. "This is wrong. This is heresy." "I see," said the archbishop. "I cannot fault you for your opinion. It is what you were taught, after all. What I once taught. I cannot blame you for seeking comfort in the familiar while in the face of the foreign. You will not resist him." Sally wondered, finally shaking herself out of her thoughts. "You will not attempt to have him spare you." The archbishop seemed to consider the words for a long moment, his face growing pensive. One of his hands rose to rub at his bare chin. "No." He eventually spoke, shaking his head. "I will not. Do not misunderstand me. I would thoroughly enjoy this second opportunity at life, imperfect as it may be. I was taken from this world while I was still young, and there are still some regrets I would wish to atone for. But..." The archbishop sighed. "I have been lost in thought here in this cathedral for many days now. I suppose I sought out somewhere that was familiar to me, as all else feels different. I no longer desire sleep, and dreams elude me. My emotions feel constrained, and I struggle to feel anything at all." The archbishop spoke to them, his tone low. "Once, I thought of calling upon the light, despite all that I struggled to feel. And I was tremendously relieved when it answered my call, as it had before. But do you know what I felt soon after that?" The undead laughed, the sound of his cackle echoing through the crypts. "Pain. I, Archbishop Alensis Fail, was burned by my own light. I realized, then, that the light has not forsaken me. The light still saw fit to answer my call. But when I did call upon it, it burned me. It is not its fault. The light has not changed. I am the one who has changed. My body is that of an abomination. I cannot deny it." He wheezed. "That is when I knew I was truly lost. Perhaps, in time, I could grow used to the pain. But the feeling of wrongness would forever linger. As the light touched my body, I felt the truth. I felt the maggots crawl within my flesh, and I felt the way my bones were twisted and exposed to the air. I felt my nerves filled with pain once again. The light revealed the truth to me. I am no longer the man I once was. Perhaps there is a way, Sally said, feeling some compassion. You do not deserve this fate. Perhaps. 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 Said the Archbishop twice, almost muttering to himself. If I had been given a few more years to reflect, I do believe I would have been drawn out of my horrible thoughts. Yes, I'm sure of it. Eventually, I would come to accept what I have become. Perhaps I could do some good, even after all the sins I have committed while under the Scourge's control. Perhaps I could still bear the light's power eventually, even with this body. Perhaps I would grow to accept my own existence, even though I despise my new form. Perhaps. He shook his head again, much more firmly. But, as I am now, I merely wish to rest. After hearing from you that Lord Aaron is safe, after knowing that the light has not abandoned us in our time of need, I am certain that I am not necessary. Despite what he said, his voice was filled with pain. Longing. You will build a new world from the ashes of Lord Aaron. My time has passed. Sally felt herself grow silent. The Archbishop reached into the sack at his side. Small as it was, Sally had dismissed it in favor of the man. But, as the Archbishop reached within, he suddenly pulled out a crown made out of metal. It was encrusted with blue gemstones, and horns from its sides. Sally felt her breathing stop as she struggled to understand what she was seeing. The paladins around her let out gasps of amazement. The crown of King Taranos, said the Archbishop. I was fortunate enough to recover it before the others did. I had thought of traveling to South Shore and giving it to the people who Taranos had so loved, but you arrived here before I could muster the will to do so. Take it. I have no use for it. Sally stepped towards the Archbishop, carefully taking hold of the crown with both hands, her staff leaning against her shoulder. She saw the Archbishop flinch backwards as the light she had summoned drew closer to him, and his brow furrowed. It is more painful when it's another's light. How intriguing. The Archbishop muttered. His yellow orbs once again rose towards her face. Tell me your name, girl. I am Sally Whitemane, High Priestess of the Church of the Holy Light. She told him. Well met, Sally Whitemane. The Archbishop smiled at her. Sally saw rotten teeth within his mouth. I do not remember the title of High Priestess. Perhaps it is something new that Benedictus invented? You must be worthy of such. I am glad. At the very least, my last moments are with fellow believers of the light. I am glad we had this conversation. The Archbishop seemed to notice the slight discomfort she had felt at seeing his smile, as it quickly disappeared from his face. Well? What are you waiting for, girl? When Sally raised her staff with both of her hands, she noticed that they were trembling. They secured the cathedral quickly. There was no one else within it aside from the Archbishop. The archives appeared to be mostly complete, which was a relief. The cathedral was a repository of knowledge as well as it was a place of worship. The rooms could be cleaned and the hall cleared of the shards of glass and rubble that remained within it, but the knowledge within the archives would have been lost forever. In time, they could even restore what had been lost. The Grand Cathedral of Lord Aaron would regain what had been lost. Sally would make certain of it. With their task done, Sally left behind half of her forces to stand guard. More soldiers would be sent soon, she knew, as they had planned. From within the safety of the Grand Cathedral, they would begin to rummage through the city, securing it house by house, alleyway by alleyway. She found herself lost in her thoughts as she began to ride through the streets of the capital once more. The crown of King Taranos had been placed in a small chest they had found. She would give it to Kalia, once they met. Or perhaps it would be better to give it to Garithos, who would then give it to her. Yes. That seemed better. But not only that concerned her. She could no longer ignore it. The Archbishop had been sound of mind. At least, from what she could tell. And he could still call upon the light. Only his body failed him. If she could. She was drawn out of her thoughts when a shadow appeared over her. She felt some confusion. It was the middle of the day. She glanced upwards, towards the sky. And her eyes widened as she beheld a structure made out of glistening crystals flying high above the capital of Lord Aaron, the sun at its back. Chapter 24. There is no one else? Ronan questioned, leaning back in his seat. The flagon of beer he was holding suddenly felt incredibly heavy, so he placed it down upon the table with a small sigh. There is no one else. Madara responded, her expression firm, her eyes unflinching. I could do it, but I do not feel as though I would be a good leader. Ansirem could do it, but he is far too brash and headstrong. That leaves only you. Some others have shown promise, certainly, but none so much as you, Ronan. You have proven yourself time and again. In Andorhal, you showed your courage and strength to all as you brought down enemy after enemy. In the Battle of Balnir, you proved yourself more than the match of Kel'Thuzad, even if you did not deal the final blow. Ronan thought the words over in his head, and he felt as his brow furrowed slightly. Becoming leader of the Kirin Tor, that was the dream of all the apprentices that joined Dalaran, was it not? Perhaps it had even been Ronan's dream, once upon a time. Now, it felt like a burden. He thought of Verisa, and how he wished to spend time with her. He thought of Aratur, who would need guidance in the years to come. Then he thought of the scourge, of the ruins that Dalaran had become, and of the death of Antonidas. Very well. He said, and he saw Madara's face show some relief. I will. What the fuck is that? He heard someone yell. Ronan turned his gaze, seeing a dwarf staring out one of the tavern's windows, pointing a finger, his body shaking slightly, his gaze filled with disbelief. The tavern, once filled with noise, gradually became silent. Men and women left the comfort of their seats and drinks, marching towards the windows, or even departing through the doors. Ronan hesitated for a moment, sharing a glance with Madara, before they too rose from their seats. They walked forward towards the crowd, and Ronan barely managed to squeeze through those who had gathered outside. He saw himself forced to push some of them aside as he struggled to see what they did. He left the tavern, finally. For a moment, he flinched back, his eyes squinting. But the sun did not shine upon him, as he had expected. Instead, he gazed upwards, as all around him did, and he saw a fortress. It was made out of crystal, golden metals, and steel. It floated peacefully, blocking the sun's light. A central tower was surrounded by 3 others, lesser, but still larger than mountains. By the light. He heard someone whisper, "What is that thing?" Those words, somehow, managed to shake them all out of their stupor. Shouts erupted as men hurried out of the tavern, their well-earned rest forgotten, their hands cradling their weapons. "Let's go, Ronan!" Madara called out to him, hurrying down the street. "We'll finish our conversation later." Grasping his staff with one hand, Ronan fell into step alongside her, as they both hurried towards the royal palace. Towards where the queen and the supreme commander of the alliance were. Somewhat bewilderingly, the only thought that arose in his mind at that moment was that he had not paid for his drink before leaving. There was some tension. Ronan could feel it. The mass panic at suddenly seeing a floating fortress above their heads had somewhat diminished after Othmar Garithos himself had taken charge of the situation, but he could still see that some soldiers held doubtful expressions, their gazes nervous and their bodies trembling slightly. The fortress had drifted slightly after its sudden arrival. Where once it was directly above the capital, now it had moved away from it, towering over the nearby fields and plains. And, finally, after an hour, it began to descend. Ronan stood at the front of their host, gazing upward at the thing as it slowly lowered itself onto the plains in front of them. Despite its size, it was incredibly quick. Barely a few minutes had passed before the tip of the lowest of the crystals which made up the fortress touched the ground. And, just like that, it stopped once more. "Be ready for conflict," Othmar Garithos said, though Ronan noted that there was not a measure of caution or apprehension in his tone. The Supreme Commander had calmed the panic that had erupted, and told most of their forces to remain in their positions throughout the city. Although they had gathered a host to meet whoever was inside this structure, it would be a lie to say that it was a formidable one. There were certainly a few archmages present, such as Ronan and Madara, just as there were paladins and priests led by High Lord Alexandros Mograine and the High Priestess Sally Whitemane. But despite them being able to call upon them, a large part of their forces were still not assembled. Has the Supreme Commander become overconfident after his victories? Or, perhaps... Ronan was drawn out of his thoughts as a ray of light suddenly began to grow brighter and brighter. It was pure white, beautifully so. And, somehow, that light was shaped and changed as it grew brighter, lengthening and growing thicker, until a powerful bridge had suddenly arisen between the ground and what appeared to be the fortress's entrance. And, down the bridge, they descended. Ronan heard the gasps and the mutterings that arose. He heard the fervent whispers and the disbelieving voices. He heard it all, but he was unable to pay attention to them. How could he, when he saw the men that came down from the sky? He recognized Kadger, apprentice of Medivh, Archmage, Supreme Commander of the Sons of Lothar. Presumed deceased until this moment. He recognized Danath Trollbane, nephew to King Thoras, advisor to General Turalion, Force Commander of the Sons of Lothar. Presumed deceased until this moment. He recognized Kurdran Wildhammer, Thane of the Wildhammer clan, Lord of Airy Peak, Griffin Master, Commander of the Sons of Lothar. Presumed deceased until this moment. How could he not recognize them? They were heroes. Men and women who had sacrificed their lives in order to see their world safe. Their faces had been spread throughout the eastern kingdoms, their noble actions forever remembered. And now, each of them, thought to be dead, had suddenly appeared before them. He saw many more behind them, their strides firm, their gazes unflinching. The sons of Lothar. Humans, dwarves, gnomes, elves. But there were also many more that he did not recognize, many more whose faces were completely foreign to him. Tall beings with blue skin, others somewhat similar to them but slightly different, and even, night elves? Ronan felt confused. And he felt doubt. Could this, perhaps, be a trap? Had they fallen into an illusion? He tore his gaze away from them with some struggle, only to see it drawn just as much towards the Supreme Commander. Othmar Garithos urged his horse forward at a slow canter, drawing closer towards the fortress. Sons of Lothar, Othmar Garithos said as his gaze roamed past all those who descended from the fortress. And all the others with them. Well met. I am Othmar Garithos, Supreme Commander of the Alliance. And, just like that, all measure of decorum and decency was lost. To my nephew. King Thoras Trollbane roared. With one hand, he held a tankard of mead. With the other, he had a man drawn close to his side. They were almost of a height with one another, both boasting traces of red hair upon their heads. Who has returned from beyond the dark portal? Alive, and victorious. The roars from the soldiers of Stromgard were deafening as they echoed through the streets of the capital. The sun shone above them, unimpeded once more, its warmth bearing down upon all of them. The street leading from the gates into the royal palace had been cleared of debris from the shattered buildings around them, only for tables to suddenly replace them as a feast was arranged. The Supreme Commander had, at least vaguely, attempted to dissuade them from hosting a celebration in a city still infested with plenty of undead, only for him to be silenced by the hundreds of other voices that spoke in favor of it. All the reserves of alcohol had been brought out, and by this point Ronan had recognized and sampled Thunder Ale, Dalaran Noir, Stormwind Tawny, and Dwarven Mead. Food, too, was in plenty, with even milk-giving cows slaughtered in the urgency to prepare everything. Ronan lingered at a table with all the other mages, as they laughed with one another and talked about their experiences. The tales of the members of the Kirin Tor who returned from Outland were fantastical, but Ronan saw that many of those who had fought the Scourge did not lack for stories of their own. They spoke of the Hellfire Citadel and the Black Temple, they spoke of Uther's last stand and Othmar Garithos' defense of Dalaran. It was enjoyable. The day had been surprising, to be sure. Who could have expected the sons of Lothar to return, now of all times? No, Ronan reflected. He could think of one man. The Supreme Commander had certainly acted surprised, and the guys fooled the common eye, certainly. Most wouldn't look into why he had not assembled all their forces in face of such a threat, especially once this day was remembered as a celebration instead of as a threat. He was not sure what to think of it. He drank down the last bit of ale that remained in his cup, and then he stood. He saw gazes turn towards him as he did, but he only gave them a smile. I'll be back. He told them, and just like that, he was dismissed, his fellow mages once again indulging themselves. Ronan found his steps taking him through the alleyways of the capital, as he wandered aimlessly, distantly hearing the sound of men bellowing, laughing, and talking. Turolion had not returned with the sons of Lothar. But it was not him that worried him. Alleria Windrunner had not returned. It rather troubled Ronan, considering she was Varisa's sister. When Varisa heard the news, she would surely be delighted, only to soon be heartbroken once more. He wanted to be with her when she heard it, if only to ease the pain she would feel. But could he simply abandon his duties here? Kadger had returned. He was likely to assume leadership of the Kirin Tor, considering all he had done. His feats surpassed even Ronan's at least, those that were known, and he certainly did not lack for respect amongst the Kirin Tor. Perhaps it would be fine if he departed, just for a while. Just for some time, so he could see Varisa again. He leaned back against the tall wooden wall which covered one of the streets. It was solid, if hastily prepared, erected only temporarily so that no undead could traverse past it. He allowed his head to touch the wood, his gaze rising up and gazing at the sky above the buildings that surrounded him. The sun would set in an hour or two, though Ronan doubted that would cause the feast to end. It would likely proceed long into the night, and perhaps even some time after the sun had risen once more. It was as he leaned there, lost in thought, that he heard footsteps. Two figures approached him, one of them smaller, hidden beneath a cloak. Feminine in size and posture. The other stood tall and powerful, not hiding itself beneath a cloak. His face was completely revealed to Ronan's eyes, which is why he immediately recognized it. They gazed at one another for a moment in silence, and Ronan knew as soon as he began to open his mouth that it spelled trouble. Ronan, Crasius no, Coriel Strass greeted him. His face bore the same apologetic smile that he had used when Ronan had traveled to the dwarven fortress of Grimbatol, and when Ronan had been thrown into an ancient war thousands of years in the past. We need to talk. Ronan let out a sigh, feeling his shoulders slump. Chapter 25. The room was silent. Kadger stared at the man in front of him. He was tall. Even while sitting down, it was noticeable, his figure large and wide, covered in muscles. His face carried a distinguished and noble mustache, well cared for and maintained. His brown hair was kept short and close to his head, likely to avoid any hassle in the middle of a battlefield. Atop his gleaming blue eyes were a pair of thick eyebrows, which remained furrowed as the man gazed upon Kadr. The supreme commander of the alliance, Othmar Garithos, was handsome. Perhaps, when one thought of a warrior or of a paladin, they would picture his image. And the glare that he carried upon his face would certainly be able to intimidate any new recruits. A fitting gift for a general. The two of them were not alone in the room. Garithos sat behind a stone desk which was covered in papers, while Kadr sat directly in front of him, on the other side of the table. Around them, 2 more chairs had been placed. Sally Whitemane, as he had learned she was called, was sitting to Garithos' right. The prophet Velan sat to Kadr's left. "You wished to speak with me privately." Garithos finally spoke, breaking the silence that had fallen after they had all taken their seats. "So let us speak." Kadr considered how he would begin the conversation for a moment. He was not exactly a trained diplomat, but he had already dealt with enough meetings and conversations to somewhat understand how to proceed. It was easy to gain the measure of Othmar Garithos, despite the short time they had spent near each other so far. "You know much more than you should know," he told the Supreme Commander, bluntly. "How?" Kadr saw Garithos' lips quirk upwards in what might have been a smile, if only his eyes were not glaring and his brow furrowed. "Do you wish for me to tell you the truth, or do you wish me to tell you a version that will satisfy you?" Garithos questioned. "Perhaps both." "Both," Kadr agreed. "Start with the second." "I was given a vision by the light," Garithos announced, his voice taking on the righteous tone that paladins frequently used. "In that vision, I saw darkness swallowing the world, time and again. In that vision, I saw countless threats to our people. That vision was a warning. An ill omen. I knew I could not stand still after what I had witnessed. Thus, I acted in order to make the world a better place, and to protect us against these coming threats." "Intriguing. A very believable tale," said Kadr, in response to the man's unbelievable words. "Now the truth." "I saw the future," said Garithos, as blunt as Kadr had been. "I know not why, how, or for what purpose. I only know that I will not let what I have seen come to pass." Silence. Once more, it prevailed over all else. Kadr thought upon the words for a few moments, considering them. Once he considered what he heard, he finally opened his mouth to speak, only for another within the room to be quicker than he was. "These visions," said the prophet Velan, voice calm and serene as always, "I believe I have a similar gift to your own, my friend." "Often, I know," said Garithos. "I know of you, and of what you see. I do not share the same gift. After the first time, I have not seen the future again. Though I do presume to have seen more than you." Kadr saw as Velan's face twisted into a frown, a troubled expression upon his face. He seemed to lose himself in his thoughts. "So that is how you knew the sons of Lothar were still alive?" Kadr questioned, taking the opportunity. "Is that why you sent the Naga Vashoi to Outland?" "Yes," said Garithos. "Make no mistake, the Naga are our enemy. Vashoi and her followers are an exception. I had no one else to send out to look for you at the time. And so, although it was troublesome to even get her to trust me, I persisted. I had no idea whether she would follow my words after she departed to Outland. I was certainly glad to find out that she did." Regardless, Velan seemed to gather himself enough to continue speaking. "You cannot simply trust this future you have seen. Without knowing its source, we cannot rely upon it. You know much, Velan." Garithos spoke with a kind tone, "and I respect your people. Truly, I do. But do not think of ordering me. I care not whether this was gifted to me by the light, by the void, or by any other power. I will make use of it. I must." "That appears to be unwise," spoke Kadr in Velan's defense. "You cannot be certain that the future you have seen is accurate. Many things in this world may not be as you have foreseen. Basing your entire course of action around your vision may be exactly what whoever gifted you with this knowledge wants." "That is a possibility," Garithos acknowledged. But his voice remained as firm as ever. "One I have kept in mind and thought carefully about. But I have decided I do not care. I cannot ignore the threats against us that I have seen. Doing so would be disastrous to not only the Alliance, but the entire world." "What did you see, then?" Kadr finally asked, unable to resist the urge. "What is to come? The Burning Legion will return, of course. But you already knew that." Garithos' tone was almost dismissive, despite the paramount importance of what he spoke about. "There is also Deathwing, Mallegus, the Old Gods, Pandaria, the Trolls, and countless others that I cannot be bothered to mention right now. Plenty of dangers lie ahead of us. Despite our success so far, we cannot yet rest. There is much to be done." The room grew tense with every successive word. Kadr knew about some of what he spoke of. But there were many that he was confused about, likely because he had never heard of them. Old gods. Pandaria. Maligas. The words filled him with unease. He had always been prideful of all he had learned over the years, and yet here were new threats that he knew little of. What did you see? Kadr insisted once again. To his ears, his voice almost sounded desperate. Did they succeed? Did we survive? Sometimes. Answered Garithos, his voice low in tone. His eyes grew haunted. In others, we perished. In the hour of twilight. In the awakening of the old gods and the resurgence of the Black Empire. In the resurgence of the vile curse of flesh. In the Lich King's rampage. In the invasion of the Iron Horde. There are countless possibilities, and countless points at which we may fall. That is why I cannot hesitate in using what I know. Not as long as I know what threatens us. Kadr leaned back upon his seat. He felt his hand tremble.